Hey, baseball fans, this is Chris Singleton, and welcome to MLB The Show.
I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, dope getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. It's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade. They keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal a heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. So just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. Also behind the back, catch it and scratch it. Blast it, this kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it. And know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future with a dog right mind. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they dance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night.
Live from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, Tuesday baseball on the show. It's the Chicago White Sox taking on the New York Yankees. Along with my partner, Chris Singleton, I'm John Shammy. We get to see one of the hottest teams in baseball today, Singy.
Yeah, they continue to find ways to win, and I don't see that streak coming to an end today.
Here's a hit to Kako.
First pitch coming your way next. Our starting pitcher in this one, Carlos Rodon. He was certainly on point in his last outing, Chris.
Total command last time out, scattered 2 hits over his outing. He had great stuff. We'll see if he's got it again in this one.
Swings through that one for strike 2. Rodon was superb the last time on the hill, tossing a shutout. Good job to fight that one off.
That complete game shutout in his last start is so rare nowadays, Boog. In 1983, that happened 180 times across MLB. In 2023, there were only 21. Not a lot of pitchers who can do what he did.
Cuts and misses. It's a strikeout. Time to check out the lineup for the White Sox. Someone who makes things happen for them, in part with his legs, Derek Hill. And here is Chase Mydroth.
4-seam fastball. Low outside.
Strike 2.
Circle change. Low middle.
Strike 3, and that's 2 in a row.
Well, he's got great strikeout stuff on the mound, doesn't he? I mean, double-digit strikeouts in his last start, and he's just racking them up again in this one. This guy can really dominate a game out there. Not a fun assignment for any lineup.
Luis Angel Acuna now at the plate as he swings through strike 1. Big swing and a miss.
Wow, no fair right there. I mean, that slider didn't move till the very last moment. Incredibly difficult to pick that up. Just kind of have to tip your cap on that pitch.
And that one is lifted in the air. Judge on the move to the alley. And that's the 3rd out. And now the Bombers will get their shot. No score. You're watching. Back in the Bronx and getting the start for the White Sox, Davis Martin. And this will be a tough test for him. Pitching on the road has not been that kind to his numbers.
Well, I think he's just got to trick himself mentally and put himself in a comfort level like he does at home. I know it's not the same being on the road as away from home.
Swing, and this is ripped down the right field line. Way back there. Out of here. A solo shot. The Yankees score first. It's 1-0.
You can't ask for a better start than hitting a home run in your first at bat to give your team the lead. Well, I'm sure there's a big grin on his face right now, Boog. He's probably had some of those that didn't stay fair, but off the bat, it looked like it was going to bend foul. Was able to keep it in there, tucked it nicely, and he gets the jog around the bases. Good for him.
Here is Aaron Judge. This one drilled right center field. That one heading for the fence and gone. They do it again. Back-to-back homers, and they tack one on the board. It's 2-0.
He's going to the plate with a ton of confidence lately, and he's getting the results to back it up. No doubt, those two things feed off one another. Back-to-back jacks, and this club is fired up right now, Boog. I mean, this is the kind of thing where you really start to notice hitters in a lineup feeding off each other, and the collective confidence just continues to grow.
Chisholm Jr. now. Big-time power. He's 3rd in the AL in home runs. And first offering is fouled off. Chisholm matched a homer in his last game. Now the 0-1. Liner caught at second. And that's the first out. Nice. giving up the homer. As we take a look now at the New York Yankees lineup. Chris, this is an offense that puts the bat on the ball. Tough outs pretty much throughout the lineup, and they have fewer strikeouts than any other team in the league.
Yeah, Boog. Facing a lineup like this keeps you on your toes. You have to make plays for your pitcher. This offense always seems to apply pressure. Plus, if they run the bases hard, it just adds another dimension to their game.
In the air, right field, and there are two down.
Maybe caught that one off the end just a little bit. Couldn't quite barrel it up enough to really drive it.
Austin Wells now at the plate. He's coming off a 3-hit game in Sunday's series finale. Bases empty, 2 away, but 2 runs are in here in game 1 of this 3-game set. To the right side, Mydroff. Gets him easily, ends the inning. But 2 round trippers in this inning. The long ball was working. We go on to inning number 2. This is Yankees baseball on the show NYC. Back in the Bronx, top of the second, Colson Montgomery steps to the plate for the White Sox. And that's fouled off. His home run numbers stand out, Chris. Nobody has hit more in his team. And that is out of play. Rodon, a 6'2 southpaw, more than 100 career wins on the mound, and he was selected to the All-Star game last year. Up the middle to first, and quickly one away in the second.
Good arm side run to that same side hitter right there. Very difficult to put that ball in the air or get through it. Just bores in on the hands.
Sosa in the box here and fouls it off for strike 1.
High inside.
Spikes the plate. No balls, 2 strikes.
Goodness, I think he just took the best pitch he's going to see in this at bat. You don't get many like that in that location. I don't know if you take that pitch against any pitcher out there on the mound.
That one 95 to finish him off. Off to a strong start, Singy, as he's punched out 3 of the first 5 he's faced.
Well, he's definitely minimizing contact. He can get the swing and miss when he needs it, but he'll also keep the defense fresh behind him, allowing some balls in play as well.
Late with the swing there.
This guy's not wasting any pitches. Hitters got to get into swing mode. This is a good time to expand the zone. Throw something maybe down in the dirt.
Up the middle, and it finds its way through for a hit. And that keeps the inning going.
Look, I don't think that pitch would have been called a strike, but he did such a nice job of pulling his hands tight to the body and just getting enough of the barrel on it to be hard enough back up the middle for a knock.
Kyle Teal stands in now and watches strike 1. Pop foul out of play off to the right. Swing and a ball lifted in the air, shallow left field, and that'll fall for a base hit. So that's 2 straight 2-out hits. Now the left fielder, Derek Hill.
He's done a great job making contact recently. Currently owns a 7-game hitting streak.
Jazz tosses the first, 3rd out, and that ends the frame. White Sox strand a couple. They trail it here. Back in New York, bottom of the second. Anthony Volpe stepping in now for the Yankees. Hard grounder into the outfield for a knock. So a runner aboard to start the inning.
Good start for him to this ball game tonight. I always talk about get a knock in your first at bat. It just makes your confidence at such a higher level for the potential of having a big night.
And the batter now, Ben Rice. Comes up empty. That's strike 2.
See if you can go upstairs a little bit. Make sure you miss up and out of the zone since you're heading to count 1-2. Don't miss in the zone because that's where you can get hurt.
That one is absolutely belted, and it's into the gap. The relay, not going to get him. He's in there.
You connect and it jumps off your bat like that, you're thinking double at the very least. Put a great swing on it, and man, he wasn't fooled at all.
Now, Jose Caballero. Swing and a line drive, and that's a base hit into right field. One runs in. He's in there. It's 4-zip.
Oh, that's a big at bat coming through in the clutch to drive in a pair. Showed a willingness to drive that pitch the opposite way. Didn't get jumpy, didn't try to pull the ball. He let it get deep, took the barrel right to it, and then extended through the swing for the line drive base hit.
Nobody out with a pair of runs across in the frame. Bottom half of inning number 2. And that one fouled off. Here's the 0-2. Right side, my draw. Tags the runner for 1 to first. Double play. Nicely done. Base is empty after the double play. Now here's Trent Grisham. 1 for 1 so far today with a solo homer in his first at bat. Swing and a foul back, and that's out of play. Two down, nobody on. Sharp grounder, that's through for a base hit. So he gets on base and keeps it going.
I know that was a ground ball, but it was absolutely hammered through the infield. That's not one you're excited to get in front of if you're an infielder. You know they used to say, charge it. Crazy.
That is the inning. We played 2 full. The Yankees 4 and the White Sox nothing. Back here at the ballpark, coming off a tough series offensively, and a look at those numbers. This one in the air. Chisholm. And there's one down. Back to the top of the White Sox lineup. Munetaka Murakami digs in now. Murakami with some struggles at the plate recently, not uncommon for rookies. Swings through that one for strike 2.
Low inside.
Swing and a ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit. So a man aboard now with one away. Chase Maidra steps to the plate for the White Sox. And first offering is fouled off.
Slider. Middle inside.
That one fouled off.
Slider. Middle inside.
Rodon ready. The 0-2 on the way. Grounder might be 2. Over to Jazz. There's 1. And it's a double play to end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and no one left. We head down to the home half of inning number 3. The Yankees 4 and the White Sox nothing. You're watching Yankees baseball on the show, NYC.
I know them boys in blue are watching me, but they cannot.
Back in the ballpark, well, this team came in on a win streak, and they're trending towards extending it another game.
Yeah, Boog, they're playing with a lot of confidence right now. And when you're in a stretch like this, everything feels a little easier, a little lighter, and they're showing no signs of slowing down. You know, these Yankees doing a good job of putting the ball into play, and that makes things more challenging on the defensive side. They're hitting everything thrown at them. Their contact rate is in the low 90s. It's like they know what's coming, and that's just pretty ridiculous what they're doing right now. Those numbers are well above the major league average.
This one in the air, center field. Acuna settles underneath it. 2 down. And here's the catcher, Austin Wells. He's one of the best players in the game. That one ripped left field, way back there. To the warning track, makes the catch. Back here at the ballpark, let's check out the latest news from around the league.
Over 80% of his first pitches are strikes. You're doing that, you could have a really good day out there on the mound.
4-seam fastball. Low inside.
That's a strike. 0-2.
Low inside.
Got him swinging. And that's 4 strikeouts.
Well executed pitch on the outside part of the plate.
And up next for Chicago, Colson Montgomery.
Something I'm noticing in this one is that these hitters are aggressive early in the count. It makes you wonder if that was talked about in the hitters meeting before this game started.
Swing and a miss as he was out front that time. Swings and misses, struck him out. And that puts him just 1 K away from 200 on the year. And here is Sosa to the plate. Fought off foul.
Circle change. Low outside.
2 down, nobody on. Swing and a miss. There's that changeup.
And he really sells the changeup with that arm action.
Knocks that one away, and we'll do it again.
Clearly trying to stay back a little bit longer for that changeup as he fouls that fastball back.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And that's his 200th strikeout of the season. Down in order go the White Sox. They're down 4-0.
Wait a minute. Let's get back to business. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I can make a big man do the running man. I can make a poor man do the money dance. I just told the label that I need a...
Back for more from the Bronx. Bottom of the 4th, Anthony Volpe stepping in now for the Yankees. Ripped, but it curls foul.
Well, he hasn't quite settled in out there. 4 runs in 3 innings. He's going to have some quick 1, 2, 3 innings to pitch deep into this ball game.
Hard ground ball, base knock. And the leadoff man aboard. So up next for New York, Ben Rice. 1 for 1 with a double and a run scored. In the air, left field. And there's 1 down. So digging in, Jose Caballero. He drove in 2 with a single his first time up. Line drive, base hit. They get it in quickly. So first and second now, 1 out. Here's the pitcher, Carlos Rodon. He's 0 for 1. Swing and a foul back. That's out of play. 0-1 down. Got the bat going too soon. It's strike 2. Got him swinging. It's a strikeout. Back to the top of the Yankee order. So the batter now will be Trent Grisham. He's already homered in this game. The Yankees trying to break this one open. We're here in the bottom of the 4th. And that one fouled off.
Well, the good thing so far is that he hasn't issued any free passes. Unfortunately, they're making pretty good contact. So not getting the swings and misses and making that defense work behind it.
Battling here as he fouls it away. 2 aboard, 2 outs. That's a laser base hit. Volpe flying around third and headed home. In comes the run from second. Goes to third, in there. And now they've got runners at the corners with 2 outs.
That ball was blasted, Boog, and as broadcasters, we can go weeks without seeing a ball hit 115 miles per hour, which is...
Tyler Gilbert will take over here.
I think it's got to be a little tough coming in out of the pen when your guys are trailing so big on the scoreboard. Just doesn't have the same intensity to it, but He's got to find a way because these batters count the same for his stats, obviously, regardless of the score.
Lefty out of the stretch. Runners at first and third. Foul ball there. Gets a piece, and it stays 0-2. Hard grounder into the outfield for a knock. In comes the run from third to add on. It's an RBI single, and it's now a 6-run lead. Well, Singy, he is locked in there.
Well, he's really slowed the game down, and it's like he's moving in full speed, and everybody is a step or two behind. The way that he squared up that baseball tells me that he is seeing it like a beach ball.
Now at the plate, Jazz Chisholm Jr.
No, that's a foul ball.
First and second, 2 down. Back up the, that got him. To first, and he beats it. Everyone's safe. Here's Cody Bellinger.
The lefty, Cody Bellinger.
Two outs, bases are full. Got him swinging for the K. And that'll keep more runs from coming in. Inning over. 2 runs in the inning, but they strand 3. Back here in New York, ready now for the 5th inning. Austin Hayes steps to the plate for the White Sox.
You know, these White Sox, as this game goes on, have to be more disciplined at the plate. They've been chasing pitches outside the zone all game, and it's led to some frustrating moments. They've been fooled quite a bit today.
Middle inside.
That one just misses. And an ABS challenge coming from behind the dish. It just shaved the zone. They'll keep both their challenges. So up next for Chicago, Kyle Teel. 1 for 1. He singled to left his first time through. And that's in there for strike 1.
Now, this guy is just filling up the strike zone right now. Don't want to get yourself in an 0-2 hole. You better be ready to pull the trigger on the first pitch.
And that drops in for a strike.
Middle outside.
Make it 4 strikeouts in a row. Just cruising along.
Well, that's the money maker right there. 2 strikes, slider down and away from a same side thrower as the hitter. I mean, that's just tough. You're looking to protect with 2 strikes and very difficult to lay off.
And that is that. He continues to roll on the mound as 5 shutout innings are in. And we're back. Well, Singy, this team has been untouchable lately. Still a lot of game left, but on track to add yet another to their win streak.
They've just got that winning formula working right now, and as long as they keep bringing this kind of focus, they'll keep it rolling. You know, these Yankees doing a good job of simply getting the bat on the ball in this game, and the numbers back that up. Only 2 strikeouts so far, and obviously they've been able to pick up plenty of hits, so it's been an impressive one.
That one ripped right center field, and it one-hops the wall. And he's into second with nobody out. That makes it a 15-game hitting streak, and there's some buzz about it now, Singy.
It's nothing crazy, but it does say a lot about how well he's seeing pitches and really making solid contact, barreling up the baseball at times, and everything it seems he's hitting hard. As hot as he is, I could see this streak going for a little while longer.
Man at second. Ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit. Here comes Wells around third. He's safe, and they're pulling away up by 7 now. So up next for New York, Ben Rice, 1 for 2. That one lifted to left. Hill under it. And there's one away. So now with one away and a man at second. And now it's going to be Jose Caballero. Hit hard on the ground to short. Tosses to first. Great pick. They get out number 2 on a tough play. Here's a new pitcher from the pen, Jordan Hicks.
Well, he struggled quite a bit, so this is another opportunity to get on the right track. He's given up more than 1 hit per inning pitch so far this season. This guy's sink has so much drop in it, it's almost like a split finger fastball. Instead of just weak contact and balls on the ground, he gets swings and misses.
Runner at second, 2 down. Last half of inning number 5. That one back up the middle, and it gets through. Headed for the plate. He'll score. It's an RBI single. It's 8-0. Go ahead, Singy. Say it. Helps his cause.
Helps his cause. Get that guy a jacket. He might be standing out there for a little while.
Third time through the order now. Next to hit, Trent Grisham.
That's a ball.
Chris, he's been one of the most powerful hitters in baseball this year. His home run numbers are good enough to put him top 5 in the league. In the air, left field. Brings it in with a nice running grab. And that is that. They get 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 1 left. 5 innings complete. It's the Yankees 8 and the White Sox nothing. This is Yankees baseball on the show NYC. Back at the ballpark, let's take a look at some of the moments that stand out to us.
Yes, I'm Mula, shouted from Robin. She been all of my business every day. I got rich so fast they want this break, can't catch a break. And yes, I know you tired.
White Sox making a move for a pinch hitter, Brooks Baldwin.
Pretty surprised they're going with the pitcher off the bench here, Boog. I mean, they must be trying to save what they have left in terms of position players for later or something.
That's to third. Caballero handles, throws to first, and that's 1 out as they get the leadoff hitter in the 6th. Back to the top of the lineup, Munetaka Murakami steps to the plate for the White Sox.
I'm impressed by the number of first pitch strikes. He's not afraid of contact. Some guys, they'll nibble just because they don't want to get hit hard. That's not what we're seeing here.
Murakami recently earned Rookie of the Month honors. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Whip number 9 for him in this game. 9. 2 down, bases empty. So up next for Chicago, Chase Mydroff. And he'll challenge that called strike. Barely a hair out of the zone, but it was a ball. So they've still got both their challenges.
4-seam fastball, low outside.
Well, as good as things can be, it can be a tough day at the office, even for the skippers. Seeing the offense just sputter, not able to get anything going.
Circle change, low outside.
Just missed.
Really good take, especially with 2 strikes.
Inside.
This one in the air, right field. And that is that. Back now for the bottom of the 6th, and there's a new pitcher on the mound, number 62. Hasn't pitched in the last 3 days. This one popped up, foul ground, first base side. Murakami takes it in for the out. And a quick out, number 1. Jazz Chisholm Jr. stepping in now for the Yankees. 1 for 3. And a foul ball. He's been one of the best players in the league at driving in runs, Singy. His RBI numbers are good enough to be top 5 in all of baseball.
Ball, that's outside.
The Yanks up big in this one here in the bottom of the 6th. popped in the air. Left field. Hill takes it in for the out. 2 down.
Hey, man, 4 pitches, 2 outs. That is an excellent pace.
Here comes Cody Bellinger.
3-pitch strikeout last time up. Got to put up more of a fight in this one.
That one hammered, but pulled foul. 2 down, nobody on. And it's fouled away.
Let's go Yankees.
Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball.
Really great change of speeds. He goes off the off speed to the fastball, and the hitter doesn't know what's coming next.
The 0-2. And Belly goes down on strikes. So the Yanks go in order as the lead holds at 8-0. This one isn't exactly close, Chris. Let's go off script for a moment.
I'm game.
Were we on script?
Never.
Singing, did anybody ever give you the
that's
silent
out.
treatment?
I don't remember that they did. I think they were pretty cool with me in terms of celebrating my rookie year. First home run came in Anaheim against the Angels.
Four-seam
And
fastball.
I always love to
Outside.
watch now, though, especially when that player is unsuspecting. You know, some guys, they've been around long enough to know there's a good chance I'm going to get the silent treatment. But when that player's maybe been grinding it out for a little while and finally gets that home run, is expecting the big lift coming into the dugout, and they just stonewall him, it's awesome.
Digging in, Colson Montgomery. And first offering is fouled off. Every once in a while, they'll work that same trick on a veteran player. If, say, he's been cold or hasn't hit a home run in a long time. And that's always fun when you don't see it coming at all and everybody in the dugout goes crickets on him.
Yeah, and that veteran player's usually got a response for those individuals with one or the other hands.
Swings through that one. It's a strikeout.
Just a mid-90s challenge fastball right there. Not much to it. And I'm sure he'd love another swing at it because it was in a very hittable location. Those are the swings where you can sometimes start to question yourself as a hitter and say, how did I miss that? But you know what happens.
2 down, nobody on. On the ground, right side, but it kicks foul. That was your worst start one year. Didn't you start like 3 for 33 or something?
Oh, it was awesome. It was awesome.
Got him looking for the K. And he strikes out the side for the second time today. Still in total command on the mound with here at New Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. They put themselves out in front with a nice display at the plate. Take a look at the spray chart for where their hits have landed.
Yeah, when a team has this many knocks, a lot of the time it gets clustered to one side or another. Not today. They're hitting it all over the field.
Wells in the box as he fouls off the first pitch. Swinging a foul out of play. Got him. Now one away.
Man, that slider bearing in on your hands like that, it's just so tough to fight off. It's kind of like a cutter and just can eat you off, saw you off. Tell you what, hitters have nightmares about that pitch. Perfectly executed out there on the mound.
Anthony Volpe, the next to hit. And first offering is fouled off. The Yankees up big in this one. Here at the bottom of the 7th. Comes up empty.
Well, you got the hitter already chasing that nasty slider. If you're on the mound, you just want to expand the zone right now. Get a swing and miss and get through this at bat. Well, he missed badly with that 0-2 fastball. Hitter has to understand, probably wants to try to put him away with that pitch. So got to stay ready for it.
That's ball 2.
On the ground to the left. Throws to first in time. Here comes the manager. Pitching change here. Number 63.
He's averaging more than 1 hit allowed per inning pitched this season, and that's not where you want to be at all. So we'll see how he does here.
Liner, base hit. So a 2-out knock keeps the inning alive. And now here is Jose Caballero. Slice the other way. That's a base hit. So that's 2 straight 2-out hits.
Clearly seeing the ball very well in this one. Anytime you rip a line drive the other way, you feel really good about what you did at the plate. You trusted your hands, you let the ball travel, and you took the barrel straight to it. That's great work right there.
That is the inning. Nice work from the White Sox pen. We look ahead to inning number 8. Back in the Bronx, ready to begin the 8th. Austin Hayes steps to the plate for the White Sox. Rodon still out there to pitch the 8th and working with a big lead.
He's been excellent, really on his game in this one, and at this point, he wants to finish what he started.
Is there a debate to be had about shutting him down, maybe to preserve some bullets given the score?
Absolutely. When you consider over the course of a long season, guys putting a lot of stress on that elbow, on that shoulder, but you also have to pry the ball out of the hands of a guy like this because he's so competitive.
Teal at the plate now, and that's strike 1.
Four-seam fastball. High outside.
So what we're seeing is a lineup that's just out of sync with the pitcher. They're guessing wrong, and their timing's off.
Another one. That's 5 straight strikeouts.
Clearly trusting his stuff in this one, Boog. Feeling really good about what he's working with, and that really allows a guy to attack hitters. You know, such an important mindset to have out there on the mound, especially when you're ahead in the count with 2 strikes.
Hill, the next to hit, takes ball 1. Next offering is fouled back.
Four-seam fastball. High middle.
2 down, nobody on. Right through there for a strike.
Sinker. Low outside.
Strike 3, and now 6 strikeouts in a row. 8 innings, 8 zeros as the shutout continues here. Back after this on the show.
Leading off for the Yankees, the center fielder, number 12, Trent Grisham.
And first offering is fouled off. Swings through it for the K. Chase the fastball up the ladder for strike 3. Aaron Judge at the plate. He's already homered here in this one.
Way to lay off that fastball up right there. You're looking for something you see well that you can handle, but you also have to keep the discipline so that you're not popping up pitches that are just a little too high.
Swing and a miss at a slider. The 1-1 is fouled off. The 1-2. On a line, base hit. One down. Jazz Chisholm Jr. stepping in now for the Yankees. This one smoked on its way out of here. His latest homer in an incredible season. And they add on. So the streak stays alive. His 4th straight game with a home run.
Boom, that's like a cycle of home runs, and I know how much you love the cycle. He's absolutely punishing mistakes right now he can't miss. When you're working with this kind of velocity, so critical that you move the ball around, work quickly, and make sure that you keep that hitter off balance. Clearly not fooled by the location or the velocity. He was all over that fastball.
Bellinger, the next to hit, takes outside.
He's getting a little frustrated out there on the mound, getting hit around a little bit. Let's see if he can settle himself down.
Two runs across in the inning. Here, the bottom half of the 8th inning. Drilled in the air, high and deep right field. That's back there. That's not coming back. They go back to back, and they add to their lead. That's their 4th home run of the game.
They can't stop, and they won't stop hitting home runs in this one, Boog. They're clearly feeding off of each other at the dish. Well, he almost robbed the home run right there, and I tell you what, he'd love another crack at it. During batting practice, you always like to work on that, and so close, but that one was just out of reach.
And now a meeting near home plate, so it looks like we're going to have a double switch here. Austin Wells will hit next. 1 for 4 with a double.
Now playing lefty and batting 9, number 28.
On the ground, right side. Murakami steps on the bag, 2 away. 2 outs, base is empty. And now the shortstop, Anthony Volpe. In the air, right field, Hayes settles underneath it, and that's the inning. But 2 round trippers in this inning. The long ball was working. Last chance coming up here for the White Sox. Welcome back as we take a look at their upcoming schedule.
So impressive how the velo is still there even this deep into the outing.
And it's in for a strike. 0-2 down.
Middle outside.
Got him swinging for the strikeout. 7 in a row by way of the K. Back to the top of the order now. Stepping in, the White Sox leadoff man, Munetaka Murakami.
These hitters have been very aggressive early in the count, but when you're down, you might want to be a little more patient. Take some pitches, see if you can extend those at bats and get some base runners on.
The 0-2. Swings and misses. White Sox down to their final out.
And there's another strikeout, and those are just continuing to pile up. His confidence level has got to be dropping. He's got to find a way to make an adjustment, Boog. Get back on track. His team needs him.
Ground ball left side and foul ball.
Low inside.
2 down, nobody on. Swing and a ground ball towards first, but foul.
Four-seam fastball. Low inside.
This could end it.
Sinker. Low outside.
0-2 now. Fights it off. You'll see another.
Four-seam fastball. Low inside.
To first, and this should do it. Steps on the bag himself. Ball game.
It has become increasingly difficult to throw a complete game shutout because of all of the offensive prowess that these hitters are showing around the league today. But he had total command of this game, and he saw it all the way through to the end. Nice win.
11-0 your final score. For Chris Singleton and our entire crew, I'm John Shambi saying so long.
There were 100 horses.
to my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggers. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade. They keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top-ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money.
Can't jump up to this, non-stop turn and twist. Out of his mercy, what's the done of a guan? Here, Butch Mantanala. Me all walk like a champion, talk like a champion. What a piece of money, can tell me where you get it from. Knock on your entrance, ram pa pa pam pam. Can't let me in, me have the thing where you are waiting for. Walk like a champion, talk like a champion. What a piece of money, girl, how will you get it from? Knock on your entrance, ram pa pa pam pam. Can't let me in, why? Cause we would be more than dead to take your hand and lead you to the promised land. Me 20-foot diver, all you got to do is be true, so let's go respond. Satisfy your emotion. Hotter for the press, instantly she bust. She no old and tough, and she no got time no rust. Things smooth and precious like she never get a cut. Instant expand, I've got to all and pull up. Giddy up, me up against you is a mouse. Think I walk like a champion, talk like a champion. What a piece of body, can tell me where you get it from. Now find your entrance, ram pa pa pam pam. Can't let me in, me everything. But no man at all, you no look for them way. You look good enough against no matter what I can say. Put on your clothes is like a display. Man, I swear and I steer about night and day.
Hardcore, real ill. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. Hardcore, real ill. I'm internationally known, yo. Hardcore, real ill. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. Hardcore, real ill. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggers. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade. They keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top-ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. Hardcore, real ill. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. Hardcore, real ill. I'm internationally known, yo. Hardcore, real ill. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. Hardcore, real ill. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players to the score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo. Yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me.
Live from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, we bring you Wednesday Night Baseball on the show. It's the Chicago White Sox taking on the New York Yankees. Singleton, I'm John Sciambi. Well, Singy, this team is really playing good ball as of late. We'll see if they can keep it going here.
Riding an impressive win streak, Boog. This team is...
First pitch coming your way next. And starting for the Yankees, the right-hander, Cam Schlittler. I mean, come on, Siggy. Look at this list. Top 5 in the league in wins. He's pitching like someone promised him ice cream after every win.
Yeah, it's called flavor sequencing. You got to set up the fudge to freeze them with the cherry. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of wins, Boog. He's dealing this season.
Yeah, a lot of buzz around the league about his dominance. Freezing opponents, hold the sprinkles.
Wait, you're not a sprinkles guy? And here I thought I knew everything about you, partner.
The 0-2. Swings and misses. And a quick out, number 1. Time to check out the lineup for the White Sox. Big challenge for them today as they take on a pitcher who brings electric stuff and really racks up the strikeouts.
Yeah, it's crucial to make good contact against a pitcher like this. You might not get many pitches to hit, and it might be the first pitch, so you got to be prepared from the start. Early, consistent contact is going to improve their chances.
Now it's going to be Kyle Teal. And a foul ball.
Curveball. Low middle.
Schlittler was a workhorse the last time out, throwing a complete game. And that one hit 97 on the gun.
Boog, I bet he got some fist bumps from the relief crew after that shutout. I'm sure they appreciated how he gave them the day off.
Fights that one away, still 1-2.
Curveball. Low inside.
For whatever reasons, this is a hitter that performs better in night games. We'll see what he brings in this one. Oh, he might have to look for a different put-away pitch right here, 2-2. He's already seen the curveball a couple of times in this at-bat, so might have it timed up and ready for it.
Strike 3, and that's 2 in a row.
Well, he's got great strikeout stuff on the mound, doesn't he? I mean, double-digit strikeouts in his last start, and he's just racking them up again in this one. This guy can really dominate a game out there. Not a fun assignment for any lineup.
Now at the plate, Colson Montgomery. That's in there. Strike 1. Fastball for a strike.
All right, now, he may have not liked either of those first 2 pitches or agreed with the umpire's calls, but at this point, he's going to have to bear down and be ready to hit anything close to the zone.
Good job to fight that one off.
That fastball at the bottom of the zone can be very effective. Just got to keep it on the corners.
Got him. Strikes out the side to begin the game. What a start.
Impeccable command in that one. 3 batters, 3 strikeouts. That's electric stuff out there on the mound.
Back at Yankee Stadium, and getting the nod for the White Sox, Sean Burke. What do we need to know here?
Well, coming into this game, hitters are batting under 250 against this starting pitcher. So it just shows you how effective he's been. He's been able to move his pitches around, add and subtract, change up the look so that hitters don't get too comfortable and start squaring up the baseball. We'll see what he's got in this one.
The throw to first.
That's an out.
One gone, bottom half of the first. Here is Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge.
And first offering is fouled off. Foul ball.
See if you can go upstairs a little bit. Make sure you miss up and out of the zone since you're heading to count 1-2. Don't miss in the zone because that's where you can get hurt.
Comes up empty as he chases that one in the dirt. Throw to first. Safe at first as they can't make the play. And next for New York, Jazz Chisholm Jr. Homered last night, added another hit as well. To the right side, my drop. Tosses to first. That's a very athletic play.
Batting fourth, the left fielder, Cody.
Bellinger up to hit. Went deep in the ball game last night. In the air, right field. Hayes has a beat on it. And that is that. Scoreless after one. Back for more from the Bronx. All set for the start of the inning. Munetaka Murakami steps to the plate for the White Sox. Murakami bats left, throws right, batting in the cleanup spot. And his last 10 games stand out. He's homered in 4 of them. Comes up empty. That's strike 2.
Four-seam fastball. High middle.
Come on, Yankees!
Spoils a 2-strike pitch, and he'll see another.
Wow, he got away with a mistake right there.
Swing and a miss. That one in the dirt. In time to get him. One away in the strikeout.
We had a pretty rough start to this series for him at the plate. 3 strikeouts in the first game yesterday. Another one right there. They've really got a great plan for how to deal with this guy right now.
So up next for Chicago, Lenny Sosa.
Not getting the results he's wanted at the plate recently. Just 1 hit in his last 5 games.
Four-seam fastball. Low outside.
Fastball for a strike. And the count 1-1.
Outside.
Swings through that one out in front that time.
Low outside.
Ball.
No score here in the second.
High inside. Four-seam fastball. High inside.
Here's the 2-2. Another one. That's 5 straight strikeouts.
Came inside with that 2-strike fastball nicely and just bunched him up on the inside part of the plate. Couldn't get around on it and catch it out front. Many times if you do, it's a foul ball. And you know, a lot of pitchers, they really don't like working inside with 2 strikes because they do not want to hit that batter. And when they've got him up against the ropes, got to figure out a way to put him away. Did a nice job right there.
Four-seam fastball. High outside.
2 down, nobody on. Strike 3, and now 6 strikeouts in a row. Down in order go the White Sox. We'll go to the bottom of the second. No score. Back in New York, bottom half of inning number 2, Austin Wells stepping in now for the Yankees.
Ball. No.
The 1-1. Swing and a foul back, and that's out of play. The 1-2. Swing and a high fly ball right field. Hayes towards the line, looking up, makes a one-handed catch.
Batting 6, the shortstop, Anthony.
The batter will be the shortstop, Anthony Volpe. Chris, he's definitely going to finish the year with a new career high in homers. We just don't know how many he's going to hit quite yet. Missed with a changeup. Ball 1. And another ball ball.
He hasn't wanted to challenge him. Both of those pitches off the plate away. Don't expect anything down the heart of the plate. You may just have to be patient and take your walk here.
This to third, but it kicks foul. Out towards right center field. Can't get there, and now maybe extra bases. He's in at second with a one-out double.
More patience and discipline paid off right there as he got into an advantage count. Put a pretty good jolt into that one. Great swing, nice balance and weight transfer, and he got it to drop in out there in the deep part of the field. Runner in scoring position now and a good opportunity to push across the first run of the ballgame.
Ben Rice will hit next. 5th in the American League in RBIs coming in. Delivers a pitch in for a strike at 95. The Yankees with a chance to score first here in the second game of the series. Here's the 0-2. Battling here as he fouls it away. And a foul ball. He stays. Live. Man at second. In the air to left center. Base hit. Into third now. So runners at the corners and one out. Jose Caballero getting ready to hit. One of the stars in the win yesterday as he had 3 hits. Swing and a miss, and that one missed by a ton.
The last thing he wants is to hit the ball on the ground, but I wouldn't expect many pitches up in the zone. They'll be pitching for a double play in this spot.
Swing and a miss, and that's strike 2. The Yanks looking to strike first. Bottom half of inning number 2. And it's fouled off. They'll do it again. This one in the air center field. And there's 2 away. So now the pitcher for the Yankees, Cam Schlittler. And that is out of play. Two on, 2 outs. Strike 2, and there's a real chance they get out of this without allowing a run. Swings and misses, struck him out. Huge strikeout there. We'll move to the third with no score. here in New York.
Leading off
New
for the
inning
White
getting
Sox,
started.
the right
Austin
fielder, number
Hayes
21.
steps to the plate for the White Sox.
Middle inside. Sweeper. Middle inside.
Went
That's
with
a
the sweeper
strike.
for the strike.
Curveball. Low outside.
A little out front there as he swings through it.
High middle.
Another one, and that makes it 7 consecutive strikeouts.
Quite the start to this game on the mound. Looking very dangerous to these hitters. 7 punch-outs already. So this lineup hasn't had much success
Low outside.
trying to figure him out. I'm impressed with what we're seeing here.
Come on, Cam.
Cutter. High inside.
And the batter now, Derek Hill. On the ground to the left, Volpe. Sends it to first.
You're out.
First 2 batters retired here in the top of the third.
The pitcher, John Burke.
Now to the plate, the pitcher, Sean Burke.
Definitely scuffling at the dish lately. No hits over his last 5 games.
Cutter. Middle inside.
Here we go, Cam. Let's go, Cam. No batter. Put them away right here.
Four-seam fastball. High middle. Four-seam fastball. High outside. Four-seam fastball. High outside.
Yep.
Four-seam
Top of the
fastball.
third, no score.
High inside.
That's a strike.
This guy's not wasting any pitches. Hitters got to get into swing mode. This is a good time to expand the zone. Throw something maybe down in the dirt.
Foul ball. It stays 0-2.
Four-seam fastball. Low outside.
2 down, nobody on. Liner snagged it first. 9 straight retired here to start the game. You're watching Yankees baseball on the show, NYC. Back in the Bronx, Well, Singy, this team has found different ways to win. Quite the streak they're on. Still early, but this one is all tied up.
Streak or no streak, you've got to take care of business one game at a time. And right now, it's anybody's ball game.
Ball.
The 1-1. That one almost got him. Here's a 2-1. Swing and a ball lifted left field. Hill gets under it. One down. Here's Judge now. Reached on a drop. Third strike his first time. Short hop liner. Handled it short. And two straight set down to begin the bottom of the third. So up next for New York, Jazz Chisholm Jr. Hammered down the right side, but foul. On the ground, Mydroff. Out with room to spare, and that's the inning. So the Yankees start of the fourth, stepping in, the White Sox leadoff man, Chase Mydroff. And a foul ball.
You know, these White Sox, to put it bluntly, need to put together more competitive at-bats, and I don't think they've lived up to their own expectations at the plate. Strikeouts are a little easier to stomach in baseball today, but even by those standards, they're going down way too often, and I think they're having a hard time getting any momentum going as a result.
Four-seam fastball, high inside.
This one in the air, right field. One up, one down. And now it's going to be Kyle Teal.
Curveball, low inside.
Little bouncer out in front of the plate, and that chance handled. On to first.
Got him, stepping out.
Two quick outs here in the top of the fourth.
Four-seam
And
fastball.
up next for Chicago, Colson Montgomery. This one in the air, center field. Grisham is there, makes the catch. So 12 up, 12 down to begin the ball game. Ready to go for the last half of the inning. And up to the plate comes Cody Bellinger stepping in. You look at where his OPS ranks in the league and think this man's just out here breaking calculators, Singing.
Yeah, it's like he's got cheat codes. Walks, bombs, doubles. He's doing it all.
Gets to it with a slide. And that's a great play for the out.
Just so impressed with the movement on that play. Footwork was excellent. The arm strength was there. And, of course, the most important part was getting the out.
This one pops straight up near the plate. Teal takes it in for the out. That's out number 2. So digging in, Anthony Volpe. Hit in the air, center field. Acuna on the move. Reaching for it, makes the catch. Yanks held in. We go to the top of the fifth. Now here's the cleanup hitter for the White Sox, Munetaka Murakami. And that's a fair ball. So a man on base to start the inning. Down the third baseman, Lenny Sosa. He struck out swinging at his first at bat. Swings through that one. 0-1. Out towards right center field. And there's one away.
Up next for Chicago.
Go ahead run on base. Luis Angel Acuna steps to the plate for the White Sox. That one hammered but pulled foul.
Looked like you got a little excited on that fastball. Got to think to yourself, you want to stay up the middle.
Yep.
That way, if you're a little bit early, you hit it out of the ballpark. A little late, opposite field not.
Foul ball still 0-2.
Curveball. Low outside.
Ball.
In the dirt.
Cutter. Middle outside. Cutter. Middle outside.
The 1-2. There's a line drive to left field. 2 away. And now it's Austin Hayes. He's 0 for 1. That one fouled off.
Curveball. Low middle.
Down to the dirt, swing and a miss.
Quickly in an 0-2 count, you've got to figure out a way to shorten your path to the base.
And he got him. Strike 3, and that'll retire the side. Another inning in the books, but the perfect game couldn't survive it. You're watching Yankees baseball on the show, NYC. Back at Yankee Stadium, we head to the bottom of the 5th. Ben Rice stepping in now for the Yankees. Ripped, but it curls foul.
You know, these Yankees definitely being aggressive at the plate, but I think it's fair to wonder if they're being a little over-aggressive. One thing that stands out looking over the...
Now a rocket to right center. Way back there. And forget it. It's out of here. Another one in his incredible season. The Yankees score first. It's 1-0.
The one thing the pitcher didn't want to happen just happened. That's not an easy one to stomach.
That one was a hanger, and pitchers typically don't get away with making a mistake like that. And right there, he made him pay.
Here's the third baseman, Jose Caballero. Fly to center his first time. Back up the middle and a base hit.
Look, I don't think that pitch would have been called a strike, but he did such a nice job of pulling his hands tight to the body and just getting enough of the barrel on it to be hard enough back up the middle for a knock.
Next to hit will be the pitcher, Cam Schlittler. 0 for 1, he struck out swinging last time. Late with the swing there. Worm burner into the outfield for a knock. Throw back in quickly. First and second now with nobody out. Back to the top of the Yankee order. Trent Grisham, the next to hit.
He's been really clutch with runners in scoring position this season, so they'll have to be extra careful.
Nice grab. There's one. A sensational double play. Critical at bat coming up, and in steps Aaron Judge. On the ground to third, Sosa. Sends it across to first, and that is that. Another look at the long ball for the Yankees. It's now a 1-0 ball game.
I know you see the fashion.
Welcome back. It's been a great game, so let's take another look at the most important moments so far. Derek Hill steps to the plate for the White
The left
Sox.
fielder, number 25,
Sweeper.
Derek
Low middle.
Hill.
Bottom of the zone and a called strike.
I'm impressed by the number of first pitch strikes. He's not afraid of contact. Some guys, they'll nibble just because they don't want to get hit hard. That's not what we're seeing here.
Sweeper. Low outside.
1-1 now. Misses the sweeper.
Curveball. Low outside.
Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball.
Four-seam fastball. Low outside.
And that's a strikeout looking.
Well, just couldn't pull the trigger on the fastball right there, and I don't think he was taking it, thinking it might be a called ball or anything. I just think he was flat out frozen. Did not expect that location, in my
Four-seam
opinion.
fastball.
Sean
High
Burke
inside.
steps to the plate for the White Sox. Swing and a ball popped up. 2 down.
The batter, number 10, second baseman, Chase Mindrod.
Back to the top of the White Sox lineup.
High middle.
Chase
Four-seam
Mindrod
fastball.
now at the plate.
High middle.
And there's a strike. Good heater at
Four-seam
98.
fastball. High outside.
Fought off foul.
Pretty frugal guy. He is very efficient
High
with the
inside.
pitch count in this one.
2 down, nobody on. This one in the air, center field. Grisham coming on. Pulls it down and he makes the catch. And that'll do it. Make it 6 shutout innings for him out there now. Back at the ballpark, Ziggy, this team's been chewing through opponents like free samples at the grocery store. And right now, they've got that same appetite.
Ha! Yeah, Boog. When you're winning, everything tastes good. They've got that same bounce, that same bite. Looks
out.
like the feast continues.
Over to first, leadoff man retired in the 6th. And here's a look at how he's using his pitches in this one. Here comes Belly to take his cuts. Out towards right center field. 2 away now.
Up next for the Yankees, the catcher, number 28.
So up next, Austin Wells.
Oh, he's got to be pretty proud of this outing so far. Sometimes guys cower coming into a ballpark like this, but he has attacked hitters. Pitching on the road like this is very impressive. This has been a treat to watch.
High fly ball out towards left center. And that'll do it. 1, 2, 3, go the Yankees. But they still lead. Welcome back. Quite a pitcher's duel so far. Here's how the starters have performed up to this point. Swings and misses. And it's 0-1. High fly ball, and that one curling foul down the right side. Looking to get the tying run on base. That one inside. 1-2 to count.
High inside.
Got him swinging. Here's the shortstop at the plate. Colson Montgomery.
Now, this guy is just filling up the strike zone right now. Don't want to get yourself in an 0-2 hole. You better be ready to pull the trigger on the first pitch.
The Yankees holding on to a one-run lead here in the top half of inning number 7. Foul ball left side. He'll see another.
Four-seam fastball. High middle.
Got him swinging. And his 11th strikeout in this one, really racking up the whips.
Sinker.
And next will be the cleanup hitter, Munetaka Murakami. Fouled off. He was late.
Four-seam fastball. High inside.
2 down, nobody on. And a swing and a miss.
Well, I'm impressed with that challenge pitch right there. Even with this slim lead, this guy's not afraid to go right after these hitters.
Struck him out without a swing. The big righty strikes out the side. Still in total command on the mound with. We're back in a new pitcher here to start the bottom of the 7th. Jordan Hicks.
And he's been hit pretty hard at times this year, so he's looking for better. Right now, giving up more than a hit per inning.
What a stop to first. It's there, and that's a great play.
Fastball groove right down the middle. Usually a lot of damage done with that pitch. A hard grounder, but he wanted to get that ball in the air, maybe drive it into the gap.
And now the first baseman, Ben Rice. It was a homer for him back in the 5th. Just a solo shot, but an important swing in this game.
Yeah, and it was a beautiful swing as well. Everything just came together timing-wise, and he blasted it out of here.
Whacked out to center field. That's well struck. That one carrying. Gone into Monument Park. That one landed amongst the legends. Another homer. His 2nd home run of the game, and they tack one on the board. It's 2-0.
He's really seeing the ball well lately. Good things are going to happen when you're locked in like this. The hard sinker can be a pretty tough pitch because of the late life and movement, but somehow he got the barrel to that pitch, stayed through it. Really nice job of staying on the backside until it was time to transfer that weight, and a really nice home run.
Caballero at the plate now, and that's strike 1. The 0-1. And a base hit up the middle. And that's a 1-out single. Cam Schlittler stepping in now for the Yankees. 1 for 2. And that one hit to first. Into the outfield, base hit. They get it in quickly. So first and second now, 1 out. Back to the top of the order. Here's the center fielder, Trent Grisham.
I'm curious how he decides to attack on the mound. This guy at the plate has been great hitting under pressure this year.
Acuna settles underneath it. Out number 2. Caught up now trying to get to third. They put the tag on him, and that's a double play to end the inning. Solo homer extends the Yankees lead. It's now a 2-0 ball game.
Never stay. Yeah, I read the deep. Know if you hit me, cold with a feet. All the drip can't get it for cheap.
Here at New Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, we're at the top of the 8th. Lenny Sosa steps to the plate for the White Sox. On the ground, right side. Jazz tosses to first. 1 pitch and 1 out. Here's the center fielder, Luis Angel Acuna.
Ball.
The Yanks up by 2, and we're at the top of the 8th. Foul ball there.
Oh, I think the key, if he can get through one more inning, anything after that, a hitter or 2 is bonus, but they should be lined up good enough to get to the finish line.
Throws to first. 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the 8th. 2 outs, base is empty. Austin Hayes digs in now. And there's a foul ball.
So important to get ahead of these hitters. You don't want to issue a free pass and allow that tying run to come to the plate. You always want to keep that other team in a position where if they're going to beat you, they're going to have to do it with multiple hits.
Swings through the sweeper. Down on strikes, looking for the 2nd straight plate appearance. 8 innings, 8 zeros as the shutout continues here. This is Yankees baseball on the show NYC. And now a meeting near home plate, so it looks like we're going to have a double switch here. Back in the Bronx, on to the bottom of the 8th. Here comes Aaron Judge.
Now playing right and batting 9.
Oh, look at the stop. Over to first, but it's not in time. Base hit. Man at first, nobody out. Jazz Chisholm Jr. getting ready to hit. Up the middle. Takes it to the bag. That's one. To first. Double play.
You're out.
Nicely done. Here's Cody Bellinger. 0 for 3 in this one. In the air to left center. Hill should have this one. And that's the 3rd out. Back for more from the Bronx. We go to the 9th. Derek Hill steps to the plate for the White Sox.
Hook's looking pretty sharp today. Just a solid pitching performance so far, and I really think it's because of that curveball.
Strike 2. And that's through the swing. It's a strikeout.
Clearly trusting his stuff in this one, Boog. Feeling really good about what he's working with, and that really allows a guy to attack hitters. You know, such an important mindset to have out there on the mound, especially when you're ahead in the count with 2 strikes.
Sinker. Low inside.
0-1 down.
Ball, no.
4-seam fastball. High outside.
That one pushed foul.
Sinker. Low inside.
This one high in the air to left center. Grisham under it. And there are 2 outs. So they're down to their final out. Chase Maidra steps to the plate for the White Sox. And first offering is fouled off.
Curveball. Low outside.
2 down, nobody on. Yeah, that's fouled off. This could end it. Ground ball up the middle. Chisholm. Throw to first. Ball game. And the Yankees add another to their winning streak.
Really incredible performance on the mound. You know he's going to stew a little bit over that one hit that he gave up, because when you look at the body of work, so dominant, if he'd have made just one better pitch, perhaps he'd have a no-hitter.
2-0 your final here in this one. For Chris Singleton and our entire crew, I'm John Shambi saying so long.
It's true that they underestimate you.
My life is real, real.
So I'm fronting on them every chance I get, to be honest.
Wavy hair, mystique. Up in this deep chain with some sick feet. Corner of 10th Street, scoop me in the MPV. I'm holding big. Soloist, vocalist, maestro. This fish grease, recipes, polo. He see us, I was just with G. Just like Ryan E. Me and Preem, this history. Young ones, abuelas, Jesus candles, bodegas. Always playing some gangsta. Who is there? They gon' say nah. Look at us now, De La Ma, Ray, Ghost, and Rick. Big up, Big L, Prodigy.
I'm internationally known.
When I be on the mic.
I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known.
When I be on the mic.
So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly, to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. So just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. On some behind the back, catch it and scratch it. Blast it, this kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it. And know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard write rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. Internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, dope getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. Also behind the back, catch it and scratch it. Blast it, this kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it. And know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments. In ghetto garments, I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the God write rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. To my real ill heavyweight hitters, dope getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the head rail spitters and kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball and score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. Also behind the back, catch it and scratch it. Blast it, this kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it. And know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments. In ghetto garments, I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the God write rhyme. They mad cause I manners and reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. To my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade. They keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top-ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball and score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. So just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. Also behind the back, catch it and scratch it. Blast it, this kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it. And know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. To my elite peeps with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this isn't foreign language is. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. Internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. Also behind the back, catch it and scratch it. Blast it, this kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. To my real ill heavyweight hitters, dope getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. and DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix, make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays DJs bags of tricks graphic, on some behind the back, catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered, hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic, spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments. In ghetto garments, I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. When I be on the mic, I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, dough getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the head rail spitters and kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade. They keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, El Mino, and DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix, make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays DJs bags of tricks graphic, on some behind the back, catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered, hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic, spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments. In ghetto garments, I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard write rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. Internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, dough getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the head rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade. They keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bangathon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball and score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. Also behind the back, catch it and scratch it. Blast it, this kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it. And know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. To my elite peeps with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this isn't foreign language is. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments. In ghetto garments, I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard write rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, dope getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade. They keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, El Mino, and DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. So just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. Also behind the back, catch it and scratch it. Blast it, this kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. To my real ill heavyweight hitters, dope getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade. They keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, El Mino, and DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix, make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays DJs bags of tricks graphic, also behind the back, catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered, hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic, spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments. In ghetto garments, I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. To my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball and score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix, make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays DJs bags of tricks graphic, also behind the back, catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered, hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic, spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments. In ghetto garments, I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. To my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top-ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. So just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. Also behind the back, catch it and scratch it. Blast it, this kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it. And know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal a heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, El Mino, and DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. On some behind the back, catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. To my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal a heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, El Mino, And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. On some behind the back, catching and scratching, blasting. This kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it. And know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. To my lead piece with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments. In ghetto garments, I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. When I be on the mic, I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, dough getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the handrail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade. They keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball and score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. On some behind the back, catching and scratching, blasting. This kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it. And know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. To my lead piece with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments. In ghetto garments, I I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the God write rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. To my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade. They keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top-ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. So just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. On some behind the back, catch it and scratch it. Blast it, this kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it. And know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. Jamal Lee peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the God write rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal a heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, El Mino, and DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. Also behind the back, catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. Jamal Lee peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. Internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal a heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, El Mino, and DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix, make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays DJs bags of tricks graphic, on some behind the back, catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered, hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic, spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. Jamal Lee peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard write rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. To my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade. They keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top-ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball and score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix, make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays DJs bags of tricks graphic, also behind the back, catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered, hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic, spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable. Jamal Lee peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, dope getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more this for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo. Yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause the hands never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. Also behind the back, catching and scratching. Blasting, this kid got his craft fast.
I'm a bold one, I'm a true one, big dream one.
Live from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, we've got baseball on the show. It's the Chicago White Sox taking on the New York Yankees.
If you don't want to say something, if you don't want to say, if you don't want to say something, if you don't want to say, what you meant to cut me, what you meant to stunt me.
John Shambi along with Chris Singleton. Well, Singy, as we come into this one, it's all about the sweep.
Yeah, and anytime there's a chance for the brooms to come out, the pressure is definitely on. We'll see if they can find a way to salvage at least one in this series.
See what they couldn't be more with it cool. Bring what they couldn't need more with it.
Let's get it, no limit.
First pitch coming your way next.
The biggest about the dream.
And towing the slab in this one, Luis Gil. Gonna be hard to top his last start, Singy.
He was outstanding. Complete game shutout. He got some great support from his defense. He's got the swing and miss stuff. Everything working for him. We'll see if he's got it today.
Ready to go now, Chase Maidra. Now at the plate. He's already set a new career best for stolen bases in a season, Chris. And with that, we're underway in the Bronx.
Four-seam fastball. High inside. Slider, low outside.
Outside, ball.
Hill notched a complete game the last time on the hill.
Low outside.
The 1-1 is fouled off.
I love watching him throw that complete game, Boog. Just not that common anymore. Think about this. In the 21st century, only 2 pitchers have had a season with 10 complete games. In 1998 alone, 3 different pitchers did it. He showed some rare stamina.
Not everyone's gonna get it, but we don't make cards for everyone. We make them for you.
Michelob Ultra Zero, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
On February 18th, 2025, a lawsuit was filed against the streamer Destiny. It states that Destiny shared explicit images and videos of the plaintiff known online as Pixie.
I'm Alex's YouTube career was completely destroyed when his ex-girlfriend published one single clip. But truly, his reputation was never built to last. From carelessly harming his friends to spreading misinformation, he had already left a long trail of destruction in his past. In a way, there was no downfall more expected than his. At the same time, it's not hard to appreciate the irony of the whole thing. This is the story of I'm Alex.
This guy is able to slow things
One
down
strange piece of lore that Alex has brought up several times is that Belle Delphine attended his high school for one day, apparently for some kind of event. This isn't really relevant to anything else. I just felt the need to include it in the video, and I didn't know where else to put it. Anyway, Alex Elmsley created the I'm Alex channel in August of 2013, when he was just 13 years old. Within just a few months of its creation, he already had nearly 4,000 subscribers. subscribers, showing that from the very beginning, he did know how to get attention online. His most popular video from this period is titled 10 Questions for a YouTuber with 25,000 views, and it would have been posted just a few months after the creation of his channel. It seems that at this point in time, Alex was more invested in the very idea of being a content creator rather than creating the content itself. After all, he was a fan of YouTube first and foremost. As a teenager, he traveled to Insomnia, a British gaming convention where he hoped to meet his idols. He claims to have been nearly broke at the time, staying in a hotel that cost him $50 a night and only being able to afford one meal a day. But it was all worth it because he got to meet Pro Syndicate, one of the most popular Call of Duty channels from the early 2010s. Alex was such a huge fan of his that he waited in line for 4 hours to meet the guy. Perhaps seeing that one of his idols was flesh and blood just like him was a bit of a turning point, inspiration for his lifelong dream. And so, Alex began expanding his content a bit. While he stated that his very first videos were Minecraft Let's Plays, he picked up FIFA as his mainstay, moving over to Twitch to try and make it as a streamer. He claims to have been friends with a lot of other FIFA creators, with one of them being Spin Bros, who managed to build a pretty large audience. But Alex himself was still struggling to grow past his small initial boost in popularity.
And like most people would say that's abysmal. They'd be like, why did you carry on? I mean, I've quit multiple times because it gets to the point where YouTube is a personality game. Yeah. And I was just like, oh, maybe I'm just not cut out. I was like, I didn't want to admit that, obviously. I was like, maybe I'm just not cut out for this.
While his channel did have a few thousand subscribers, his uploads were averaging around 50 views. He was so well known among his friends for being obsessed with YouTube, despite having no following whatsoever, that they ironically referred to him as an internet sensation. But as 2015 rolled into 2016, a new opportunity presented itself. The Call of Duty commentary videos that inspired Alex so much were now morphing into something else, drama content. Leafyus here had racked up millions of subscribers by criticizing and making fun of anyone he saw fit, whether it was kids, emos, other YouTubers, fat people, you name it, and he owned them brutally. More importantly for today's purposes, the success of Leafy showed hundreds of other wannabes that they could do it too. It's no coincidence that the first publicly available video on the I'm Alex channel features him calling out viewbotters over FIFA gameplay. A few weeks later, he turned 17 and swapped out FIFA for Counter-Strike. Funnily enough, Alex was actually the first person to expose fellow YouTuber RiceGum for viewbotting his Twitch streams.
You can't get away with viewbotting. That is disgraceful and scummy. Putting yourself above other streamers with fake view accounts and fake viewbots is so disgusting, because clearly you're not entertaining enough to be there.
Although at the time this didn't receive much traction. But there is a reason why there are so many commentary channels on YouTube. Making content in any other genre, it can be pretty difficult to get noticed. Alex had been trying for years as a Let's Player with nothing to show for it. He was just one guy in a sea of guys trying to be the next Markiplier. But with drama, things were a little more simple. He could put the names of other people who were already famous in his titles, and as a result, he could get views from both their audiences and people who hated them.
I've got to get PewDiePie the title because that will increase my views by a good couple hundred, so get that in there quick. So
it was also clear that Alex was a fan of these more critical channels in general. He obviously was inspired by Leafy, but he also mentioned smaller up-and-comers as those he admired, like Zaptai and Elvis the Alien. But according to him, the first time he was truly noticed came from Baited. The Baited podcast was a show starring Keemstar, the host of Drama Alert, Colossal is Crazy, a commentary channel with a pretty big following for the time, and Tommy C, a small drama streamer. On one episode of the show, Keemstar went out of his way to make fun of small commentary channels, calling them talentless hacks. I'm Alex heard this and made a video of his own responding, which Keemstar watched.
Dude, I can't stand this motherfucker. And Tommy's too big for his mouth.
Alex says that this video is what caused Colossal, who is well known and connected to plenty of other channels, to follow him on Twitter. And from there, Alex became known as a Discord moderator. I'm not kidding either. Alex created the Colossal is Crazy Discord server, and from there was known in the commentary community more for his presence in various chat rooms than for his own videos. While on one hand, being a Discord moderator may sound really gay, on the other, it actually did allow him to network with the next generation of creators, becoming acquaintances or good friends with countless people who were trying to make it out of the hood. And as he saw their channels grow, he clearly realized that there was some serious potential for him too. And it's at this point that he began employing what he refers to as clickbait.
Now, when it comes to clickbait, an example of clickbait would be the almighty YouTube channel Leaky is here. And on my videos, I apply what I like to call the Leaky is here clickbait tactic. Full-on caps lock titles, normally based around somebody who is interesting or something that has gone on recently that is interesting because people will be looking for it.
Although it's funny how tame his titles and thumbnails were in comparison to today's YouTube AI slopverse. It was a much simpler time. Like any good commentary channel, Alex made sure to focus on trending topics, whether it be FouseyTube's social experiments,
I felt ugly, I felt gay, I felt like, like that.
morgues,
If we can get 13,000 likes, I'll do another strip Fortnite video.
or Comedy Shorts Gamer.
Oh, my IQ level it's dumb high, alright? I'm not trying to brag. My IQ level's 189.
Even while his channel was pretty small, he was still getting comments from big names like iDubbbz and Max Mofo, showing that he had managed to connect with a lot of notable figures, considering the small size of his own following at this point. Now, after years of toiling away making videos, Alex had finally found a format that works. By the end of 2016, he had racked up more than 40,000 subscribers. But what you may notice when looking at his channel during this period is that his most popular videos were not actually about mainstream YouTubers. Instead, they were about other drama channels. His most popular upload here is titled Why Baited Ended...
Keemstar lied about Colossal is Crazy.
The podcast that arguably got Alex his start had come to a close, and it was big news for the few 100,000 people who were aware of it. Without getting into the weeds too much, Keemstar was largely painted as the bad guy in the situation, while Tommy and Colossal were seen as the reasonable parties. Alex, seeing the opportunity for some sweet ad revenue, made a video about it, largely blaming Keemstar for how the show had broken up. This video would actually be Alex's first major controversy, as even Tommy and Colossal, who at the time were cool with Alex, felt the video was ultimately inaccurate.
Well, I remember that we made the baited video, which was definitely in my favor, but I knew there was just a lot of made-up in there. That he was just kind of winging it, so that kind of rubbed me the wrong way, but I looked the other way because he was, he's a kid at the time.
For the time being, this very minor controversy had very little impact on Alex's ability to network or create content, so he would continue without much pushback. Early 2017 was a good time for the I'm Alex channel. His subscriber count was now approaching 100,000, his videos regularly reached hundreds of thousands of people, and he was a part of a growing circle of creators. Names like Wild Spartans, Atozy, Blues Dank, iNabber, Bionic Pig, Elvis the Alien, and many others were all growing their channels side by side. Now make no mistake, these people were not all necessarily friends with each other, but they were a part of a few loose-knit friend groups and group chats, which at the time was referred to as the commentary community. And up until this point, things had been kind of smooth sailing for everyone involved. Sure, you had your drama with Keemstar pissing people off, or Scarce being extremely fat.
Hey, what's up guys, it's Scarce here.
But ultimately, none of these discussions were career-destroying. That is, until Zaptai. In early 2017, Zaptai was an up-and-coming commentary and movie review channel, hosted by a guy named Ed. Ed was 1/3 of the Hot Wet Soup podcast, hosted by Elvis the Alien and Bionic Pig, where they would basically talk about the news of the day. Unfortunately, at some point, the news was them. On February 2nd, 2017, The End was uploaded to the Hot Wet Soup YouTube channel. In place of Zaptai was I'm Alex, who claimed to be Ed's best friend over the past few months and someone who he had trusted and confided in. This is relevant insofar as the allegations which were made against Zaptai, which goes as follows. Zaptai is a sociopath, and they know this because he told I'm Alex that he was.
Ed told me 4 or 5 days ago now
that he was a diagnosed sociopath.
Zaptai had been cheating on his girlfriend, messaging various girls with the intention of sleeping with them.
Ed had been cheating on multiple people for the longest time, which is one of the issues that we have, is that he's been cheating on multiple girls. I think it's 4 specifically.
At the time, Zaptai was 19, and Alex states that 2 of the girls he was talking to were 16 and 17 years old, respectively. This ended up leading to further accusations of pedophilia from one of the girls in specific, who claimed to be 16 while Zaptai was 20. Although it's worth noting this person did lie about their age, which was unknown at the time, but is going to come up later. Now, defending Zaptai was not something anyone was doing at this time, and he himself would later admit that, well, talking to a 16-year-old was a bad thing to do. So defending his actions back then is not something I or most people are really interested in. But the way that the entire situation was handled was also criticized by much of the community, with Alex being at the center of it. At the time, Alex made a tweet saying, "If you make a video on Ed, consider yourself done completely on this website," showing that at this point, he, for some reason, saw himself as a moral authority on who can talk about what on their own YouTube channel. Somewhat ironic for someone who spent every video shit-talking others. When Tommy from the Baited podcast questioned the way the allegations were handled, Alex implied that he was a pedophile on Twitter, without further elaboration. There was also a major focus on the sociopath angle that Alex had applied to Zaptai, something that Zaptai himself later claimed was complete misinformation. It's worth acknowledging that Bionic Pig and Elvis the Alien have stated that they regret the way this entire situation was handled, and I don't think either of them deserve to receive any grief over how all of this went down. And to play devil's advocate, Alex himself had just turned 18 years old when all of this happened.
Nothing like that is ever going to happen again. Like, I refuse to allow it. I'm never going to talk about anything like that again. Like, it just turn out that somebody raped somebody, you're never going to get a word out of me.
Did he handle the situation the best? Definitely not. But at the same time, he was very young. He was put in an extremely stressful situation as someone who had just become a full-time YouTuber. So people basically cut him slack again. As long as it didn't become a pattern, realistically, he had some time and space to grow. And he did. Ultimately, Zaptai's departure from the internet served as a minor footnote in Alex's greater story, as 2017 was the most successful year for his channel to date. By July, he had over 100,000 subscribers. Plus, he also had plenty of other friends like Wild Spartans, whom he started a podcast with, aptly titled The Trending Topic, which now appears to be totally lost to time. Alex was still in the good graces of the majority of the commentary community as well, so there was nothing to stop his upward trajectory, and his increased visibility also offered him some very unique opportunities. For example, more exclusive scoops for his commentary videos. When family vlogger Daddy05 was accused of child abuse, Alex was able to interview the biological mother of the 2 children. Now that his channel was much bigger, he also began divvying it up among multiple other projects, including a vlog channel, which is now completely lost to time. And he also attended VidCon 2017, where he got to meet many of his collaborators and some of the people that he looked up to.
It was an ironic joke that somehow ended up me being in the same room as Anthony Fantano, so it's like, don't really understand what happened.
He goes on to mention meeting Shoe on Head and Your Movie Sucks as some of the biggest highlights of his trip to California. What he leaves out is that a little bit of drama also happened at that year's VidCon. At the time, the commentary community had a more political parallel known as the Skeptic community. This was a loose-knit collection of channels that existed as a response to feminism and political correctness. Some names you may recognize include the aforementioned Shoe, Sargon of Akkad, The Amazing Atheist, and the list goes on. And commentary channels would sometimes swap ideas with the Skeptic channels, so their audiences had some level of overlap. Well, at that year's VidCon, a panel was held by Anita Sarkeesian, considered to be one of the Skeptic community's supervillains, and an enemy of gamers everywhere. But the crazier part is that this official VidCon panel was also attended by Boogie2988, who at the time was still very much a well-liked figure in the YouTube ecosystem. They were set to do this panel together side by side, but in the audience was some of Anita's biggest haters, including Sargon, all of his friends, and I'm Alex. To make a long story short, Anita got mad at them, they got mad at Anita, and Anita was then accused of bullying Boogie2988.
But you said that she gets a second chance. Boogie2988 was the second chance, and that's Boogie. For God's sake, it's Boogie. This isn't Sargon of Akkad now. This isn't Chris Reagan. This isn't Edgy I'm Alex. This is Boogie2988, the nicest gaming YouTuber there is on the platform.
This is pretty funny to look back on now. Not because I blame Alex for the way he saw Boogie at the time. This is how everyone saw Boogie. The Mr. Rogers of YouTube. But more so, it's just crazy to see how much things have changed.
Boogie2988 is a pathological liar.
On the same note as the skeptic community and I'm Alex's defense of them at the time, it's worth saying that Alex's content from this time period was not entirely apolitical. You'd be very hard-pressed to call him a political commentator. But from time to time, the opinions he gave did fall in line with cultural discussions of the time period. For example, I'm sure everyone watching this remembers PewDiePie's epic bridge moment. This took place in late September of 2017, and at the time, I'm Alex defended him.
He definitely used it as an insult. There's no two ways about that. That was an insult. The Yankees use it as an insult. But was it racial hatred? No. He shouldn't actually be punished for this. He's not a racist. He's just using a word. Something that me and my friends have used casually on video games, when we're in friendship groups, in private.
Now, I'm not bringing this up as a means of condemning Alex. If you know anything about me, I'm not exactly one to talk. But it is important to note that this was not a one-off incident. He also defended PewDiePie a few different times, as did seemingly every other drama or commentary channel from that time period. The reason I'm bringing this up is because over time, Alex's stance on this would change with the rest of the internet, and it would mark a significant shift in the kind of audience he was building. Regardless, it seems like VidCon was a pretty important event to Alex. In a way, it solidified his existence beyond the immaterial. Prior to this, while he had success, it was just him in his room alone making videos. But now, it was tangible. These were real people out there, not just digits in the ether. Just over a year after Alex met Pro Syndicate, fans were now excited to meet him. But meeting friends and fans alike wasn't the only tangible experience that year. He was now selling internet sensation merch as a callback to his childhood nickname. He even released some songs under his rapper alias, Lil Revenue.
I upload twice. I don't care if the money was sliced.
Things seem to be on the up and up, but that's not to say he was entirely unopposed. Every YouTube channel has its critics, haters, ops, whatever you want to call them. They're out there. And this is especially the case for commentary channels. People who spend their time calling out others are naturally bound to attract criticism themselves. And Alex's first major critic was another British guy named Cabos. But to understand Cabos, we have to set the stage a bit. At the time, the entire commentary community basically hated Keemstar.
Why am I still getting hate?
This was for a variety of reasons. First, there was Content Cop, then his friends Leafy and Grade A Underraid ditched him. As a result, Keemstar's only true allies as far as commentary channels were his co-hosts on Baited. But even those relationships became somewhat strained after the breakup. So he was looking for a channel that would oppose his ops, and he would get it with Cabos.
If you want to be entertained with drama and you want to see a warrior go to war, subscribe to Cabos, okay? Sub to the Cabos. And by the way, this new video is great. I gotta slap a like on it.
Cabos started his channel by making fun of people that everyone already hated, but we can think of the commentary community at the time like a prison. If you want respect, you have to walk up to the biggest guy in the room and punch him in the face. iDubbbz had already done it with Keemstar and Leafy, so Cabos decided to do it with the smaller fish, starting with one of Alex's best friends, Wild Spartans.
Wild Spartans grew his channel through having friends who made much better content than him, and obviously they helped promote him and helped promote their shit, including him on podcast. They felt sorry for him.
Cabos' main criticism of Spartans was that his videos were just the same recycled talking points on the same trending topics everybody else was already talking about. Today, we could call this content slop. It's interesting to see how even back then, people were making the same criticisms of commentary channels that are being made in current year. I guess the more things change, the more they don't actually change at all. 2016 was 10 years ago, by the way. I'm turning 24 years old. It's over. After a brief back and forth, Cabos set his sights on I'm Alex, starting a long-standing feud between the two channels.
Are they good YouTube videos? No, they're absolutely wank. That's just my opinion. If you like what you try and be funny for 10 minutes, be my guest.
Cabos would even reference the Zaptai situation specifically as something Alex had mishandled.
When Alex exposes someone, he publicly spreads false information about them being a sociopath and destroys
Now, Cabos himself had a pretty small channel at the time he began roasting the commentary community. One of his main criticisms of commentary channels themselves was that they just rode whatever topic was popular at the time and copied all of their talking points. Now, I would not accuse him of copying anyone, but it is somewhat ironic that the thing that really made his channel explode over the next few years was talking about the Paul brothers.
If you can't beat him, join.
Alex would end up responding much later on in the year, on October 9th of 2017, with a video titled, "This Video Will Make You Hate Cabos," with his reason for this video being that Cabos had made fun of Wild Spartans, which really pissed him off, as the two were good friends at the time. Ultimately, the actual content of the beef between these two people is very petty. Both of them have valid points here and there, but it didn't boil down to anything of substance beyond calling each other's videos bad. Very juvenile. Did I'm Alex have some bad videos? Yes. But frankly, at the time, the content itself was not wildly different from anything that any other commentary channel was making. It was all a sea of slop anyway. So Alex's career was allowed to continue uncontested throughout the rest of 2017 and 2018. By early 2019, he had surpassed 1 million subscribers. He had plenty of popular collaborators and friends who he could spend time with and make videos with. His uploads would regularly receive millions of views. He had actually won the game. At the same time, the internet was changing quite a bit. The community Alex was birthed into was an edgy one. Leafy and Filthy Frank had been at the top of the YouTube ladder, and Alex's opinions at the time very much reflected that, defending PewDiePie for his use of the N-word. But 2019 is arguably the year that a lot of this stuff began to really change, as Alex was critical of Steven Crowder, a conservative political commentator, for his use of the word
Steven Crowder's use slurs to try and insult somebody and belittle them. There's a huge difference between the two. You know, calling somebody a little queer, it's not the same, just making a joke.
Now, the reason I bring this up is not necessarily to criticize Alex for this instance here. The thing that I'm hitting on more is how the internet was changing. At the time, Alex wasn't the only commentary channel going through a bit of a political renaissance. This was the same year that iDubbbz released his now infamous video, responding to people who called him a cuck or a simp. The world was changing, and Alex was changing with it, as his channel continued to grow, seemingly unimpeded. But his entire existence on this website would be heavily called into question in mid-2019, thanks to a guy named Slazo.
And that's his 200th strikeout of the season.
This dance break is brought to you by Injectable Cabenuva, Cabotegravir Rilpivirine.
Your feel-good playlist is always there for you when you've got to hype yourself up. So take this time to boost your day and get...
Slazo was a YouTuber who basically did the same thing that Alex did. He talked about Instagram memes, bad YouTube channels, YouTube Rewind. Naturally, they became friends. In the spring of 2019, Slazo had flown all the way from his home country of Australia to England to stay with Alex for a month, meet his YouTube friends in the area, and make content together. As Slazo headed home, he likely thought it was a fruitful trip, and maybe even wanted to do something similar in the future. But after what was about to happen, he wouldn't see Alex in person ever again. On June 10th of 2019, Slazo's ex-girlfriend, Shay, posted a twitlonger which reads as follows. I had recently been hearing some comments from mutuals and friends that Slazo had been acting strange and had made some people feel uncomfortable, and I needed to speak out. I've been silent about this for almost 3 years. After a lot of consideration and talking to my closest friends, along with considering police involvement, I've decided to come out. She goes on to allege that Slazo, or Michael, had both verbally and physically abused her. During our time together, Michael was incredibly demanding of sexual favors and would often guilt or force me into situations to which I was not comfortable. If I was to try and deny or argue against him, he would become aggressive. Michael, on our first date, touched me in a cinema despite me never kissing someone before. I assumed this was normal, although I was uncomfortable by it and let it happen. Our second date was much the same, him asking me for a blowjob and trying to undo my bra in a public park. Again, I was uncomfortable. There were many times that I would say no or even cry, and I was never taken seriously. And he would move my hands to touch himself while I cried or touch me. He would not visit if I was on my period. Michael, though, after all was said and done, after I was out of the hospital and back in therapy, asked if I really needed my medication because it lowered my sex drive. Now, thinking back on it, I feel stupid for being so forgiving and naive and not telling anyone, but I was scared that if I told someone, I would ruin Michael's life. With this statement, she also released a bunch of Discord messages, with one of them in particular of him saying, "It's rape time," being seen as the nail in the coffin for Slazo. Now, it is important to note here that the screenshots themselves were not organized and did not line up with any of the specific claims that Che made. Instead, they were seen as boosting the credibility of the original allegations, mostly because many of them showed Slazo being horny or making jokes about rape. So, Che's post received a massive amount of support at the time that it came out, to the point where naming everyone who believed her would be way too big of a task. Now, before I go any further, I do have to spoil the video a bit, but it's for a good cause, okay? Turns out most of what she said was untrue, and the reason why I have to spoil that is because most of the people I'm about to talk about changed their stances on this literally years ago. Many of them were very young adults when all of this went down. So I'm not bringing this up to get them in trouble or harm their reputations because they supported false claims years ago. Given how long it's been since then, I genuinely believe they don't deserve it. With that being said, they are relevant insofar as the general story. So, some notable names from the commentary community at the time that supported Che openly were King Ani, who had dated I'm Alex, Whites, Weast, Going Dark, Blues Dank, Yojin, Silver Soot, and of course, I'm Alex, who wrote this on Twitter. "It's so incredibly brave to speak out about your experience. I hope he doesn't get to continue doing this to other impressionable people. Those messages make me feel ill." Now, the term impressionable people may seem strange off the bat. This idea is going to come up later as well, but it's worth saying here that Slazo was 16 and Che was 14 when their relationship began, and at no point did the main accuser herself call Slazo a groomer or anything along those lines. The public support for Che's story on Twitter brought on a wave of YouTube videos discussing what Slazo had done, calling him an abuser, manipulator, and sometimes rapist.
Here he's starting to paint a picture that he is a destructive person in this relationship. Very manipulative.
So in this screenshot right here, Slazo says, "Alright, I'm sorry, I want sex more than you can provide it." And then you go down below and he also says, "It's fine, it's just like, I want sex so much all the time."
Slazo's channel lost 50,000 subscribers as even more content creators came out in support of his accuser. His own subreddit began condemning him. Being the anchorman that he is, Keemstar would discuss the situation on Drama Alert, wherein he reached out to Michael for his side of the situation. Che and I have resolved this whole thing between ourselves a few times now, and I'm not sure what I can do anymore. There's a lot more to this. There were things in her statement that were straight up false. Slazo ended the message by teasing a response to the situation, but didn't provide any further details. Obviously, his accuser saw this, and shortly after, she released another statement. Here, she claimed that they had spoken about this issue privately before her statement, during which Michael did not deny any of the claims she was about to make. Essentially, she's saying that he admitted his guilt inadvertently. With that being said, if we actually look at the messages that she released here, this was not exactly the case. While it's true that he didn't deny the claims, the bigger issue is he didn't even know what was about to be said about him. He never denied anything because every message is him asking what the allegations even are. And to be honest, some of the messages almost seem like she's trying to justify why she's going to come out about him with the idea that there are these other victims who he has wronged. Meanwhile, Che's friend and Alex's girlfriend at the time, King Ani, tweeted out, "Innocent people don't stay silent for this long." For a few weeks there, it felt like that really was the case, and we would never hear from Slazo again. But the entire narrative would be flipped on its head once Slazo himself responded.
Some of you might be wondering why I took so long to make this response. That's mainly because I wanted a good but belated response. I've got a list of things here that I want to talk about. So I didn't want to rush it, basically.
One of Che's initial claims was that she wanted to wait until the age of 16 to have sex, but Michael had supposedly pressured her into doing it anyway. He refutes this claim by showing messages where she expressed sexual interest back to him.
But I do have plenty of evidence from very early on in the relationship where she clearly made no intention to wait until 16. That was never clear to me. I never got that impression, and I don't know why she's saying that.
One of her other claims was that Michael had assaulted her in a movie theater on their first date. For this, he shows messages of Che suggesting that they do something sexual before they even got to the theater. Other small details were also contested by Michael. She asserts that this was her first relationship. He shows messages where she references ex-partners from before he even knew her. One of the more specific incidents Che described was one where she was assaulted by Michael in a public park. He also contests this claim.
This makes me sound like a monster, and if it did happen, I would be a monster. but this isn't how it happened. What did happen was this was a very awkward but mutual situation, where she describes I moved her hands to touch me. She did that of her own volition, and she even mentions this in Discord messages from after we met up in person, so yeah, I'm not sure why she would lie about that.
As for the most infamous screenshots, including the one where he stated, "It's rape time," Michael responded by saying that they were jokes.
Not good jokes, not acceptable jokes, not appropriate jokes, not funny jokes. And honestly, they're probably going to haunt me until the day I die. Probably the worst messages ever sent by man. But they are jokes, and they are taken out of context and put into a much, much worse one.
And in the absence of any proof that they were anything more than jokes, the general public took his side on them. This may seem surprising to a 2025 YouTube viewer, but it's really because Slazo was able to so accurately debunk so many of her claims. At one point in her statement, Che described Slazo forcefully trying to take off her bra in public, but in messages that reference the incident, her tone is completely different and it's framed as a total accident, and one that she was giddy about. But perhaps the most concerning thing about Che's claims was a large part of the conversation that she completely omitted from the initial claims that she made, where he had apologized to her for one of their supposedly more awkward sexual encounters. This specific thing really called into question how honest the entire statement had been in the first place, not to mention that Che omitted other information, like that she had a meeting with Michael after their relationship had ended, where the possibility was floated of them getting back together shortly before her allegations went public. As his response video continued, the rest of Che's claims about him began to fall apart as well. In the end, the worst thing he was definitively guilty of was being a bad boyfriend when he was 16 years old. The crimes he was accused of, meanwhile, well, there was just nothing proving he had actually done any of them. And so, as many channels, myself included, made videos criticizing the people involved, the backlash shifted from Slazo to Che, and everyone who supported her. It quickly became clear that this was not a random call-out post. Rather, Che had the support of many popular creators before she even went public. King Ani herself stated that she helped Che get the story out, and even after Slazo made his video, she continued to double down, saying that he was not innocent whatsoever. There was clearly a coordinated effort, and while it may have initially come from a good place, wanting to kick who they thought was a harmful person out of an online friend group, the details ultimately revealed several missteps. 1, the police had never been contacted. 2, Slazo had never been contacted prior to the claims going public. 3, much of Che's supposed evidence was, well, not evidence at all. But the man who faced the most backlash was today's subject. Not only had he initially supported the allegations, but he was also seen in leaked Discord messages saying, "Look, I reckon we need to try and get it out soon. I want to make sure that he can't continue. Whatever makes that happen, I support." Given the lack of proper evidence in the accuser's initial statement, this obviously made many people question why Alex had made this coordinated effort in the first place. Alex was feeling the pressure, and so he would post a Twitter video soon after, doubling down on his initial stance.
And obviously now Michael's video has come out where he's debunked some of the things that were put in there. First of all, I already knew that some of the screenshots that were used in Chase Flip Longer were jokes. I was very much aware of that. But I never had an issue with that, and I want to make that clear. Stupid jokes are stupid jokes. I don't think that's the problem. My problem with Michael was him admitting to doing things that he knew Che may not have wanted to do and being incredibly forceful and almost demanding, which he admitted to doing in this video, which for me is still disgusting. I don't believe he's innocent. I don't think he's innocent at all. Che may not also be innocent and may have big stuff and use jokes to try and maybe push a certain agenda, but at the same time the stuff that Michael admitted to is stuff that makes me not want to be friends with somebody who's capable of doing those things, even if it's admitted.
The idea that Slazo had been forceful with Che is not really something he admitted to in his video, and as a result, people took a lot of issue with Alex's response here. He would attempt to further clarify his stance, saying, "I don't want to be friends with someone who admits to being controlling of a 14-year-old. For anyone reading this statement without the full context, they would probably assume that Alex is highlighting Che's age here because Slazo is some sort of pedophile or creep. But as I said before, their age gap was 2 years. They were both in high school when this relationship happened, so it's strange that Alex is zeroing in on her age here. It seems like with every further response, he only shot himself in the foot even more. Keemstar, who hated Alex from day one, was having a field day with this. He tweeted at some of Alex's other YouTube friends, asking them when he could expect rape allegations to be made about them. Alex himself would respond saying he never called Slazo that, which as far as the public was concerned was technically true, but as more messages leaked, he only looked worse and worse. King Ani had basically the same experience, as both of them received a massive level of backlash for how they handled the entire situation, as did many other adjacent commentary channels. Now, once again, for the sake of not getting anyone in shit here or turning over corpses too aggressively, many of these people have changed their stances on this situation since then. Weast made an apology, Blues Dank made an apology, White apologized, even King Ani has since partially retracted her statement, although we're going to get to that a bit later. As I mentioned, at the time that this drama was happening, I had posted a YouTube video talking about the situation and how poorly it was handled. At the time, this was one of the bigger videos on my channel, and it was being followed up by message leaks. Alex was seemingly plotting against Slazo without even getting his own friend's side of the situation whatsoever. It's not like he isn't a monster, they are actively choosing to protect Slazo, who will be done for it eventually.
Maybe not today or tomorrow,
but he will.
Now, you may recall that in the beginning of Chase Twitlonger, she stated that the reason she felt the need to come forward was because she had heard that Slazo was sexually abusing other people. Naturally, this begs the question of where this claim even came from. Well, it's likely to have come from Alex himself. According to Nicholas Diorio, Alex had claimed over a Discord call that Slazo had been rough and forceful with a girl, which he witnessed during the time that Slazo was staying with him in the UK. The claim was that they were all out at a club, at which point Alex was forced to step in and remove the girl from Slazo's path, and then send her home in an Uber.
Allegation number 2 comes directly from I Am Alex, where Alex claims that you had been rough and forceful with a girl while staying with him. He claimed you were completely sober and forcefully getting this woman drunk. Allegedly, Alex had to step in and remove the girl from the situation as you begun kissing and sent her home in an Uber. Alex also claimed he told you, "We don't do that shit around here, man," and bullied you for the next few days.
Yeah, so, yeah, this was really confusing to hear, honestly. This is a complete embellishment of what happened.
Now, arguably, this entire thing is the most he said, she said of this entire situation. It's Nick claiming that Alex alleged something to him, which is then being responded to by Slazo over an interview. There are multiple other claims featured in this video that Alex apparently made about Michael, such as that he had sex with a girl who was drunk, and that he attempted to pay off his main accuser, neither of which had any proof. With that being said, we do have this tweet from Alex, in which he claims to have been contacted by several other alleged victims, and they have still remained to be seen for going on 7 years now. Given what had happened with every detail of this entire saga, it definitely didn't instill confidence in I Am Alex. After spending over a month doubling down, Alex himself would eventually apologize via Twitter for how he handled the situation, and he also apologized to Slazo personally.
With Alex, I think his usual response to these kind of things is to kind of don't respond to it. Usually it goes away, and usually it does, but I think this particular one just got a bit too big and he kind of had to, so I think that's the reasoning for why it took so long.
Generally speaking, his apology was seen as too little, too late, with Kavos, Alex's longtime critic, thanking the public for putting pressure on Alex until he felt the need to own up to his actions. I basically agree with the assessment that his apology was cringy PR speak, but to play devil's advocate, in an interview with Kavos, Slazo himself claims that Alex's private apology was much better. It would also be in this interview where Kavos claimed that Alex slandered his manager, showing that there were potentially even more false allegations pushed by Alex.
Alex has been caught up in just so many other scandals, and it's just, at this point, you can't even count. Example, my manager, he lied about him scamming people for Fame MMA.
The final nail in the coffin for Alex's reputation in the old commentary community came with Baited. The podcast had previously been continued debuted by a new cast, including Keemstar, Anything for Views, and Andy Milonakis. Yes, the Andy Milonakis of MTV fame, but it didn't last too long, and it had its last episode posted in January of 2019. But the original cast would put their differences aside for a new upload in July of 2019, where they discussed Alex. Colossal in particular, someone who had been there since the very beginning of his career, was extremely critical of him.
How many times was Alex, I'm Alex, pushing this narrative that Slazo was, like a rapist or whatever?
I would certainly say he was one of the biggest defenders of this girl, rather than a straight-up attacker of Slazo. But,
well, they all came out and they said that he was brave. You're so brave. You're brave. If you're saying she's brave, you're giving legitimacy to the accusation. And and now when it turned on its head, well, I didn't accuse him of everything. Then, well, you can't be brave. She's accusing him of sexual assault. That's a serious allegation. It's not brave to make a false sexual assault allegation, as we all can agree on.
No,
so
Alex straight out came and said, yeah, I'm not going to be friends with him anymore because he was a controlling boyfriend or something. Right?
Yeah, and remember, there's 2 years between these two.
Slazo would continue posting videos for a few months, but ultimately left YouTube at the end of 2020. He stated that ultimately the entire thing kind of took the wind out of his sails when it came to YouTube, and ultimately it wasn't something he wanted to pursue any longer, which makes sense. If you were a viewer of a lot of different channels at this time, you probably would have thought that Alex's career was literally over, and that's because this drama reached very far and wide. First, you have Nick DiOrio's videos, which performed well for his channel size, then my video, which got 700,000 views, but above that, there were channels who were far larger at the time, like Primink and The Right Opinion, whose uploads documenting the Slazo drama got millions of views.
Well, apparently the fans are not having this from Alex. His true colors are being shown, and so far, I'm Alex has lost subs every single day since this started coming on.
But in reality, Alex was fine. Sure, he got a lot of criticism for how he handled it. He lost a couple thousand subscribers, I guess. But by the time the drama wrapped up in the summer of 2019, Alex already had over 1.5 million subs. The simple fact is that his channel is much bigger than any of the people talking about this. I've made this point before, and I'll make it again, but it's very rare that someone being exposed or getting into a controversy actually ends their career. There are some rare cases, like with the channel Creepshow Art or the channel Illuminati, but the reason those channels died so badly is that the controversies they got into basically betrayed their entire online personas. Alex's videos were hardly serious most of the time.
Okay, I'm scared of this man. I don't think he should be allowed to leave the country, let alone leave a prison. Hello everyone, I'm Alex, and welcome back to another episode of TLC's 90-Day Fiancé. Today we're looking at this guy has enough gear for his trip to Brazil.
What's interesting to me about Alex's controversies up until this point is that they ultimately had very little to do with his videos. Instead, there was an emphasis on the way he interacted with others outside of them. But now that there was a stronger magnifying glass on him, they were able to catch some similar incidents within the content itself. One of these situations involved Charli D'Amelio and Perez Hilton. Charli at the time was the most popular TikToker in the world, mostly known for videos of herself dancing, and she was 15 years old. Perez Hilton, meanwhile, is somewhat of a boomer. He's a gossip blogger in his mid-40s who has been in the game since the mid-2000s. At the time, there was a lot of conversation about whether it was appropriate that a teenager, like Charli, was often dancing in a bikini for tens of millions of people to watch. Perez himself commented on one particular video from Charli where she was dancing to a song with some very suggestive lyrics, and he did not approve of the video.
Yeah, I'm a boomer. I think it's inappropriate for a 15-year-old to be dancing in a bikini like that to that song.
I'm Alex saw this and felt the need to respond by talking about the entire thing on his channel. He first makes the point that realistically, Charli is just dancing to popular music, and a lot of popular music has suggestive lyrics. And he'd be right, but his next move is to basically imply that Perez is a creep.
And yes, we're talking Charli D'Amelio.
And yes, I'm obsessed over a 50-year-old girl. You know what I'm saying? Don't weird you out. Well, unlucky, I'm gonna keep on doing it. Because that's what somebody would do, wouldn't it? You know, if a police go, oh mate, maybe you shouldn't hang around school. You don't go, hey, back at the school again.
fucking stay away.
Naturally, this one got him some pushback considering what had just happened a few months prior, but it was mostly relegated to small channels like Comment Cop. However, the aforementioned Nicholas Diorio also began digging into the Zaptai situation from years prior. After some of the more bombastic claims like that of sociopathy were debunked, Zaptai actually returned for an interview with Nick in 2020, where he personally spoke on the issue of Alex's involvement with his YouTube career ending.
If anyone reached out privately or said so publicly in any way, shape, or form, we're good. Like, I'm not saying I'm going to be best friends with them again, but I'm pretty much considering that over. There's really only one person who didn't do that. I don't have any love for Alex. I'm sure that's no surprise. I'm sure he has none for me either. I'm not trying to stir shit. I don't want to fucking talk to the guy again. I have no interest. He's doing whatever he's doing, whatever. But especially after his continued track record.
So as far as the commentary community that Alex came from, he now had at least 3 of these incidents under his belt, where allegations were taken a bit too far and he contributed to harming someone's reputation. Alex almost seemed to have an obsession with sexual impropriety. On multiple occasions, he claimed that he was witness to tens of creators abusing fans. He himself claims to have ended the careers of multiple people, albeit privately, who were getting freaky in the DMs.
I know so many people who turn blind eyes to sexual predators, rapists, paedophiles. I know people who have known that people have done these things for months and they kept it quiet. And when I found out, I asked everybody how long everybody knew. They were like, I've known for months about the fact that everybody here is a sexual predator. And I'm just sat here going, you guys are fucking terrible. This has happened 4 times now. And it's also happened with people who've just disappeared who most people don't know about over the last year as well. So, like, there are certain YouTubers just disappeared, most people don't know why, and it's because one of my friends will be like, someone did this, and I'll speak to them, and they'll be like, yep, and then they go.
For some reason, it seemed like Alex felt he himself had to be the one to deal with and handle these situations, whether he had any right to be directly involved or not. And as a result, a lot of people from his online roots had less than stellar things to say about him, and his constant need to be involved in drama. But at the same time, he didn't need his connections with the old commentary community because he had already made new friends. At the time, there was a certain crowd of commentary creators living in the UK who would all make content together.
And you're good friends, right? You and Alex at the time?
Yeah, we got on really well. And yeah, me and all the UK guys.
Some of the more popular names from this little scene that you may recognize are Jackmate, Will NE, James Marriott, Memulus, and iNabber. Now, at the time, group channels and collaborations were very popular on YouTube. And so, some of these guys decided to get together to form the E-Boys.
Hey! That was amazing. Let's just keep that.
Right, hello friends, welcome to the very first video on the E-Boys channel and welcome to OnlyFans Got Talent.
And there is some drama with this channel, believe it or not, although it's honestly more funny than anything super serious. So on October 10th of 2019, iNabber, a longtime friend of I'm Alex, tweets out saying, I want to do a group channel. Who wants to do one? He would tweet out basically the same thing 10 days later, clearly communicating that he wanted to do this group channel. 5 days after that, on Christmas of 2019, Alex tweets out saying that he appreciates his friends for getting him through everything that happened, which we can assume was partially the Slazo drama. He specifically thanks Will NE, Memulus, James Marriott, and iNabber. In February of 2020, iNabber tweets about this again twice. He says that he wrote up an entire plan for the channel, but everyone else was unwilling to commit to it. I'm Alex replies saying, we should call it the E-Boys. 1 month later, Memulus, James Marriott, I'm Alex, and Will NE all announced their new group channel called the E-Boys, and iNabber is not a part of that lineup. He was clearly hurt by this. When a few fans responded to the announcement pointing out that iNabber being left out seemed a bit odd, iNabber himself responded that he found out about the formation of the group when everyone else did, meaning when the public did. He was never even...
On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, Yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, El Mino, and DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix, make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. So just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic, on some behind the back, catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. Internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, dope getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, El Mino, and DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. So just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic, also behind the back. Catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this is in foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime, cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long, like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night, and the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. Internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, dope getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the handrail spitters and kids on the ziggers. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball and score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, El Mino, and DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic, on some behind the back. Catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. To my lead piece with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this isn't foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night, and the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. Internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal a heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, yo. And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks. And then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly, undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic. Also behind the back, catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. To my elite peeps with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this isn't foreign languages. They hold raws events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. Internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, go-getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, the kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal a heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, tell me, And DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays DJs bags of tricks graphic, also behind the back, catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this isn't foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long. Like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night. And the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. Internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. It's to my real ill heavyweight hitters, dope getters, 50 ways to make figures. They come on the spot to fail sisters like the hair rail spitters, kids on the ziggas. When it's ugly, then the club is lovely. Thugs be sipping bubbly to my comrade to keep it flaming hot on dangerous blocks, claiming spots where the goal is to be one of the top ranked soldiers. One of the high rollers, get respect in the hood. Credit is good, knock it down lumberjack style, baby, extra wood. Rock it all night long, the bang-a-thon, baby, keep hanging on. We like it with the lights on. Don't have to blow 20 down to get to know honey style. Show her the town, steal her heart, no money down. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. Internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable. How about some hardcore? Yeah, we like it raw for sure. On the floor, wall to wall. It's more at the door, players ball to score. Cause this right here is for all of y'all. Rockin' my primo, yo, I got what you need, bro. You go see a show, El Mino, and DJs play hits with hard bass kicks, and then they display tricks like the Matrix. Make the record fly undetected by the naked eye. Don't just feel the vibe, cause your ears never lie. Nowadays, DJs bags of tricks graphic, also behind the back. Catch it and scratch it, blast it. This kid got his craft mastered. Hands is mad quick like he mixed with magic. Spin it back and forth and grab it, and know just where it is. There it is. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all help the honorable Jamal Lee Peace with the murderous mistakes. I hit the street with beats and they critique for weeks. They be like, how that kid Rob reached the peak. Pull out the heat and use my technique to speak. It's dangerous. Sit calm and explain to kids what part of the game this isn't foreign languages. They hold raws, events in different continents. Put my lyrical contents in monuments and ghetto garments. I rock a towel like a pharaoh. Mind travel, design style like apparel. My fashions last long as a lifetime. Cause I can see the future when the guard right rhyme. They mad cause I managed to reign so long, like they chance to get money done came and gone. This is strictly for my listeners on the corners at night, and the sisters that be keeping us right when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. I'm internationally known, yo. I'm internationally known when I be on the mic. So all hail the honorable.
Been told behind the scenes that he was being excluded. He was so frustrated about this that he later vented about it on stream.
Imagine, it's just pretty simple. Imagine your group of friends went out without you, and you would just be a bit sad, wouldn't you? I think the only deep thing I've said is I came up with the name, which I firmly believe I did. I didn't like the name, it was ironic that I came up with it, seeing as I made that channel like 2 months ago. That's the only deep thing I've said, and if they want to refute that, that's fine. But that's all I've said, alright? We've been having meetings over group channels since, this might be wrong, but like May last year, maybe, I think?
Alex himself would be asked about this on a podcast as well, where he basically chalks it up to miscommunication between iNabber and the rest of the group. In all reality, this is probably the least important and meaningless part of the entire I'm Alex story, but it is pretty funny, so at least we have that. Plus, the E-Boys and similar collaborations are actually significant in that they show Alex's ability to network despite his controversies. Was he a bit of a sore subject in certain circles?
I'm Alex is the biggest leech in this community.
I don't like that kind of talk. Now just stop it upsets me.
Yes, absolutely. But the fact is that there were still viewers who liked his content, and people weren't afraid to make videos with him. Not only that, but Alex had achieved a level of mainstream appeal that you probably wouldn't expect from a commentary channel that started out as a Leafy clone. For some reason, he was attending events with KSI.
Has he been boxing? I'm not really too sure.
I think this is him at a premiere for some Marvel movie, and he also went on a dating show for Amazon Prime. Now, every once in a while, someone from his past would come forward to comment on his whereabouts, with perhaps the most infamous of these incidents being from Leafy. In one of his final videos on the entire platform, Leafy specifically sought out I'm Alex to roast him.
I feel like honesty is important on YouTube.
Honestly, I don't like anything about you. I don't like your face. I don't like your videos. I don't like the way you dress. I don't like the way you talk. I don't like anything about you.
But once again, the people who hated Alex really did not matter. And the people he was collaborating with liked him, or the money that he made them, enough that they were willing to let bygones be bygones. So he just carried on, appearing in other people's YouTube videos.
God save our gracious Queen.
Making TikToks.
How many girls do you know actually have mom?
Is this like a trick question?
Making videos with Memulus, iNabber, and a bunch of other British commentary channels. He even did the classic YouTube commentary guy thing of getting a mustache and a mullet.
If you thought Clean Balance's apology was bad, you should read her book.
Why does this happen to everyone? When does this happen to me is the more accurate question. When is it coming? He had officially completed the physical transformation of what many people today would refer to as a performative male, and the people loved it, but it's what was happening behind the scenes that would ultimately come back to bite him.
Alex! Have you seen Twitter recently?
We get to see one of the hottest teams in baseball today singing. Yeah, they continue to find ways to win, and I don't see that streak coming to an end.
How have they found this?
Alex had begun a relationship with a girl named Alice Hez in 2023. It came to a close sometime in 2024, and the two went their separate ways without making any kind of public statement, at least at first. But strangely, that summer, Alice began making vague posts on social media about an ex-boyfriend of hers. She even posted screenshots of text messages where someone was threatening her outright. As bad as these looked, people were unsure who they were even from. That is, until Alice released her official statement in June of 2024. At 82 pages long, it's not exactly light reading, and it's accompanied by dozens of screenshots, as well as a Google Drive folder of recordings. She opens by stating that she had been pressured into not coming out about everything, with Alex threatening he would manufacture a story to fight back. As for what she's actually alleging, there are many claims, with the worst one being physical domestic abuse. Now, before I go any further, I would like to say that what's being said here has not been proven in a court of law. Regardless of if you like I'm Alex or not, they should be treated as allegations, not fact. There definitely are large parts of her story that are supported by conversations they had, which we now have screenshots of, but that doesn't mean everything she says is necessarily true. With that disclaimer out of the way, let's focus on the most severe claims. In one incident, Alice describes how in the middle of an argument, Alex grabbed her and pulled her back, causing her to fall on the floor. She claims that she ran for the bathroom, with Alex grabbing her, putting her in a headlock, and covering her mouth because she was screaming. Eventually, she got inside the bathroom and locked the door, with Alex screaming at her from the other side. Now, for this specific incident, we don't have direct proof that it happened this way. What we do have is her claiming to her parents that he put his hands on her. So for this particular incident, it's kind of up in the air as to who you want to believe. What there is somewhat circumstantial proof for is the idea that he kicked Alice. She claims that during another argument, she was on her way out of the kitchen when Alex kicked her in the back. Once again, we can't say if this happened for sure. What we can say is that there are messages where Alice tells Alex that he kicked her, and he kind of brushes past it without disagreeing. Shortly after this incident, she apparently decided to leave their house, at which point she claims that Alex began following her around, screaming random insults at her. She actually included a recording of this in the Google Drive folder, where we can hear her being completely silent while he just drones on and on.
Oh, what? I don't
Here in the Bronx, just getting settled into this one.
Whoa, that's down.
Freed was a workhorse the last
It's
time
like,
out
and
for
then
a
you look
complete
like a
game.
miserable little time. But your face is annoying to look at, like when I come downstairs.
And it's through for a
Like,
hit.
I actually feel
And
like
that's a one-out single.
Which is why I sleep downstairs, because I don't want to have to go upstairs. Like, oh, you're taking all the covers. It's like, woman, just like, ask you to buy another one? Or
Tyler Stevenson, the next to hit for the Reds.
Nothing needs to be an argument, because everything is fixable. Buy a new duvet, I sleep downstairs. But no, you've always got to act like none of this stuff, because you've got to actually try and fix anything. Like, it's infuriating at this point.
She claims that after she left the house, she later returned to collect her belongings, only to find her computer setup smashed, presumably by him. And while she has a lot of other grievances with him that are outlined over the course of this document, the thing that really sealed his fate were the recordings. Alex had a habit of turning on his 4K webcam while they were on a Discord call, while her camera was off, where he would just yell at her.
Now, when it's too f***ing late, you admit that you did everything f***ing wrong. But when it actually matters, when you should lay down, like a good dog, you don't do it, you fight for some reason. I don't know why you fight, because you're losing, because you end up admitting that you f***ed it all up anyway, so it's just weird. And I know that you're going to end up admitting that you f***ed it all up.
But easily the worst clip out of all of them is one where he directly threatens her with physical violence.
And that's something you really need to fix.
I'm going to bash your f***ing head against the wall with a brick if you don't shut the f*** up.
Because this one, genuinely, this one, you.
This clip is easily the most viral out of all of them, being spammed across Reddit, Twitter, TikTok, and every other website that allows video to be hosted. One of the less intense clips seems to reveal something else about the way Alex views himself in relation to other YouTubers.
And you think you can just ignore them, because like, well, what's the worst that can happen? I don't know, your boyfriend's a famous internet celebrity and doesn't trust these people because he has to keep his circle small. Because you might not have anything to lose, because your life might be down the drain, but I still have quite a lot that I would like to give.
Needless to say, he didn't seem to have a particularly high opinion of his friends. But what's really important about these clips is that more than anything, they painted Alice as a reliable narrator and Alex as an unreliable one, considering how absolutely insane he appears in all of these videos. It's not hard to see why people instantly took her side. Now, after they broke up, Alex would continue messaging her, begging to get back together through a long series of spamming, none of which was responded to by her. In fairness to Alex, it is worth acknowledging interesting that Alice herself also says that she slapped him during their relationship. I'll let her describe these circumstances. The last story he will manipulate is from September in his old flat. We were in a heated argument screaming at each other, where he was in my face belittling me for everything I do and have ever done, calling me horrible names. Every insult you could think of came out of his mouth to me. I started crying and he looks at me with a straight face and sighs, calls me boring, and laughs. I end up defending myself. I slapped him in the face. This is out of character from me, but he was screaming in my face abuse. I was backed into a corner, not knowing what to do. And it seems like this did actually happen, as is confirmed by other messages, which she herself included. There's also a lot of instances of Alex calling her the N-word for some reason, although to be fair, her name for him and her phone was also racist, the N-word. This detail is going to become important in a bit here, I promise, okay? It's not just Instagram reel worthy. Now, Alice also claims that she had reported Alex to the police in the hopes he would be charged with domestic abuse. Although, to be clear, as far as I can tell, Alex was never actually charged with a crime. Now, this long expose statement from Alice received a few different reactions. The largest was overwhelming support. Firstly, you had people like Eleanor Neal from the UK commentary scene supporting her, but then there were all of Alex's friends and collaborators. Will N.E., who had stood by Alex throughout the Slazo controversy, cast him into the shadow realm. The same applies to iNabber and Memulus. They all disavowed him and said they would not be working with him again. Then, you had the reaction from the commentary community. People who had been following the Alex story since before the Slazo drama. They were given a major victory lap. Seeing as someone who had previously been involved in false allegations now had some allegations of his own. After years of inactivity, the Baited podcast reunited once again to talk about Alex, where the vitriol is even stronger than the last episode.
But 5 years since our last episode, which was also on I'm Alex, and since that time, he's fucking finished. Like, it's over, he's done, there's no coming back.
And then there was another one of his exes, King Ani. If you recall from a bit earlier in this video, Ani had been a part of the friend group that falsely accused Slazo back in 2019. Having made the tweet, "Innocent people don't stay silent for this long." She was one of the few people who didn't change her stance on Slazo once his response video was released. But once I'm Alex was dragged through the mud by Alice, Ani now had her own experience to share. While the majority of the statement describes what we've come to expect from Alex, which is that he is a very toxic guy to be in a relationship with, there is one interesting addition. She writes, "Another thing he did was spin his own narrative and twist words. He didn't just do this in my relationship, but he did it in his work and with his friends. It was the main reason why many people stopped talking to him, because we started to realize that when there was even the smallest amount of drama and he heard about it, he would make sure to involve himself, even if the subject had absolutely nothing to do with him. And he would just make everything so much worse. For example, the Slazo situation. Although it was never said in the original statements by Che, he somehow came to the conclusion that it was rape, and everyone else got the blame for saying his words. Somehow the situation went from being guilty of being a bad boyfriend to all of a sudden he's a rapist. This was the final nail in the coffin, and I cut all contact with him after that. I don't want to discount the idea that Alex made the situation worse for everyone else, because we can already see that from everything we know publicly. On top of that, I don't want to take away from the fact that I'm sure Alex was not a good boyfriend to King Ani. I don't doubt that whatsoever. But if you read Che's original statement, you can see that she clearly said the following: "Michael, during our relationship, was abusive both verbally and sexually." She then goes on to describe being sexually assaulted. Ani and her friends chose to support this statement regardless of Alex's involvement, and whether or not he had anything to do with it, they still would have been criticized. If what Ani is saying here is true, and her belief is that Slazo was a bad boyfriend, and that's as far as it went, then why would that information even need to be made public in the first place? If someone is a bad girlfriend, am I supposed to expect their job, their career to be taken away? Because that's effectively what that friend group was trying to do at the time, because they believed that Slazo was a harmful individual. So I don't doubt that Alex was a bad bad boyfriend to King Ani, because based on what Alice posted, he seems like a crazy person. But I also don't agree with her interpretation of events here in regards to the Slazo drama.
Speaking of Slazo,
in 2019, Michael had been able to make an effective response for a few reasons. Firstly, he was genuinely falsely accused. And secondly, he didn't have any previous baggage with the YouTube community to make people hate him. For Alex, this was simply not the case, and many people were willing to drop him immediately. First, it was many of his YouTube collaborators, who heard about the situation through Twitter. Shortly thereafter, the videos about Alex's misdeeds began rolling out, leading him to lose 120,000 of his own subscribers. And now, it wasn't just about the domestic abuse accusations. Instead, they were roped in with his other controversies, exposing an entirely new audience to his past.
I'm Alex is a completely unhinged, psychotic, abusive piece of
See what these videos we watched of she's barely been able to string a sentence together without him getting mad about it, you know. It's
another one bites the dust. Yeah. But I'm glad she got out and she's okay.
And as a result, when he made his response to the claims almost a year later, it wasn't taken very well. Nothing he provided actually cleared his own name. If you check the comment section, you won't find almost anyone saying that Alex is innocent and has disproven the claims made against him. It's more of a case where people have a slightly more middle-of-the-road opinion. They basically are calling Alice and Alex both insane instead of saying that one of them is a victim. And that's for those who were even willing to listen, which, to be honest, is far less than the amount of people who left a dislike and then left the video. And this is where I wrap this part of the video back around to something I said earlier, because I'm a flipping genius. Remember how I said Alex's politics had changed and so had his audience? Well, it's not really a shocker that after his response, a large emphasis was placed on his use of racial slurs while he was angry at Alice. Not only that, but the overall performative nature of his activism.
And I have a unique life path that is ready to unique points of view.
It's been a tough stretch for him at the plate, barely hitting over the Mendoza line this
Great women. When you should lay down like a good dog, you don't do it, you fight for some reason. I don't know why you fight.
I'm Alex as an actual villain. Imagine spending years preaching believe victims and acting so holier than thou when it comes to other content creators being outed as abusers, only to be a sick, demented person yourself. The call is always coming from inside the house. To think Alex made all these videos so passionately speaking up about things that were wrong for literal years when this is what he was truly like behind the scenes is disgusting. These tweets are not even responses to anything Alex said explicitly at one point in time. Instead, they're responses to the image he built for himself. He had spent years posing as a righteous YouTuber, exposing a litany of sexual abusers he came into contact with, and so people found a great deal of irony in this situation. Looking back at his more popular uploads, it's interesting to see how the fans themselves viewed Alex. The fact is that he postured himself as a moral authority, someone to be trusted. That is the lens they viewed him under, when in reality, he was far more flawed than the average person, far more flawed than most of those he himself condemned. He did attempt to upload a few more times to his second channel, but it wasn't very well received. His final TikTok ever was about Bonnie Blue, a woman who allowed 1,000 men to run a train on her. And she, someone who almost never responds to the thousands of people who make fun of her every single day, went out of her way to respond to Alex.
Alex, being stretched out is fun and pleasurable. Can't quite say the same about having your head smashed in.
On April 7th, 2018, Alex started a live stream on his main channel. We can see that Alex has definitely benefited from his time away from YouTube, but is still in a somewhat dejected headspace, all things considered.
I appreciate the people being nice, and I appreciate the people say that they want to talk to me about it. I got a tight-knit group of mates and people who are close to me, and I speak to them, and I think that's
hammered on the line to the left, base hit.
You know,
so they get a man aboard
I don't
with a
think
one-out single.
As much as I really appreciate, I read everything, and Took a lot of stuff on board.
By looking at the I'm Alex Twitter account from November of 2016, we can see the recommended accounts to follow are Leon Lush, The Trending Topic, Solid Shibe, Mama Max, and Lord Liner. These were all members of the commentary community back then, and they were all somewhat friendly with I'm Alex. So it's interesting to see how much things have changed. Leon Lush kept making videos, and more or less is just a completely normal person. The Trending Topic was a podcast featuring Wild Spartans, who has since removed all of his commentary videos and now does reactions. To my knowledge, he hasn't made any videos with I'm Alex in over half a decade. Solid Shibe's channel is just gone as far as I can tell. Mama Max attempted to cancel Moist Critical for not supporting his investigation of an alleged vampiric African-American pedophile, and Lord Bum deleted his entire channel after he supported the false allegations made against White. Moving away from the screenshot into some other characters from our story today, Kavos is still around. He still talks about the Paul brothers. Keemstar has left the Drama Alert channel behind in exchange for the LolCow Live podcast, where Boogie2988 was exposed for lying about his cancer diagnosis. I clicked on a random episode of this show, and I have no idea what's even going on here.
Okay.
What is this, Steve? Steve, what's this?
Where did you pull that out from just now, Albert?
I've seen you play. I'm leaving my goddamn life.
Meanwhile, Slazo apparently owns a server farm operated by roughly 70 children from the small Asian country of Laos. I believe they still read Reddit posts to this day. Also, the day that Alex got exposed, he posted this on Twitter. Meanwhile, Alex's British friends all still upload videos together, albeit without him in the picture. If I had to compare Alex's downfall online to anyone, I would undoubtedly draw parallels to Mizkif. Both of them began creating content before 2020, when YouTube and Twitch, respectively, were much edgier, less politically correct places. Both of them had extremely quick explosions in popularity thanks to their number one skills, networking. And both of them then abandoned their more edgy past in favor of a cleaner image as they got more and more famous. Now, I don't really begrudge anyone for changing their political or cultural stances between the years of 2016 and 2026, considering that it's a 10-year difference. But the thing to keep in mind with both Mizkif and I'm Alex is that it was ultimately a performance. I'm Alex posited himself as a progressive white knight, only to be outed as someone who uses racial slurs and threatens to bash his girlfriend's head in with a brick.
I'm gonna bash your head against the wall with a brick if you don't
Mizkif positions himself as somewhat of a moral authority too, fighting for gambling to be banned on Twitch TV. Well, because he did that, Trainwrecks exposed his dirty laundry and then created Kick, a streaming site owned by a casino. Years later, Mizkif has his career destroyed due to his relationship with Emiru, and now he is streaming on Kick and talking to Ice Poseidon again. But you gotta watch my Mizkif video to understand more about that. What I'm saying is that time is a flat circle. Despite not uploading to YouTube anymore, Alex is still somewhat active on Instagram. The rumor is that he now lives in the English countryside, unwinding from his past life of being an internet sensation. Some would say that this is where his story ends, and for many, the allegations made against him are undoubtedly the last time they'll ever pay attention to I'm Alex. But as for if his story is truly over, that's up for him to decide. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Trust my shopping list with Ship. Shoppers with Ship know that no order is ordinary and come through adding care to my cart. They double check labels, wouldn't confuse mozzarella for Monterey Jack, and they know what's right. With Shipped, it's never just delivery. It's shopped same day in the same way you would.
Use code SAVINGS to become a Shipped member for half off, only $49 at shipt.com/offer. Terms apply.
Speedrunners, a community of people passionate about completing games as fast as possible and having fun while doing it. You'd think with such a wholesome starting point, there would be very little conflict, but actually there's a lot. From cheating at charity events to posting pictures to Twitter that no one asked to see, there are plenty of examples. But no speedrunner celebrity's rise and fall is greater than that of Cosmo Wright. From being one of the most popular and beloved competitive speedrunners, from being one of the most popular people on all of Twitch, to destroying his entire career and falling into a pit of mental despair that few think can ever be climbed out of. This is the story of Cosmo, now known as Narcissa Wright, and how they destroyed everything they had.
Executed pitch on the outside part of the plate.
Born Cosmo Wright in the same year nothing happened at Tiananmen Square, Wright grew up in Wisconsin, and during his childhood developed a very strong attachment to video games. Specifically, he was given a Nintendo 64 for Christmas when he was around 7 years old, and consequently, he became obsessed with Ocarina of Time, one of the games he'd later become famous for while speedrunning. And during childhood, his infatuation with the game never waned, as 10 years later, he stumbled upon an online forum called Speed Demos Archive. Now, speedrunning is essentially playing any game, whether it be Mario or Call of Duty, and trying to play it from front to back in as little time as possible. Gamers had already been accepting the challenge for as long as gaming existed, and as the internet became more accessible, these speedrunners began forming communities online to discuss their passion. In 1996, a forum called Nightmare Speed Demos was formed around speedrunning the game Quake, which came out in June of that same year. 1 year later, NSD emerged with another site and was renamed Speed Demos Archive, being one of the earliest examples of a speedrunning community online. By 2006, the SDA was rife with information on speedrunning Nintendo games, which, having played Ocarina of Time front to back a myriad of times at this point, really piqued Cosmo's attention, as it presented him with a new way of exploring his favorite game, strategically glitching through it as fast as possible. He was already somewhat familiar with the general concept, since another Nintendo 64 game he played a lot, GoldenEye, had multiplayer modes that could only be unlocked by successfully completing the single-player campaigns as quickly as possible. During this period, Cosmo prodded into the speedrunning world in obscurity, with only the odd honorable mention from another speedrunner whom he'd helped with a glitch. Despite well over a decade of speedrunning actively in the SDA forum, the community was still very much in its baby steps, as the majority of people didn't even know it existed. And even if they did, connecting and collaborating with other runners was not exactly a facilitated process. These are obsessive gamers after all, so socializing isn't necessarily their forte. Regardless, Wright managed to find someone who shared his interest, a fellow runner named Daniel Hart, also known as Giano. Giano had already been participating in Smash Bros. Tournaments since at least 2006, and speedran Zelda games as early as 2007. Based on what's available online, the two met in early 2008 and played against one another in Smash, though they didn't immediately start working together on speedruns until a year later. In August of 2007, Giano posted a video of him trying out one of Cosmo's ideas during a run of Ocarina of Time, and a month later, Cosmo, along with two other runners, created the website Zelda Speedruns to catalog and archive them properly. In 2010, Giano speedran Majora's Mask with commentary.
And this is my Majora's Mask in 1:53, 1 hour 53 minutes, and I have some other commentators here with me.
This is Cosmo.
At the time, having commentary was a big deal, since most gaming channels had a hard time simultaneously recording their gameplay and their commentary about whatever was going on screen. This same year, the SDA forums also created the Games Done Quick organization, in the form of a charity marathon during another event called MagFest. Despite internet issues that caused the entire thing to be moved over to the house of the event organizer's mom, the event successfully raised over $10,000, a clear sign that the speedrunning community was teeming with potential. Seeing that potential, Giano and Cosmo decided to capitalize on it as much as they possibly could. In February 2011, they took part in an Ocarina of Time 4-way race, which didn't only have commentary, but also a face cam of everyone in the room. Again, pretty innovative and high quality for that era. And what was even more innovative was Giano and Cosmo's newest creation, Speedruns Live. Since the very beginning, they were looking for better ways of storing their speedrun times, as storing them in a simple text file was becoming pretty annoying. Thus, Speedruns Live was created to track and facilitate competitive speedrunning in real time. This thing was so primitive that it functioned through an IRC, which you probably aren't familiar with unless you rode dinosaurs to school. While Speedruns had live in its name, that only meant it was updated every second, but the actual live streaming was done through Justin.tv, a platform that would later become Twitch. By June of that year, the site had already been revamped and looked much better than it did initially, and it was already super active, with dozens, if not hundreds of people submitting their runs and competing against one another. To say that this became a cornerstone of the speedrunning speedrunning community would be a massive understatement. But despite how powerful this phenomenon quickly became, Cosmo hadn't fully dedicated himself to it yet. After graduating with a degree in graphic design from Columbia College, Chicago, he continued to split his time between his speedrunning endeavors and freelance artwork, usually related to web design, which is something he openly acknowledged he didn't really care for as much as speedrunning, but felt obligated to do. According to him, he felt guilty because streaming and speedrunning didn't feel like a job due to how much he enjoyed it, and he had a hard time shaking that guilt off and committing to it full time. Throughout 2012, he did his best to balance the two, though it was clear that his days as a freelance designer were numbered. In January, he and Giano did a 74-person race to complete Ocarina of Time that ran for 8 hours, which was pretty appealing to the people in the community. But despite not having won the race, Cosmo wasn't just good at hosting these events, as he continued honing his skills at speedrunning. And in March of that year, he took part in that year's AGDQ convention in a live-stream charity run of Ocarina of Time, which had an estimate of going for a little over 3 hours. And his run here was a fantastic success. The event raised $149,000 for charity, and although Wright did the impressive feat of finishing the game 30 minutes faster than initially estimated in front of a live audience, he did it while giving compelling commentary detailing how he exploited the game's quirks, which is exactly what people in speedrunning wanted. The description of the video calls it the best live speedrun ever, and the comments at the time all reflected how amazing this was, with people saying that this run was what got them into speedrunning, and pointing out what a unique talent Cosmo had, doing very, very difficult exploits often on his first try. The video now sits at over 300,000 views, and seeing how successful these videos got on YouTube, in July, Cosmo created his own account. After uploading a few videos that showed only his gameplay, he began including a camera that was pointed not at his face, but at his hands, which showed that his nails were painted. This was obviously the object of curiosity of many of his viewers, with some complimenting him on them and others trying to speculate the reason why his nails were painted, usually revolving around him doing it as a charity donation goal or because he was gay, which the commenters more often than not expressed being okay with, as they only cared for his speedrunning skills. It was a bit weird that he specifically had the camera pointed toward his hands and not his face, since that was more the norm back in the day, and even now, I think people would prefer to see your face than your hands, but this was his executive creative decision. And since he was a speedrunner, it did kind of make sense that he showed his hands performing the inputs on the controller, as many other runners were doing at the time. I still think it would be more effective to do that with those input interfaces where it clearly shows what buttons you're pressing instead of a webcam, but either way, it doesn't seem like he cared that much about people finding it weird, since he joked about how his silver nails gave him +8 to dry storage in his Wind Waker speedruns description. By December of 2012, his channel had amassed almost 300,000 views and 7,000 subscribers, which, though relatively small, especially for today's standards, at the time, this meant that a pretty sizable niche was closely following his online activity, which is something not a lot of people could say they had in 2012. In September of that same year, an article in the Sydney Morning Herald was published about Wright and the tuning speedrunning community, a clear sign of mainstream recognition of their hobby. However, Cosmo wasn't satisfied with speedrunning being a hobby, and soon after 2012 came to an end and 2013 began, he decided to totally quit being a freelancer and begin streaming his speedruns full-time. And the timing was great, since in early 2013, they also had that year's edition of AGDQ, which was a massive success. While the previous year's event raised almost 150 grand for charity, which was a pretty impressive sum for a speedrunning convention of all things, 2013's raised nearly 450 grand, an amount that not even the organizers expected. Online, the event was getting more attention than ever, with multiple videos that got anywhere from 1 to well over 3 million views, along with a plethora of other highlights of the event being clipped with a ton of hits of their own. And by the way, the one that got over 3 million views is this one, which I personally think is just absolutely majestic and a perfect picture of the true nature of the speedrunning community. When the guy playing Mega Man looks like a shirtless medieval peasant, that's how you know you're in the presence of a real gamer. Despite how successful these other runs were, Wright, seemingly without even trying, was definitely the de facto protagonist of the entire convention, as his 20-minute run of Ocarina of Time was punctuated by actual applause from the people behind him.
Okay, and then right here, target.
Back at the ballpark, see, this team's been chewing through opponents like free samples at the grocery store.
What that did
and right now they've got
Not only was he extremely talented at what he did, but he was also very entertaining with his commentary, which many other speedrunners lacked. As he performed the sequence breaks, he articulately explained exactly what he was doing. This was particularly entertaining when he hyped up a part of the game as being difficult, only to do it on his first try.
There's one kind of tense moment right at the beginning of this fight. I have to get Infinite Sword Glitch off of Navi targeting Ganon's head. If I don't get it, I'm gonna run like hell, because Ganon will kill me. I only have one shot at getting it. If I don't get it though, I can get it again, but I'll have to be kind of careful about it. So I want to just kind of focus right here. It's also extra hard too because I've used the C stick to C up and it's frame perfect. Yeah, I guess so.
Stepping in now for the Yankees.
Got it.
He also went over the history of Ocarina of Time speedrunning, highlighting that it took a total of 14 years for all of the skips that he employed to be found, and even going into the game's code to explain how the skips worked. Even people who weren't familiar with speedrunning were able to easily get into it, and they found themselves rewatching the speedrun repeatedly. Even years later, videos about how speedruns are done are regularly garnering millions of views, meaning Cosmo was unknowingly a very early adopter of a very successful genre of content. What he had here was undoubtedly unique, and his following genuinely cherished it. Part of the appeal was seeing someone who is visibly shy and awkward completely own a room while doing something he's really good at. A few months later, the SGDQ was held, which is basically the summer edition of AGDQ, and it raised another $250,000. And also, on his personal channel, he uploaded a video of himself breaking the world record for Ocarina of Time. And despite his time being literally the best in the world, he still wasn't satisfied.
Stays alive. And on the mound, you know confidence
1915. I mean, this run was so impressive that it got its own Kotaku article. In the video's description, he says that completing the game in under 19 minutes was possible, barely even acknowledging his own milestone accomplishment. This was in stark contrast to other runners who became proud or even resorted to cheating to get bragging rights. It seems like Cosmo was very hard on himself and always pushed himself to do better. Another video from this period was titled I Am Not Sige Lemick, in which he showed himself failing miserably at speedrunning Mario 64, which his peer Sige Lemick was really good at, effectively parodying people who thought that they could do what speedrunners did just from watching them. In an article from Nintendo Life that interviewed him, he said that it took up to 150 hours just for him to get acquainted with a game enough to speedrun it, but that he'd spent so much time playing Ocarina of Time that he couldn't even guess the number anymore. In another interview, this time from early 2014, Wright revealed that his decision to stop doing freelance work to focus on streaming his runs was a major success, as he had gotten over 100,000 followers on Twitch, who regularly tuned into his streams, donated to him, and paid for subscriptions. Although he didn't specify how much he made for this, he did talk about his pizza fund being well financed and his parents thinking he was going to become a millionaire off of his streams. Last but not least, he had the liberty to change the games he played whenever he felt burnt out, which allowed him to persevere whenever he didn't want to do another marathon stream. Now, Cosmo wasn't just winning professionally either, as in mid-2013, he had a girlfriend, Adrian, who he actually provided for, mostly by ordering her pizza. The thing is, Adrian also suffered from severe depression and anxiety, was in tens of thousands of dollars in college debt, and had originally started interacting with Cosmo online when she sent him a donation while she was in the hospital to get a cancer-related surgery. Although it's not mentioned here what the surgery actually was. She also apparently worked at GameStop, which makes it that much more of a fairy tale story. He personally offered to pay for her student loan debt, but she did not allow him to, opting instead to continue paying for it herself. Eventually, at some unspecified point in time, he actually proposed to her, although we don't know what her response was. At this point, Cosmo had succeeded at getting world record speedruns in 4 different Nintendo 64 games, and was one of the most popular streamers on Twitch, not just in the gaming category, but on the entire site. Now, Twitch was much smaller at that time than it is now, but even then, the majority of the top spots on Twitch were taken by people who played MOBA games. So being one of the most popular people on the entire platform while speedrunning 20-year-old games is no small feat. In 2014, he took part in AGDQ again, which raised over $1 million for Prevent Cancer, and he looked happier than ever. Things seemed to be going fine as his audience continued to grow by leaps and bounds, and he developed a reputation that preceded him as a speedrunner who achieved every single goal he set.
Then I'm kind of relaxed from the trip, and yet I still got the Commander Keen 4 record, bodied them. Castlevania 64, both characters. I want to get the record for both characters. I already have Reinhardt, but I want to beat it by 2 minutes, man. I want to get like 49 33. That doesn't seem too bad. I think, yeah, like 49 50 or something. And then carry, I want to get like a low 43 or a 42.
Back here in a close one, and
oh my god, I'm getting, this is the best speed run I've ever done in my life. That is the best run I've ever done. That's like, seriously. Oh my god. Wow. I'm never playing carry again. That's it.
The last objective he set during this rant was an 18-minute run of Ocarina of Time that skipped every single dungeon, which even he recognized as a daunting task he would struggle to complete.
Oh!
Fuck, it's over. Ocarina of Time is dead. Any percent is done. That's it.
But just like every other goal he laid out, he smashed it. Like every other speedrun time, this was eventually passed, but I should note that it took a whopping 2,660 attempts from one player to beat Cosmo's time, and he only did it by a mere 3 seconds. There's simply no understating how massive this was for Cosmo, and it's only fitting that Adrian ran over and kissed him when she found out what had just happened. However, while it wasn't noticeable by anyone following Cosmo's online presence, from this speedrun onward, Cosmo was like Wile E. Coyote, running off a cliff and staying afloat for a few seconds until he looks down and realizes the situation he's in. Around the same time this took place, Wade attended that year's SGDQ, and rumors began to make the rounds online. Not about him, but about Sam and Tolkien. For a lot of people, Sam and Tolkien is just the name of the subreddit that was responsible for compiling information on Boogie2988's history of lies. However, before it was a general hub for lolcow related stuff, it was actually about the couple in its name, Sam and Tolkien. Sam being the man behind a channel called Show Video Games, or SVG for short, and Tolkien being his spouse at the time, the two making a dream gamer couple. Following the SGDQ, which they attended, strange rumblings about their relationship made their way to their audience. On June 30th, an apology from another streamer and friend of theirs, Stiv, was accidentally made public, and in it, he revealed that he had taken part in Tolkien cheating on her husband. People in the stream chat caught wind of this story and began speculating about it, mostly concluding that Stiv wasn't the kind of person to go out of their way to do this, meaning the cheating could have been brought on by Tolkien. Worse yet was the fact that in Stiv's original pastebin, he mentions that there were other guys, all but solidifying that Tolkien was making the rounds at SGDQ. Now, it's important to keep in mind here that at the time, this stayed very secretive and vague, only being talked about in whispers, until an anonymous user made a long pastebin about the things that took place at the SGDQ. He described Tolkien as drunk and flirting with 9 men simultaneously, going as far as to bounce on their lap and kiss them on the first day of the event, which, by the way, lasted for a week. Now, I won't go in depth here since this video isn't about them, but the post concludes by saying that almost every single Super Mario Bros. Runner at the event got a hand job from Tolkien, but that he didn't know of anything else that happened. That's not the important part though. What matters is that Cosmo gets mentioned in the middle of the post, and later on, there's some kind of interloping that seems to have been copy-pasted from 4chan due to the number format, which says that she slept with 2 people who weren't her husband and also made out with a bunch of other dudes. Now, a lot of this is unconfirmed rumors, and it may seem irrelevant at first glance, but people began theorizing that the pastebin, at least partially, was a conflation of Tolkien and Adrian, meaning people cobbled together multiple different rumors into one coherent story. Running parallel to the drama revolving around Sam and Tolkien were stories that during SGDQ 2014, multiple people attested to Adrian having relations with 2 different men, one of them with Cosmo in the same room, somehow unaware of what was happening. It's also worth noting that one of these men had a girlfriend, according to the post relaying this story. After the event, one of those men proceeded to visit her when Cosmo wasn't around, and she allegedly cheated on him again. Lastly, at the end of the post, a third and last guy is mentioned, Taylor Tor for the win, allegedly the main person she cheated on him with, who visited her frequently to engage in extramarital relations. The same poster who relayed this information added that these are just the confirmed instances of Adrian cheating, though in another post, they mentioned that Adrian had a history of kissing other girls while she dated Cosmo, which really upset him, and they also added that he frequently texted fellow speedrunner Sige Lemick, who apparently hated her and always told Cosmo to break up with her, but she wasn't a good person. For the time being, this all stayed under wraps, and things went on as usual, with Cosmo doing an ALS Ice Bucket Challenge and appearing on CNN later that year to talk about the speedrunning community and how he became a professional speedrunner. After 4 years of exponentially growing excellence, the golden age of Cosmo Wright was sadly coming to an end, as 2015 began in one of the worst ways. ways possible. During that year's AGDQ, he was a victim of assault. The clip of him talking about it is no longer accessible, but an archived Reddit thread about the incident reiterates many of the things described in it. People claim that the culprit of the assault was Dick Oak, who allegedly was going out of his way to make weird bets relating to kissing Cosmo on the neck, along with doing other unusual and inappropriate things at the event. According to one poster, Dick Oak was known for not being a content creator of any kind himself, but instead for orbiting established people and providing them with drugs and alcohol, usually hanging around drunk girls. Additionally, it suggested that Dick Oak too had some kind of intercourse with Adrian with the expressed intention of making Cosmo feel uncomfortable or humiliated, but there's no evidence of that. Other people guessed that it wasn't Dick Oak, but instead some deranged fan. However, this theory eventually got shot down by Wright himself.
I haven't really felt comfortable going to GDQ since I was really harassed by Dick Oak at AGDQ 2015. That was a really uncomfortable experience. I also felt just kind of very alienated from everyone else.
Another piece of evidence that may establish Dick Oak as being involved is a pair of pictures, which clearly show Dick Oak lunging headfirst into Cosmo's neck. There's also another picture showing a man, suggested to be him, but this guy looks a lot different than the one in the other picture, doing a kissing face next to a smiling Cosmo. Either way, this was understandably a very distressing event that made Cosmo feel unsafe and one of the few places where he truly felt at home. It probably didn't help that his girl was also apparently cheating on him there, but regardless, the incident with Dick Oak was enough to roadblock one of the main bridges between Wright and the larger speedrunning community. In April of that year, one of the people watching his stream left a hateful message in chat, prompting him to rage quit the stream altogether.
Do you think it's productive to call me a whiny Totodile Dundee? What's the point of that? Like, great contribution, man. You Oh, Jesus Christ.
It was very clear that his patience was wearing thin, and at this point, enjoying streaming was becoming a tall order. And to make matters worse, the very next day after this stream, a personal friend of Cosmo's who identified as transgender took their own life. Though this wasn't ever explicitly cited as the reason, an article about the tragedy blamed it on transphobic attacks online. I'll note here that the article specifies that these attacks took place on 4chan, which they continued to use and engage with despite the hate they got. But the more important part to our story here is that following this person's death, Cosmo broke. He didn't stream for days, and when he came back, he apologized for the incident where he snapped at the chat and shut down the stream, saying that he had been depressed lately, possibly because he had heard of what his friend was planning. It didn't help that it seemed that Adrian was allegedly becoming more open about her infidelity, having men over and no longer trying to keep it a secret. Although the backlash behind this came exclusively from his audience, as Cosmo was just too dejected to care at this point. About a week after this tragedy, Wright expressed he was considering quitting speedrunning altogether, as he had stopped doing streams every day and only did them once or twice a week. And even when he did, he either didn't have a face cam, had the microphone off, or both. Without a doubt, this was the lowest point for Cosmo, but unfortunately, it was far from over. He was invited to take part in the Nintendo World Championships, which would be witnessed by none other than Shigeru Miyamoto himself, the man behind Mario. In all honesty, this was like sending a war veteran with PTSD back to the front. He did much better than expected, as he made it to the finals of the championship, but once there, he was absolutely defeated in a devastating fashion by John Numbers. John blazed past him as Cosmo struggled with multiple parts of the level, and when he lost, he was given an XL Nintendo 3DS by Shigeru himself as a consolation prize. The video of this event has gone down in infamy as the straw that broke the camel's back and drove him into insanity. But as funny as it is to claim that John Numbers was responsible for permanently destroying his life and mind, the truth is much more dark and tragic, as we've just established. Within a month of this defeat, Adrian and Cosmo finally broke up, and she made a post on her Facebook talking all about it. In it, she claimed that it was mutual, and part of why they broke up was that she had to move out for family issues that she had to take care of. Despite this, she said they had no negative feelings for each other, and in the same post, she expressed she was looking forward to that year's SGDQ. Just like that, not with a bang, but with a whimper, everything that Cosmo worked for half a decade to build had fallen apart. Usually, lolcows are people who are either insane from the get-go, or simply unequipped to deal with suddenly becoming very popular online and falling apart as a consequence. But Cosmo was different. He dealt with his online fame gracefully and didn't let it get to his head, staying humble and disciplined for the entirety of the 4 years that he was on top of his game, regardless of how meek and awkward he seemed at first. Instead, what broke him was a 7-month-long barrage of events that ranged from traumatic to catastrophic. In early August, he uploaded one final video titled Custom Jigs vs. the World, a clip of him nonchalantly talking about Jigglypuff's character and Smash
Smash Bros. And little did the audience know that this was the last time they'd see Cosmo. 3 months later, his Twitter was made private, and no one knew what was going on until his not-so-triumphant return, not as Cosmo, but as Narcissa. The profile picture changed to a much more feminine one, and a picture of 2 bottles of pills was added, which apparently were estradiol and Spyro, 2 common components of hormone replacement therapy. This was in late 2015, when the commentary community, largely adjacent to the gaming community, was at an all-time high of owning the Liz. So one would assume that the response to this must have been extremely negative, right? Well, actually not at all. Their first stream as Narcissa came a few days after the tweet with the picture, and although it was set to sub-only mode, it packed in a few hundred viewers, all of whom were very supportive of the transition. So what gives? Well, the issue that came as a consequence was twofold. Firstly, the majority of the people who watched his streams were people interested in speedrunning and gaming in general, so when the content stopped being about that, they all tuned out. Secondly, the people who were particularly supportive of the transition and the topics relating to it didn't care about gaming and further incentivized Wright to turn their focus away from it. Because of this complete fumbling of what was once a tight-knit audience, the viewers dropped instantly, and no amount of verbal support would make any difference. But the people leaving weren't doing so out of pure disinterest. Some of them were angry. One individual took to Reddit to say, first he quit speedrunning to play the new Smash and Mario Maker without any cam, and now he's pretending to be a girl with a dumb name. And not only is his chat sub-only and filled with Tumblr homos, but his VODs are sub-only too. He even took all of the speedrunning out of his bio. Now the only thing he'll be known for is for being trans, and no one will even care about any of the actual cool stuff he did before. Cosmo, the great Zelda speedrunner, reduced to a nobody with a sub-only chat filled with nothing but hugbox posting, telling Narcy how brave she is for screwing his body up with pills. However mean the post was, it was pretty well received by dozens, if not hundreds, of people who felt very frustrated about how the content had changed. At this point, all of the content on the Cosmo Speedruns channel was privated, and the channel's name was changed to formerly Cosmo Speedruns. But this name change was obviously a sign that it was being completely abandoned. Instead, all of the new content was going onto a channel simply called Narcissa, and none of it was gaming related. Instead, the first 4 uploads to it are time-lapse Photoshop drawings that, while they aren't bad, aren't anything to write home about. Unlike speedrunning, which effectively was turned into a profitable passion, drawing was just Cosmo's hobby, and it didn't help that the engaging commentary that separated Wright's speedruns from all the other ones were gone, now replaced with an awkward silence and occasional answers to the questions being made in the chat. After 2 months of extremely uneventful and sparing streams, along with no real content, a weird video was uploaded titled "All the Categories Are Arbitrary." In it, Wright is somewhat pretentiously reading poetry over Zelda gameplay footage, drawing parallels between highly specific aspects of speedrunning and the beauty rituals he now undertook as part of his transition.
The futility of it all, the statistical waiting game, grinding endless attempts, waiting for the outlier, never enough, suboptimal, improvable, my mind wanders, to the RNG, the frame-perfect timing, the human error, to the attempts, the streams, the splits, to the audience, the shit talk, the clicks, the fame. My mind wanders.
While it's not totally clear what point was supposed to be made here, what is strange is that the repeated comparisons between speedrunnings and transitioning are paired with suggestions that it was all futile. This is pretty concerning for a variety of reasons. First off, the close friend who took their own life in 2015 was also trans, and saying that everything is futile sounds dangerously close to what someone who's extremely depressed could say. Additionally, with the absence of streams and real content, his money was drying up pretty fast, and typically when people are deliberately allowing their financial life to fall apart, it could be because they've stopped planning for the future, because they're expecting that there won't be any future at all. The upload after this one was an announcement of the Narcissa Wright website, which was set up to track and rank speedrun times on the Mario Maker levels they created. However normal this topic was, this was one of the first on-camera appearances in the video since the transition, and viewers quickly noticed that something was slightly off.
I've uploaded 30 Mario Maker levels now, and I plan on uploading a lot more.
That one back up the middle
and
gets through.
I've created a website where you can see the rankings from the levels. You can see who has the record.
From the odd pauses to the unnecessarily loud music and strangely performative demeanor, it felt less like something for the audience to engage with and more of a vanity upload. You can actually see from the way Wright is staring intently in a direction that isn't the camera that they're actually looking at themselves on the monitor. Back on the aforementioned and now defunct Sam and Tolkien subreddit, user Haberdasher A made a post theorizing about Wright's mental break, claiming that a reliable source gave him some information that led to his conclusions. This story, which supposedly was being kept secret by multiple people, was that the transition from Cosmo to Narcissa was an attempt at recreating the trans friend who took their own life, which to some speculators at the time explained both their close proximity and the fact that the transition concluded not just in a more feminine version of Cosmo, but in seemingly a different person entirely, with different interests and speech pattern. To them, this also explained why Adrian grew increasingly unfaithful with no issue at all, which eventually led to their relationship's undoing. Of course, this was just a theory and it could be way off, but the prospect of it being right was very daunting for fans, as it meant that another tragedy could be on its way to happening, which obviously no one wanted. In early 2016, a Kotaku article about the new direction of Wright's content was published, and although it went over many of the things we've already covered here, it also revealed some new information. After a gauntlet of standard questions, the interviewer asks about the conspicuous absence of new speedruns, asking if a hand injury of some sort was the culprit, to which Narcissa responded, "I think it's all the years of playing games. It got bad when Smash Wii U came out. I think I'm at 11,500 matches. I played for long sessions. I was playing Melee at the same time too, and that's even more demanding on your hands. If I play too long, it hurts a lot, and it hurts for a long time afterward. It's been a huge problem. It made me feel like maybe I can't get back into speedrunning as much as I want to with Castlevania and stuff. But I was sort of running out of motivation for that as well. It wasn't just the hand issue. I don't plan on going on and doing something because that's what everyone wants to see. I know people want to see certain things out of me, but I want to focus on stuff that I'm actually passionate about. Maybe that's kind of ungrateful. It's like, I'm only going to do what I'm passionate about. Now, please pay for my existence. Maybe that's super entitled, but I feel like I'm at my best when I can work on things I'm actually passionate about. Stuff that's actually meaningful instead of meaningless." In the interview, they also spoke about suffering DDoS attacks for over a month, which is implied to be the work of trolls, but it's uncertain if that's the case since they suffered DDoS attacks prior to the transition as well. Overall, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope that there would be some kind of happy medium to be found, as they came off quite reasonably in the interview. However, the same couldn't be said about the videos going up on the Narcissa Wright channel. While there were occasional gameplay videos with normal narration, there'd also be extremely concerning vlogs. For example, in this one, Wright began to look much thinner, talking about being depressed and having to smoke weed constantly, while sensory stinning themselves and staring into the video feedback on the monitor with a crooked smile. A snapshot from their Twitter account from around this time reflected the same things. Themes of having to constantly use drugs to feel good, frustration with having to do adult things like getting health insurance, which some speculate caused Narcissa to lose access to HRT and have to buy it online instead, feeling lost and depressed, crying frequently, yearning to not have to deal with any responsibilities, and saying odd things like, "I want to touch and be touched." In another vlog, Wright says they impulsively deleted their Twitch account but didn't know why. This was particularly odd since the tweet from the same month expressed that the streams were even going off of sub-only mode and were doing fine without the excessive hate. A few months later, however, Wright claimed to be addicted to actively seeking out negative comments, not just on YouTube, which at this point wasn't even possible since most of the comment sections had been turned off, but also on 4chan and Reddit, saying that there was nothing better to do.
There's a lot of places where people talk about me, and I read all of it. Like, everything anyone says about me, I just read it. I have nothing better to do. I wake up and there's nothing to do, and I read it, and I do, and it hurts.
This is a huge red flag on its own. Seeking out negative commentary about yourself when you're an internet personality is never a good idea, but it's especially concerning when we take into account the fact that Wright's late trans friend was alleged to have done the same exact thing. In the wake of the deletion of the Twitch account, another article and interview went up, with Wright being quoted as saying, "Today feels like the worst day in a while. I want to die. Painlessly, please. I googled harmless self-delete methods, but they all seem cumbersome. I don't think I'd actually go through with anything, but it sure is nice to fantasize about not having to deal anymore." As the topic of speedrunning came up, Wright once again started talking in an almost nihilistic tone about how arbitrary and meaningless it all was, eventually devolving into a rant.
It's like, you'll never be as good. I just feel like I'm ahead of everyone. Everyone's behind me. I'm like way ahead of everyone. Oh my god, and I hate it too. I feel so arrogant, and like, it's just like I wake up and there's nothing to do, and so I'll just take a bath. Then I'll go get high, and then I'll go read the internet, and I'll read what everyone says about me, and I'll just refresh the YouTube comments forever. Some people say I show up on Patreon. I bet that would piss everyone off so much, and honestly, like, other people need the money more than me. Sure, just do it, just take the money, take your money, here, go pay for me to sit around and get high. and complain about my life and read negative things people say about me. It's like, I don't know what you're paying for.
In the same video, Wright acknowledges that they're still doing fine as far as finances go, so their situation isn't dire by any means, which makes their frustration at how people are attached to their old self that much more confusing and misdirected. If they truly aren't satisfied with their new identity, as they repeatedly claim in the vlog, why go out of your way to engage with people who aren't, if not to convince yourself of it? As their mental state rapidly deteriorated, so did the content. In one upload, Wright unknowingly recreates that one scene in Joker where he's dancing in the bathroom after he loses his mind. Nothing else really happens, but either way, it's pretty disturbing to watch.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. Same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
And this is just one of multiple uploads that contained nothing but Wright standing around awkwardly, posing and making faces while staring at the camera, sometimes humming music, and at other times dancing like Buffalo Bill. Someone else also noticed the similarities between the two and made a video titled MTF Transition Speedrun, where they played the same song from the scene of Buffalo Bill dancing over Wright's video. Other examples of content from this time period include Wright casually talking about their bedroom and throwing away empty boxes of Soylent. This is not a joke, by the way, this is actually real. To put it in simple terms, the content was not content at all. Even when there was gaming involved, it was equally underwhelming, and Narcissa was clearly dejected, with none of the energy they once had. Additionally, the narcissistic rants kept coming. In one segment from a stream in May, despite all of the stuff said about how speedrunning is dumb and pointless, Wright began bragging about their accomplishments.
People don't even know this, but like, my epic speedruns, I used to be an epic Smash player in Melee. I used to be a tournament player for like years and years and years and years. God damn it, like, I am like the entitled millennial, I am the digital dreamer, I am future child, and if you think my stream isn't worth it, then f*** you, honestly, f*** you. I am worth it. I'm worth keeping alive, and I'm worth keeping around, and I'm worth working on my passions. If I work on my passions, I can do amazing things, and like, people don't even see that. People are so stupid. Work is bullshit. We should all work on automating this world. I'm serious. The world is just filled with data, and you can make machines see the data, and you can make them do stuff. And you can make robotics, and you can make intelligent machines, and like, you think you're a Starbucks barista, but that job is going to be automated in like 20 years, or less. Probably less. McDonald's is going to be automated. All the things will be automated. Everything's going to be automated. Such a stupid asshole. I'm just like way smarter than everyone, and I'm way ahead of everyone. I'm more educated than everyone.
Even when the streams did consist of gameplay, they were also filled with pointless tangents that highlighted how sad the situation was. During an episode of a Twilight Princess gameplay, an email Wright had sent to the actual Soylent company was read out loud, which had them basically begging for a sponsorship despite having no viewers. Begging for a sponsorship with nothing to offer is bad enough, but doing doing it for Soylent is a deeper level of misery. Right around the same time, Wright did a brief stream where they essentially blamed carpal tunnel syndrome for the lack of good speedrunning content. The extremely outspoken love for Soylent led many to cast doubt on the seriousness of his wrist issues. Basing ourselves solely on what Wright revealed about their personal habits, it's easy to conclude that Narcissa was drastically malnourished as the centerpiece of their diet was soy, which here and there is fine, but no one thing is supposed to be your entire diet. It also probably doesn't help that they never left the house, did any exercise, got any sunlight, or hung out with any friends. Narcissa was the living definition of terminally online. While this is mostly speculation, there is some research indicating that high doses of estrogen can increase the risk of injury related to skeletal issues, and that extended exposure to blue light, which is the kind of light that electronics and monitors emit, as well as poor sleep, all lead to rapidly aging ligaments. Given that Cosmo was possibly on black market hormone replacement at this time, due to no longer having health insurance, and spending north of 14 hours a day staring at his computer screen, it seems like Narcissa was doing every single health-destroying thing that they could possibly do. Not just physically, but also mentally. From here, the content only got more erratic. Half-hour-long singing streams.
You in the pants, hot pants, get the people to dance and relax. Relax.
Along with bizarre clips of Wright saying, "Don't tell me what to do.
Don't tell me what to do."
And then, of course, there's a video where they cuddle with a pillow for 2 minutes straight while saying nothing. In September of that year, YouTuber Apollo Legend made a short video titled The Downfall of Narcissa Wright, compiling and commenting on the most deranged stream moments that had come out. In the video, the point he makes was that if Wright had simply continued to speedrun, their downfall wouldn't have occurred at all. The video got a lot of views and was widely hailed as a very fair breakdown, even if the coverage was pretty friendly. But unfortunately, this didn't change anything, as Wright continued to doom post on Twitter about their financial situation, as if the only option was to continue streaming non-content and have meltdowns about it. While pity baiting didn't work, Narcissa did delete their Twitch and Discord entirely, and then threatened to do something drastic once they ran out of money. Coincidentally, the very next move was to open a Patreon, with the tiers being promises of consuming bad batches of Soylent for the audience's entertainment. I think this is one of the many instances of Wright conflating the audience being mad at them for being self-destructive, with the audience egging the self-destruction on. Realistically, there's no reason to consume bad Soylent that may hurt you if you're not trying to make a martyr out of yourself. And by October, it seemed like that was the path Narcissa was going down. A few videos titled Pathetic Video were posted where Wright plays up the e-begging.
Oh, please support my Patreon, please. Please. I just need another $1,500 per month, please. Please support me, please.
It's clearly done ironically, but taking into account the other extremely childish behaviors, like bragging about being purposely toxic to make people mad.
I flash my ego, and then people try to tear me down. And they can't resist.
As well as saying they didn't want a one-on-one connection with someone, but instead wanted to be adored by the masses, there's a genuine thread of extremely stunted development weaving all of Wright's obnoxious behaviors together. It's like instead of transitioning in gender, Narcissa transitioned in age, because ever since 2015, Wright became increasingly comfortable with being immature, even if it meant spitting in the faces of the very same people who had made them money online as a streamer in the first place. It didn't stop at the fans either, as when other streamers reached out trying to help them get money through Twitch, Wright responded by saying, "All these speedrunners trying to make ends meet through Twitch subs and donations, trying to lecture me with their financial advice." When someone responded, pointing out that at least those guys weren't making pathetic videos begging for money, Wright replied saying that those videos were a high art form and more interesting than any speedrun content. Things seemed to be taking a turn for the worse, however that was possible, as Wright announced they'd stop doing drugs and instead get on clonazepam. Clonazepam is a benzodiazepine, one of the most misused and misprescribed psychiatric medications, to the point where its abuse has been described as an epidemic, and it's played a role in about a fifth of all drug overdose deaths. It's claimed here that the benzos were prescribed, but even if they were, should someone in as frail of a mental state and as fickle as Narcissa Wright be given the green light to pop a bean once in a while? A lot of people found this behavior very concerning, as even the mods of their own Discord server were jumping ship, and as they continued to be mistreated and insulted despite giving Wright their undivided attention and money, something unexpected happened. On the 11th of November, streamer Destiny posted a clip titled "Some Thoughts on Transgenderism," where he said,
"The two problems that I have with the trans community are, it seems like a lot of trans people have like a lot of other mental problems. Like, it seems to be pretty rare that I find somebody who happens to be trans and I just find that out, transgendered, rather than like a transgendered person has a lot of mental health issues. Like, I guess like I'm thinking of people like Cosmo/Narcissa clearly has a lot of mental problems going on. So for instance, if you look at the stuff going on with Narcissa is in the head. She has severe problems with her life mentally, right? It's very obvious when you watch it. But I don't think that she's ever going to get the help that she needs because she's trans. She has an infinite amount of overwhelmingly positive support from the trans community, which I think is disgusting.
As soon as they caught wind of this, Wright responded, claiming that they were mentally fine, and much later down the line, the two even had a conversation about refraining from reading online hate as it does no good. Unfortunately, Wright wasn't being very honest with their intentions here, because as soon as the judicious eyes of Destiny and his fanbase looked the other way, Narcissa went right back to regularly scheduled programming.
I'm out of my mind, out of my f***ing mind. I'm out of my f***ing mind, out of my f***ing mind. I'm out of my f***ing mind, out of my mind.
And during this period, people noticed a recurring theme as well. Wright would bring up the upcoming release of the new Zelda game, Breath of the Wild, seemingly with absolute certainty that it could revive their online career, going as far as to say they expected to get 20,000 concurrent viewers on their first stream of it, or else they'd be forever disappointed. Whenever someone in the chat expressed skepticism about the hype, it was met with an extremely negative reaction. It was clear that the attachment to the game was another delusion and not a healthy and realistic plan for the future, like they'd had many times back when they were still Cosmo. After incessant back and forths with the stream chat, Wright went on to do a very freaky workout video, which I guess was for the wrist thing. The issue here being that besides the freaky faces during the workout, the weights are almost insignificantly light. If Wright actually trained their forearms with a reasonable amount of weight, it's much more likely that the wrist issue would lessen over time. It would also mean their body would change, with their arms getting bigger compared to the rest of their body, resulting in some kind of fentanyl-addicted pop spy thing going on. From sleep streams to not delivering an artwork commission from a fan to the tune of $700 because of not having time, there were many signs that things would only continue to go downhill, Breath of the Wild or not. During this time, the Sam and Tolkien subreddit was officially in on the right story, covering their descent into insanity with as much flair as expected from that community. One thread made a parody of Shake That Ass by Eminem, which went 2 to the 1 to the 1 to the 3. I got boy and I got bad teeth. Drink so much soy you wouldn't believe, and I get more gas than an SUV.
What'd he say? What'd he say?
Every time you rip a slab pack, Arena Club makes you an instant offer for your card based on its market value. That's right, no guessing, no waiting. The moment you accept, your Arena Club wallet instantly loads up your funds, so you can cash out or keep ripping more slab packs. Arena Club delivers the absolute best value in the hobby, giving you confidence in every rip. Don't just collect, level up your collection with the best value in the hobby. Buy an Arena Club slab pack today and see for yourself.
Would you be happy if you stayed where you are in life and job forever? If the answer is yes, then this video is not for you. But if you want to finally achieve the time, location, and financial freedom you know you deserve, then this new career may be the answer to all your prayers. Because what I'm about to reveal to you is unlike anything you've ever seen before. It pays extremely well, it's flexible with hours and location, you don't need a degree, and here's...
Another post attached an image of Right dancing titled, Cosmo, your latest L is far too massive for humanity to comprehend. And a comment underneath it read, when narcissism
Slayer.
Dies, that apartment is going to need a priest or a shaman to cleanse it from all of the negative energy she leaves there. Imagine that at the apartment you live in used to live this ghoulish looking nut job that cried every day and did weird dances. In possibly one of the dumbest moves made so far, Narcissa tried to get the fan base, all 12 people who are still there, to go to war with the Sam and Tolkien subreddit, which is obviously not a good idea. If you're getting hate online, targeting the specific people who hate you and trying to brigade that subreddit is generally a very, very bad idea. Another pretty fruitless endeavor from this period was the campaign to get a free copy of the Nintendo Switch with Breath of the Wild early, which Wright argued that they deserved for their speedrunning Zelda stuff from years ago. Mind you, in the past few years, Wright had constantly bashed their own achievements as if they were meaningless and swore off speedrunning altogether. Whatever occasional self-awareness Narcissa showed about the self-destruction was quickly undercut by more manic depressive delusions, usually revolving around the obsessive thought that if Breath of the Wild didn't work, there was no reason to live. Eventually, the game's release came around, and not only did Wright return to Zelda, but they actually got the attention of major gaming news outlets in the process, which effectively promoted the streams. It looked like it could have been a huge comeback arc. Unfortunately, when the return happened, it garnered around 2,000 viewers at its peak, which, despite being a very decent number for someone who hadn't done any proper content in 2 years, didn't satisfy Wright's arbitrary standards of how much fame they deserved. Instead of taking it with gratitude that they could still attract that many people to the content, Wright began spam posting about Sam and Tolkien, begging everyone there to stop talking about them, all while ignoring any kind of advice from both fans and detractors to either stop feeding into the negative attention, or, if they didn't want any negative attention at all, just leave the internet. But the subreddit's consensus from the beginning was pretty straightforward. Narcissa didn't need money, viewers, or anything of the sort. They needed to get off stream and find help, desperately. Wright's response was that they were bigots and sadists who enjoyed watching someone they disliked have meltdowns. The thing is, even if that is partially true, it doesn't change the fact that voluntarily exposing yourself yourself to toxicity is a sign of being very mentally unwell. The hard thing to acknowledge is that sometimes the trolls and the haters are right, and them being trolls doesn't always invalidate what they say. You can't simultaneously gloat about how much you enjoy getting on people's nerves, and then get mad and cry when people are making fun of you for streaming yourself doing pretentious non-content. But Narcissa Wright's last-ditch attempt at getting them to stop was creating a separate subreddit just for Narcissa criticism. And of course, Narcissa was the one and only moderator of the sub, meaning no post would ever go up. Between Narcissa delusionally claiming to have transcended humanity and suffered ego death, and the too deep for you poems about speedrunning categories, the closest thing to an achievement Wright got here was a world record in an extremely specific category of Breath of the Wild that didn't have many entries and wasn't competitive. As it turns out, the game's release changed nothing, as the issues were much deeper than the content. In response to someone saying that some soul-searching might be in order, Wright had a complete meltdown.
Soul-searching in order? What do you think I've been doing over the last, 3 years? Like, what do you think I've been doing?
But by this point, people didn't want to make fun of Narcissa as much as they were expressing concern, saying that professional help was definitely in order. However, Haberdasher A, the person in charge of Sam and Tolkien, said, "We've been trying to do that for months." She absolutely hates when people suggest she get professional help. Like a few months ago when she came to this sub, 90% of the people in the thread were begging her to get help. She ignored them and still calls this place a hate sub, even though we're just about the only people who actually give a damn. There's no way to actually get a person help unless they do it themselves. So a person can stream to hundreds of people daily mental breakdowns and nothing is done about it. Soon after reeling in from this incident, another even more disturbing moment happened.
The boys. I have power over them. Is it a power thing for me? Is it a power thing? Do I like that feeling of power in which the boys get horny and then they're like, oh, and then they shoot me the DM. They slide into my DMs.
Need to run Windows on your Mac? Parallels Desktop makes it simple to integrate Windows apps into your macOS workflow.
Scoreless after 1.
Install Windows in minutes and stay productive without
Oh my god.
Narcissa was now taking Klonopin to stave off the anxiety attacks, but they expressed they were considering going back to other drugs due to life feeling too difficult. Around the same time, they tweeted that there was a beautiful girl in their bed, with the very next tweet having an image attached of Wright and an unnamed person, later revealed to be one of their chat members, D-Girl, a fellow trans woman. Given how the last relationship went, most people thought this was bad news. And it's at this point when we have to get into the Walgreens incident, which despite sounding really funny and also menacing at the same time is just pathetic. For context, Wright had been chronically suffering from bad constipation due to the fierce Soylent diet, which, by the way, multiple doctors advised against. Instead of listening, Wright just embraced being in constant intestinal pain for months, relying on fiber supplements to get by. This went fine until one fateful day, which Wright retells as follows. I was like, maybe I could just walk into Walgreens and show my doctor's paper thing that says I should get this fiber stuff and be like, hey, really unfortunate situation. I guess that my debit card is gone, so I have no money. So maybe I could get this now and somehow work out a solution to get this thing that I need to stop being in pain or whatever. And so I go to Walgreens, I show them the thing, and I explain the situation. And the guy's like, no, this is an over-the-counter thing, and there's no prescription for this. You have to pay for this. We can't help you. I was really pissed off, so I walked to the front and I talked to the cashier. They're like, you should talk to the manager. So they call the manager, and the manager says there's no way you can get this. I was getting kind of flustered. I was like, I need this. I need this. I was getting kind of upset. I was like, can you pay for it and I'll pay you back? And he's like, no. I was like, what if I just take this and walk out the store with it? He's like, we'll call the cops then. I was considering it, but I put the thing down and I was shaking my head and walked away. I was so pissed off. I was like, I can't wait till these Walmart capitalist nightmare assholes lose their job to automation. I was so shook by that, and I called my dad. If that wasn't enough, Wright may or may not have looked like this during the Walgreens incident. This was the result of Narcissa cutting their hair with scissors during a mental breakdown, and yeah, it looks like that. They eventually did go bald to correct the catastrophe that was that cut, but before that could happen, Wright decided it was a good idea to call up the self-harm prevention hotline in the middle of the stream. The comments on a Sam and Tolkien thread summarize what happened. When she called them up, the expression on her face looked like she'd struck gold, and before that, she gloated that people were paying attention after she cut her hair on stream. Narcissa admits she feels better because there's more people paying attention after the call, and asks, why weren't you watching when I broke the Breath of the Wild record before starting another run run with 400 new viewers. Based on that description, it looks like Narcissa just called the hotline up to get more viewers on stream, which is as low as it gets. Around the same time, Wright can be seen psychologically breaking down at freefall speed, sobbing while making a heart gesture with her hands. But as with every other instance, nothing came of it. No introspection, no taking a break, no turning their life around, nothing. And after this, they did officially go full ball, prompting a lot of memes and comparisons to Nosferatu. It's worth noting that the shaved head came just a few weeks before Wright began epilating on stream, meaning plucking their body hairs out. It's very interesting because the pathological intent to remove body hair is a known symptom of OCD. In turn, this and OCD are closely associated with body dysmorphic disorder, as people with BDD compulsively self-check and arbitrarily obsess over certain aspects of their body, even ones that they have no power to change. And unfortunately, there's also some relation to anorexia, although anorexia hinges more on whether the person practices severe caloric restrictions, like, for example, constantly eating meal replacements instead of actual meals, like Soylent. It was very clear that whatever undiagnosed conditions Wright had were worsening at a very fast rate. Despite Wright's Breath of the Wild run being rejected by the 2017 HRDQ, with John Numbers successfully getting into another competition, by the way, it still wasn't over. In 2017, Wright suddenly began streaming Ocarina of Time to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of one of the game's famous sequence breaks. And this was actually pretty well received by people who yearned to see a glimmer of what used to be. And surprisingly, Wright actually followed up on it, promising to continue focusing on running Breath of the Wild, not letting the previous rejections get to them. But before all of this motivation could get any momentum, Wright once again reported suffering from severe depression, which may or may not have something to do with the fact that Adrian came out on Facebook claiming that their relationship was abusive, without actually specifying the abuse. But Adrian did make it clear she was talking about Narcissa, since she mentioned speedrunning in her post. The response to Adrian was disjointed and hesitant, with Wright first saying the breakup crushed both of them, and later adding and confirming that Adrian frequently flirted with other men at GDQ. And at one point, apparently she was flying another speedrunner into their house, who stayed there for a week against Narcissa's wishes. Per these messages, it appears Adrian wanted an open relationship and seemingly was going to get it, whether Wright agreed or not. Later on, it was also revealed that Adrian didn't approve of the open relationship going both ways, even expressing jealousy over Wright potentially being with a girl they showed no signs of liking. Regardless, according to these Discord messages, Adrian went on to be with 5 other men. But despite all of the rumors, all of the gossip being spread, and especially despite the allegations of abuse, it didn't seem like it fazed Narcissa too much, as immediately after, a new relationship was announced, with someone named Willow. In the document containing the rules for the relationship, because yes, there was a document, the articles established that both Narcissa and Willow are kitties, and that Narcissa likes to submit to her kitty sometimes. It also ratifies that they both were in a closed polyamorous relationship where they could be with other people from time to time, but only if both parties agreed. And lastly, we have to note here that neither party is allowed to finish until they see each other. I'm frankly at a loss for words here, as Wright was immediately back on Reddit, screaming at people about how speedrun categories are unfair. And things got even darker here, because immediately after, Wright exacts revenge by vandalizing the Zelda speedrun site which they had access to. Apparently, this act of cyber vandalism happened because Wright was mad at the staff for selling graphic t-shirts and running speedrun charity marathons of their own. Fortunately, the people in charge of the website easily reversed these changes, with Wright failing to do any permanent.
Do you realize how much money this will save us? What's that? I just built a budgeting app with ps5. Look.
Look here! Look, listen! That is an awesome thing. That's a compliment,
isn't it? It's not an awesome thing. It hits you all at once, dude. Have you ever... Well, you probably have.
You gotta look at it glass half full, glass half empty.
I'm not interested in anything, dude. I turned the only interest I had in life into my job.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man. All I wanted to do was, like, I was fucking lonely. I wanted to just scream and have a good time, man. Have a good game.
In the vast and chaotic world of online gaming, legends are not born only through skill, but through the personalities behind the screen. Some creators rise to fame through unmatched talent, others through charisma or controversy. And then there are those whose stories go beyond the games they play. Stories that grow into myths, cautionary tales, and internet lore. Among these figures stands Wings of Redemption, from lashing out at friends for doing exactly what he had asked of them.
Foul ball, it stays 0-2. He's mixing his pitches really well. Late on that fastball after seeing the changeup. See if he can elevate one.
It was your idea.
If he does, he'll get the swing and miss. Drilled out towards left center field. Way back there, it's got a chance.
Yeah, I thought it was your idea.
And he makes the catch on the track. Just missed a homer that
throwing
time.
his own wife over a table.
Bottom of the inning, Ben Rice with an impressive home run total. Top 5 in the league is legit, Singy.
Oh, for sure, Boog. He's got that don't make a mistake vibe every time he steps in.
Oh, great stop. And
Jordy
they
Jordan
get
was
the out.
never the kind of person you would expect to
Jose
find in the spotlight.
Caballero
He did not
stepping
have a
in now
polished
for the
image or a
Yankees.
carefully managed
3 hits
persona.
last night.
What he had
So he was a
a
big
voice
factor
and a
in getting
willingness
that
to use
win.
it. At a time when YouTube gaming was still
Hit
raw
in the air,
and
right
unrefined,
field. Marte
Jordy spoke
under
directly
it.
to his audience in a way that felt
And
different,
there are 2 down.
unfiltered, almost brutally honest.
Now to the plate, the pitcher, Garrett Cole.
A lot of these guys have
Definitely
fake
scuffling
personalities
at the
on
dish
commentaries,
lately.
and it's
Only
like,
2 hits
that's
over
a
the
good
last
business
5
decision.
games.
But I can't bring
Swing and a
myself to
miss
do
at
that.
His earliest
99
videos were
miles an
simple,
hour.
just gameplay layered with his thoughts. There were no flashy edits, no gimmicks, no attempt to dress things up. It was
That
a man with
one
a
in triple
microphone telling it
digits.
how he saw
Just
it. For
not
viewers
able to
searching
catch
for
up to
something
that
authentic,
velocity.
This was enough. Jordy's commentary connected, and in those first years, he rose quickly,
Swings
joining
and
the ranks of the
misses,
early
struck him
pioneers who were
out.
shaping the future of gaming content. But the internet has a way
Back
of
at Yankee
turning
Stadium,
strength
in
into
now for the
weakness.
Reds,
The
Ellie
same
De La
honesty that drew
Cruz.
people in also revealed sides of Jordy that were harder to ignore. He spoke openly about his struggles,
This one
his
chopped to the ground,
frustrations,
was
his
fouled.
ambitions,
Chris,
and
he's
over
currently
time
the
audiences
team
began
leader
to
at
notice patterns.
OPS.
Promises of change, glimpses of new beginnings, followed by silence,
Delivers a
or by a
pitch in for
return
a
to
strike
familiar
at
grounds.
95.
Energy that seemed bright at first, but faded quickly. His story, even in those early years, was never just about gaming.
Hit on the
It was
ground
about
is
a man
short,
trying to
and
find
it's
direction
through for a
in real
hit.
time while the
And
world
they have
was
their
watching.
first base
And
runner
the world
since
did
the
watch.
first inning.
Every upload, every live stream,
Here's
every
the
moment
left
of
fielder,
tension or
TJ
self-doubt
Friedl.
became another
Fly
piece
to
of a
right
larger
his first
narrative.
time.
Some fans sympathized,
fouled
others
off.
mocked.
Well, here's a good opportunity in this inning to get on the scoreboard after that leadoff hit, and hard to order coming up right behind him. This is where they need to get going.
Whose life played out
to
in quick
second.
scenes
No,
and
he
debates
takes
across
the
the
shortstop
Yet
off
behind
the
all
bag.
of it, behind the noise and the spectacle, there
Go ahead,
remains the
run
man
on base.
himself.
Will
Caught between
Benson,
what he wanted
the
to
next
be
to hit for
and
the
what the
Reds.
internet decided he was. This is his
Ground
story,
ball,
the story
and
of
that's
wins of
through the
redemption.
infield.
But stories
Here
like
comes the
Jordy's are
runner.
not told in
Here
a straight
comes the
line.
throw.
They are shaped by
Safe.
moments, sudden
And the
turns
runner
that
from
shift
second
everything.
scores
For
on
Wins
the
of
play.
Redemption, the first
On
of
the
those
board
moments arrived
first,
early
it's
in his
one
career.
zip.
around
What an
2011.
aggressive secondary
Maybe
lead. That
following
ball
the
was
rest of his
smoked to
career.
left.
In
To be able to
2011,
score from
Wings and his
second.
friends invited
Not
one of
only
the
great
biggest names in
speed,
Call of Duty
great
scene.
instinct as well.
Their gangster
Suarez
syndicate,
in the box
widely
now,
regarded
takes
at the time
strike
as the
one.
best Call of
There's
Duty
the
zombie
swing and a
player in
miss.
the world.
So now it's all about
He
protect mode.
insisted
Try to
that
shorten
he was
up,
the better
try to
player.
track the
Not
ball,
just in zombies,
block
but in
it.
Call of Duty as a
Swings
whole.
and misses, struck him out. And that is a big first out. Now he
Yeah, but see, I really do.
He pointed to his achievements in other games, boasting about unlocking rare trophies and mastering difficult titles.
I mean, how many games have you seen me play where I wasn't
love the
really,
day
really good
games
at?
here
I just
on the
posted
north
Dead
side
Space.
of
I started playing Dead
Chicago.
Space 3 days ago, and I did the toughest achievement in the game.
To Wings, these were proof that his skill level could match or surpass anyone's. Syndicate, to his
Spencer
credit,
Steele
tried to keep
rounded
the
out
conversation
his
respectful.
first time
He told
up.
Wings that confidence was important, that every good player should believe in
Whoa,
themselves.
that's down.
Having confidence
At the
behind
dish,
something
looking to
goes
look the
great.
ball in
Things
the
go
air
through
and
live
spot.
going.
Anything but
I'm
the
the
inning
best.
double
Someone else
play,
is best.
Boog.
You know,
One in the air,
As the back
center
and
field.
forth continued, Syndicate pressed the point.
Two
Was
down.
Wings really claiming to be the best Call of Duty player? Wings hedged. He said he was the best commentator who played, and that in a normal multiplayer setting he could
first and
hang with the
second.
very best,
And ready to
leading
hit
his
now
team
for
to victory
Cincinnati.
more often than
Noel
not.
V.
I'm the best Call of Duty player, but I bet you if you put me in the same room as the best, I can hang with it.
However, when challenged about the kill-to-death ratios, he brushed it off, saying other modes inflated the stats.
That's
Just
a
closer
closer to
to
getting out of the jam.
mainly because he plays ground war. You got to
In the
factor
air,
in those
right
extra
field.
3 people, and you got to average those into chopper gunners.
And when his
got
past
it,
one-on-one
and
losses
that
were
is
brought up,
that.
the answer ready. Those matches
So one
weren't
run in
realistic.
the inning on this
They didn't
base
reflect
hit.
how
It's
Call of
now
Duty
1-0.
was really played.
You know, you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. Like
I don't
that's
have
On a 4, here's the
I've beat
Yankees
him so
leadoff
many times
hitter,
in the regular
Ken
room.
Griffey
Call of
Jr.
Duty is not a one-on-one environment. The situation where Fear Cries and all them won, the thing you and syndicate we're in, that's not a realistic scenario.
Definitely being
The
aggressive
fact is,
at
it's
the
12
plate,
people
but I think
on
it's
maps
fair
that
to
don't
wonder if they're being a
you
little
have people spawning in front of other
The
people.
numbers tell us
There
they're
was times
swinging
where I
at the
seen like
first
the game
pitch
360
more than
going a negative
90% of the
kill
time,
streak.
and
Like,
that's
I
an
even
extremely
commented
high
on it.
number, especially when you're not getting results.
To his critics, it sounded like excuse after excuse. A man protecting his ego. In the live chat notice, messages flooded in, mocking him, telling him to stop. Wings lashed out, threatening to ban anyone who repeated it.
It's his 6th home run of the season, and we're all square. It's 1-1.
Then came the moment that changed everything. Syndicate didn't insult him, didn't mock him. He simply offered a challenge. He said he'd never played Wings before, and that plenty of people claim to be the best. Wings truly believed it. He could settle it in the match right then and there.
Guys just don't have the pop to do that, and probably just as many who don't have the approach either. He let that ball travel. He got great extension on the
Wings
follow
agreed,
through to drive
but
it
only
out
under
of here.
one condition. He had to be the host.
He's going to be playing across the street.
The real threats are coming
I
up.
like
They've
playing this
already
side
given up a home run in
After
this
some back
inning.
and forth, the group settled on a compromise. Woody, another member of the podcast, would host as a neutral party, but it wasn't truly neutral. Syndicate was connecting from the United Kingdom, while both Woody and Wings were based in the United States. The result was an uneven playing field, with Syndicate fighting against a noticeable disadvantage in connection. Besides that, Wings even played a warm-up match with another host while Syndicate was busy setting up his Xbox. The map was chosen, a map which Wings claimed he had never lost in, the weapon selected by Wings himself. By all accounts, the match was tilted in his favor. This was supposed to be his chance to prove himself, live in front of thousands.
To shorten your path to the baseball. Put it in play somewhere, then you got a chance.
And he dodges that fastball. You would get destroyed in World of War. I have never lost.
As the game began, things looked promising for Wings. Early on, he managed to keep pace, trading kills with Syndicate and holding his own. But as the match wore on, Syndicate began to adapt. Slowly but surely, the balance shifted. The gap widened, and before long, Wings found himself falling down. The final score was clear: 14 kills for Syndicate, 9 for Wings. A decisive loss, especially under conditions that Wings himself had pushed for. At first, the banter was playful, but as the score tilted against him, Wings' tone grew harsher. What had started as light trash talk became frustration and then anger. When the game ended, that frustration boiled over. On screen, Wings muttered a bitter "fuck you" in Woody's direction and hurled his controller across the room. The crunch was sharp and unmistakable, ringing out for everyone watching live. Moments later, his voice cut through again, furious and humiliated. Why did you even stream that?
Fuck! Why the f you stream that shit?
I'm an avid hiker, skydiver, scuba diver, and I just love to be outdoors, and that really has driven me to want to protect our natural resources.
Fights that one away, and the count remains 0-2. 2 down, nobody
Plastics are valuable because they protect people's food and our world.
Triple
And I
digits on
think
the
one
gun.
of the
It's just a
common
different experience as a hitter watching that go by. It was your idea.
No, I didn't say ball, that's out!
But the irony was impossible to ignore. The stream wasn't Woody's idea. Wings had made sure the match was broadcast. Earlier in the same conversation, amidst his trash talk, he had insisted they play right then and there, and that it be streamed live. Syndicate may have issued the challenge, but it was Wings who demanded it be immediate, public, and definitive.
Try to move it around, create just a little bit of illusion at the end.
We're doing this now. You want to go buy the game guns or
Payoff pitch.
My guess.
No. We can set that up, right?
Gets a piece
His
there. We'll do
confidence
it
had been
again.
absolute. He had even joked that people would need to pay him $1,000 to play in the future. But for now, he was giving Syndicate the chance for free.
How much money you paying me?
You get none of my money.
You can do it for free right now, or you
I
can
don't
pay
want
me like
any of your
$1,000 later.
And yet the very moment it all fell apart, Wings wanted it to race.
This
Almost
one's
immediately
drilled.
after
Right
his
center
outburst, he
field.
demanded the
That
stream be
one.
ended,
Head for the
even though the
fence.
others were prepared to continue.
Please cancel the stream. I did not want to hear this.
The spectacle he had created, the match he had forced into the spotlight, was cut short at his request, leaving behind not only the sound of his anger and the memory of a meltdown that could never truly be taken back. For Wings, this wasn't just a loss. It was a collapse of the image he had been building, a moment where the confidence he wore like armor cracked in front of thousands. To the audience, it was unforgettable. To Wings, it was unbearable. The match he demanded, the match broadcast at his own insistence, became the moment that defined him, not as the best Call of Duty player, but as someone who cracked under pressure in front of a community that would never let him forget it. The meltdown would go on to define Wings' reputation for years, but moments like this don't come out of nowhere. The anger, the defensiveness, the need to prove himself, it all had roots that stretched far deeper than a single Call of Duty match. To understand why this moment hit so hard, you have to go back to Wings' early life, to the struggles that shaped him long before YouTube ever knew his name. Born on April 21st, 1986 in South Carolina, Wings' story began under circumstances that would shape much of his future. His arrival into the world came as the result of a teenage pregnancy, and almost immediately instability marked his life. His father, an alcoholic, chose not to stay. Abandonment came early, and the young boy's family relied heavily on his grandparents for shelter, living together in a small trailer because his parents were too young and too unprepared to support him. In fact, there's information floating around online that suggests Jordy might have actually been a product of an incestuous relationship. While it's hard to verify whether there's any truth to that claim, the rumor has been repeated enough within the community that it became part of the internet lore. When we tried to look it up, we found this video on Reddit where Wings himself mentioned it. He said that his mom and dad both were Jordans and that they were never married.
Discipline at the plate in this ballgame. Chasing pitches has been a big part of the story. We've seen it quite a bit today.
It's all over it. Like Family Guy makes jokes of it,
and it just doesn't
like
look like they're seeing it very well as a group.
It's not. But like I'm the wrong person to ask for that because my parents actually were
Got him
somewhat related.
swinging for the K.
My daddy was a
Making
Jordan.
4 strikeouts for him on the bump today.
So yeah, there is that. But even in his earliest years, hardship found its way into Wings' life. While playing with his brother, a baseball bat slipped and struck him in the head, causing severe swelling and leaving him at risk for further complications. The incident didn't impair his thinking, but it was a stark reminder of how quickly circumstances could turn against him. Yet despite the instability, Wings was not without ability. According to him, in those early years he was physically fit, often finishing first in races and games at school. But that streak ended around the age of 6 when a foreign exchange student joined his class. Suddenly the contest he once dominated slipped away. No matter what he tried, his new presence always outperformed him. The realization stung, for Wings being outshined wasn't just a loss, it was a blow to his identity. And so, in a child's logic, he decided that the only way to reclaim his spot on top was to grow bigger and stronger. He asked his grandmother for more food, believing that size alone would make him unbeatable. Never knowing that this choice would mark the start of a lifelong struggle. Instead of growing stronger, Wings grew heavier, and the weight he put on quickly became another burden to carry. By the time he was still just a boy, his body had already begun to change in ways that made him stand out. The athletic future he once imagined faded as his weight grew, and with it came social isolation. Making friends was difficult, and fitting in was nearly impossible. And as the doors of sports and popularity closed, another door opened, the world of video games. Games became more than entertainment. For Wings, they became an escape, a place where the ridicule of classmates and the weight of insecurities couldn't reach him. In digital worlds, he could be powerful, respected, and even admired. It was the beginning of a bond that would carry him through much of his life. But outside of games, reality continued its steady march of difficulty. Wings, his mother, and his brother eventually moved into Section 8 housing, government-subsidized projects that exposed him to a harsher environment. According to him, the neighborhood was so unsafe that even as a young child, he was required to have an ID card made, because missing children were often reported. For a boy only 6 or 7 years old, this wasn't just unusual, it was terrifying. As the years passed, his struggles didn't ease. His weight climbed rapidly, and by high school, Wings was 6 feet tall and 240 pounds, a size that made him stand out for all the wrong reasons. It was during this time that he was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and social anxiety, two conditions that made the task of fitting in even harder.
So
Making
now here's
friends
the
felt
pitcher,
impossible.
Garrett
Yet
Cole.
eventually there were some small breakthroughs. He found companionship in a girl named Kelly, and slowly he managed to build a fragile circle of friends. But those connections were fragile, and hardship wasn't finished with him yet. Now, for those of you who have been following Wings for a while, you already know exactly who Kelly is and the role she's going to play as the story unfolds. But for those who aren't as familiar, don't worry. Just keep in mind that Kelly is an important figure in Wings' life, and her name will come up again later as we dive deeper into the story. For now, let's just go back to his early friend circle. One night, while living in the projects, Wings became the victim of his second serious injury. A man attempted to steal his mother's car, and in an act of defiance, Wings tried to intervene. His courage was met with violence. A gun went off and the bullet lodged in his leg. The wound would stay with him, both as a scar and as a reminder of how dangerous his environment had been. Despite these challenges, Wings entered the workforce. His first job was at a grocery store, where he was tasked with restocking and cleaning shelves. But monotony weighed on him, and in just 2 weeks, he quit. That decision, though small at the time, foreshadowed a pattern that would echo throughout his life. A struggle with consistency, with sticking to tasks that he engaged in.
Never went to the grocery store again. Grocery stores are generally, I think I worked 3 days at the IGA.
Next to hit, Ellie De La
To this
Cruz.
day, it's probably the only job I've ever quit. And the reason I quit was it was so mind-numbingly boring. You talk about a boring job working at a grocery store. I mean, you pretty much front shelves all day.
From there, he tried his luck at a video rental store. The job seemed better suited to him, surrounded by games and movies, but even there, danger followed. One day, 3 armed robbers stormed the store. Wings survived, but the trauma of being held up stayed with him. Not long after, he left that job behind too. Next came a stint as a Domino's delivery driver.
Big Larry used to, when I was a pizza delivery driver, Big Larry was so big, like he had to be 600 plus. But he'd always order, I'd always know him. When I seen the order, I knew it was Larry's order before I knew where I was going. He didn't tip either.
The pay was modest, but the risks were high. On one delivery, he was ambushed, struck on the back of the head with the barrel of a shotgun, and robbed of just $20. It was a humiliating and terrifying experience, and eventually a conflict with a manager ended that job as well. Still searching, Wings found work as a 911 operator. For 2 weeks, he sat at a desk, fielding calls, but the stress and responsibility quickly overwhelmed him. Once again, he was let go. By this point, young Jordy had already cycled through several jobs, each one ending in either resignation or dismissal. Restlessness followed him everywhere. He struggled to find work that engaged him, and more often than not, he left positions behind as quickly as he started them. But his next job, the final one before YouTube, was different. This one he took seriously. Jordy found work at a Chinese-owned company called Metgloss, which specialized in producing a unique type of glass that was in high demand. It wasn't the kind of work most would dream of, but it came with stability, purpose, and pay that was far above anything Jordy had ever earned. As a crane operator, he was making $25 an hour, a wage that, in the mid-2000s, felt like striking gold. For once, the chaos that had defined his youth seemed to quiet down. He had money coming in, a routine he could depend on, and a sense that perhaps finally he had found his place. But the security didn't last. When the 2007 recession swept through the economy, companies like Metgloss were hit hard. Import and export complications strained their operations, and soon the business began letting go of its employees. Jordy, despite his effort and consistency, was one of the many to lose his job. Overnight, the sense of stability he had worked so hard to build disappeared. He found himself unemployed and directionless once again, left to wrestle with the same uncertainty that had haunted so much of his life. Jobless and moneyless, Jordy returned to the one constant that had always been there for him: video games. Outside of a small circle of family and friends, gaming was all he had to lean on. He poured himself into it, spending hours at a time immersed in the virtual worlds that had once been his childhood escape. But this time, those games would become more than just a distraction. A friend of his, known online as Z7 Taylor, had already been experimenting with something new. Taylor recorded clips of himself playing Call of Duty, edited them, and uploaded them to YouTube. The platform was still young, but those videos began to gather views, recognition, and a sense of community that Jordy couldn't ignore. He saw firsthand the attention Taylor was receiving, and it planted an idea in his mind. If Taylor could find an audience simply by sharing the games they already played together, why couldn't he? Jordy was already spending countless hours in Call of Duty lobbies, already developing strategies, already pouring his voice into the microphone during matches. All it would take was the decision to hit record, to upload, and to put himself out there. And so, inspired by his friend and driven by the sudden vacuum left by the recession, Jordy's next chapter began. What started as late nights spent gaming to fill the void of unemployment was about to transform into a career. The boy who had once retreated into video games for comfort was stepping into a space where the entire world could hear his voice. That voice would not be polished nor carefully managed. It would be blunt, unfiltered, and at times abrasive. But in that rawness lay something compelling, something that drew viewers in, even if it also pushed others away. This was the beginning of Wings of Redemption, a new identity born out of hardship, shaped by struggle, and destined to carry all the weight of Jordy's past into the spotlight. Jordy's leap into YouTube was not impulsive, it was calculated, born from observation and timing. After watching his friend Z7 Taylor receive attention for uploading gameplay, Jordy saw potential. If Taylor could build an audience by simply sharing Call of Duty clips, then surely he could too. But unlike Taylor, Jordy wanted to do it right from the beginning. In the fall of 2009, he made an investment. He purchased an expensive capture device, the Hoppo HD PVR, a piece of equipment that cost nearly $200, a steep price for someone recently laid off and struggling financially. But to Jordy, it was a gamble worth taking. The HD PVR would allow him to record crisp, high-definition footage of his matches at a time when most of YouTube was still filled with grainy, low-quality uploads. That decision alone set him apart. In January 2008, he launched his channel, Wings of Redemption. The name carried weight, a mix of personal symbolism and gaming identity. a moniker that would soon become infamous. His first 2 uploads were simple enough, but it was on his 3rd video that Jordy did something most players weren't attempting at. He spoke directly to the audience.
Down the left side. Yeah, hi again, this is my first commentary, and here we go.
His voice carried over the gameplay, offering commentary, thoughts, and personality alongside the footage. It wasn't just about what was happening on screen anymore. It was about the person behind the controller. The style was revolutionary for its time. YouTube was still young, and while commentary videos are common today, back then it was a novelty. Combined with the sharp HD quality of his recordings and occasional glimpses of his face, Wings of Redemption quickly distinguished himself from the sea of anonymous, faceless uploads. He wasn't just showing gameplay, he was building a persona. The formula worked. Jordy uploaded regularly, sometimes multiple times a week, and that consistency became one of his early strengths. His channel grew quickly. Within the first month, he had nearly 2,000 subscribers, a number that in 2009 represented real traction. By all measures, he was off to a strong start. It didn't take long for his network to expand. Z7 Taylor, the friend who had first inspired him, caught the attention of a larger creator at the time, a channel known as Hutch is Your Daddy. Hutch was one of the pioneering names in Call of Duty commentary, and his shout-out to Taylor provided a ripple effect that extended to Jordy as well. With the association, Wings of Redemption's subscriber count surged. From just a few thousand, his audience swelled to nearly 7,000 shortly after. For a small-town gamer from South Carolina, those numbers were staggering. He had gone from obscurity to becoming a recognized name within the growing Call of Duty communities in a matter of weeks. But with exposure came scrutiny, and scrutiny quickly led to Jordy's first brush with controversy. In a now-deleted video, Wings of Redemption publicly criticized Hutch's style of play. Hutch was known for quick-scoping, a flashy technique with sniper rifles that involved zooming in and firing with lightning speed. The method was risky but spectacular, producing the kind of clips that excited viewers and kept them entertained. To many, it was an art form, but to Jordy, it was unrealistic. On camera, he dismissed the practice outright, arguing that quick-scoping had no basis in real-life military tactics. In his view, Call of Duty was meant to be played as a simulation, and players should treat it with the seriousness of an actual battlefield. To him, snipers were not meant to dart across maps firing from the hip. They were meant to hold positions, to wait patiently, to act with precision. Anything else, he argued, was not how the game was designed to be played. He called Hutch an amateur for this.
I called you an amateur sniper without actual sniper ideals or traits.
Now what do you think?
The audience, however, didn't take his side. Viewers saw his comments not as a principled stance, but as hypocrisy. They pointed to Jordy's own favorite strategy, camping. Camping in shooter culture is when a player picks a spot on the map, hunkers down, and waits for enemies to come to them instead of engaging actively. It is effective, yes, but it's also one of the most heavily criticized play styles in online gaming. Players hate it because it feels cheap and passive, as though that camper is refusing to truly compete. To many, camping ruins the flow of a match, turning a fast-paced contest into a tedious grind. And while Wings might have considered his approach strategic, viewers called it out as cowardly and boring. The irony was clear. Here was Jordy, dismissing Hutch's entertaining quickscopes as unrealistic, while relying on a strategy that frustrated nearly everyone else. And the backlash came quickly, but rather than escalate into a feud, the situation diffused in an unexpected way. Hutch, instead of retaliating, reached out to Wings. The two eventually sat down for a collaboration, and had a friendly debate about their different approaches to the game.
This is Hutch bringing you a match of domination on Wasteland, but this is not my match. This is another person's match. Who do I got with me today?
Yo, it's your boy, Wings of Redemption.
Wow. That's quite an intro, buddy.
It was a surprising resolution, one that showcased how small and interconnected the YouTube gaming scene was in its early days. Even disagreements could turn into opportunities for collaboration and growth. For Wings of Redemption, it was both a lesson and a warning. His honesty and bluntness had already drawn attention, but it also highlighted the very traits that would follow him for the rest of his career. A tendency to speak his mind without filter, a belief that his way was the right way, and a willingness to challenge others even if it invited backlash. In some ways, this controversy marked the true beginning of his identity online. From the start, Wings was not going to be the polished, agreeable type. He was not there to entertain with flash or charm. He was there to assert himself,
stays alive.
to carve out a space with his voice, and to do things his way. And while that approach brought him early success, it also planted the seeds for conflicts that would define much of his career. Another example of Wings of Redemption's early controversy was running with a group of gamers that were gaining notoriety at the time, who called themselves the Federation of Asphalt Gamers, or FAG. This was a loosely organized collective that thrived on creating chaos, raiding online games, and bullying other players into submission. Their reputation spread quickly in the early Call of Duty community, and it was only a matter of time before Wings ended up in their sights. The conflict began not long after the infamous Hutch is Your Daddy incident, the argument that marked the start of Wings' reputation for being combative and defensive.
What I did in that video was not camping in the least. I basically held down over half the map.
Have you ever seen a game where the stronger you become, the more dangerous it is? You are in the wilderness with no guidance and no tasks. You must always be on guard against sneak attacks from players and bosses. The bosses here will become stronger as you progress. All you can do is shuttle and explore in the wilderness and kill monsters to level up.
Low inside.
When you finally reach level 100, you will receive your first quest reward. It allows you to choose to upgrade to a poison,
up the middle,
or
nice grab, over the first,
got it.
Nice play. Nobody left for Cincinnati, and they trail it here, 2-1.
All right, you know, down half the map, and I was moving constantly. You do not have to be moving into areas of the game, of the map, to
and
not
now
be
a meeting
camping.
near home plate,
Seriously,
so it looks like
even
we're going to have a double
says
switch
that
here.
Mess, you know. I mean, yeah, people will call me a fat nerd for that, but guess what? You'll just get your ass blocked.
Graham Ashcraft
straight up
out of the bullpen
and
now, and he'll go into the 6th spot in the lineup following the double switch.
I don't give a
Sal Stewart will move into the 9th spot in the
I will
lineup.
block you out of spare spite. Because I know people that really enjoy my site,
one-run game.
be willing to watch my video twice to get ready to watch. Nobody wants your ass
shot last time.
From then on, he became known as someone who would respond directly to criticism and negative comments, and often his responses were heated. For a group like FAG, who made a sport out of provoking reactions, this was the perfect target. Wings was exactly the type of person they wanted to harass, because they knew he would not ignore them, and instead would lash out publicly. At the center of FAG was Daniel Keemstar, better known as Keemstar. Even at this early stage of his career, Keemstar had a reputation for stirring up drama and escalating conflict. When another Call of Duty commentator named That Guy Who Camps informed Keem that Wings had been speaking negatively about him, the news spread quickly, and Keemstar decided to act. The group launched a mass harassment campaign against Wings, raiding his lobbies, spamming his content, and most damaging of all, engaging in what became known as false flagging. This meant mass reporting Wings' videos in an attempt to get them removed from YouTube, a devastating tactic at a time when creators relied on a few key uploads to grow their channels. Wings responded the way he usually did, by making videos addressing the situation directly. In one such upload, he asked the FAG members to stop false flagging his channel and pleaded for the harassment to end.
We're only trying to flag and thumbs down on videos, which end result we're getting my account banned. I have to go through the long, lengthy process of getting it banned. To help protect my channel, not subscribe to his live stream, kind of go in the comment section and persuade people not to.
At the same time, he also urged his own viewers not to retaliate against them, warning that fighting fire with fire would only make things worse. He even asked his audience to try to convince the FAG members to leave the channel alone, a move that showed how desperate the situation was.
I'm not telling you to flag your videos or anything, because I've already got footage of this channel threatening my personal space and my personal use. And I'm going to try to send that to the administration department over at Blog TV and see if that gets done. But I'm not telling you to take any action.
And that's a one-out single.
But let's work to try to keep my channel alive.
Well, Singy, he is locked in
but
there.
the request had no effect.
He's really slowed the game down.
Remained under siege.
He's moving in full
This
speed, and
request
everybody
proved
is a step
ineffectual, and
or
the
two
FAG
behind.
was able to
The way that he
successfully
squared up
abuse
that
YouTube's
baseball
automated
tells me that he is
systems,
seeing it
racking up
like a
over
beach
30
ball.
strikes on his channel.
Stepping in
Protected
down
by
for the
the
Yankees.
Eventually, in an attempt to settle things, Wings arranged a call with Keemstar. At first, the conversation was surprisingly tame. Wings acted calm, almost innocent, as if he were trying to de-escalate. But as the call went on, the real issue surfaced. Keem accused Wings of weaponizing his fan base, pointing out that FAG itself had been suffering from false flagging. He claimed that Wings had taken credit for taking them down, and suggested that Wings' audience was being used to retaliate against the group.
That's through for a base hit.
He said,
they get it in quickly. So first and second down, one out.
Everything came together perfectly right there. Smash that one through the infield, no knock. When it's hit that hard, it makes it very tough on the infielders to make any sort of play.
Until YouTube reviews
for New York,
and now
Jose
he has someone that's taking credit for killing her
how he decides to attack on the mound.
Rather than outright denying this, Wings responded by saying, "What did Keem expect?" By attacking a much larger channel like his, retaliation is inevitable.
He's good. That was going to come anyway. That's a channel that was 4 times your size.
The two seemed to reach a kind of uneasy truce, and by the end of the call, Wings himself described it as a ceasefire.
Any thoughts on our discussion here, Wings?
Yeah, I'll ceasefire.
But things did not end there. When the call was supposed to be over, Wings continued talking, unaware or perhaps careless of the fact that the recording was still running. He began asking Keemstar questions that revealed something far more concerning. Wings admitted that he had gathered personal information about Keemstar, including his P.O. box, his street address, and even the name of his girlfriend.
Run some stuff by you. Is your P.O. box 148 Holland, New York 1408?
That's correct. Got him swinging. It's a strikeout. And that'll keep more runs from coming in.
140809
Another look at the long ball for the Yankees. It's now a 3-1 ball game.
I don't give my personal
I'm here on Celebrity Substitute, where Amazon delivers everything our star substitutes need to help students ace the day. Find it all on Amazon.
We go to the 8th. Here's the Reds catcher, Tyler Stevenson.
Four-seam fastball, high outside.
Is your girlfriend named Melissa?
Yes, she is.
Their phone number 716.
At first, Keemstar seemed taken aback, asking why Wings had been digging into his private information. Wings tried to brush it off, claiming he just wanted to see how much of the information was correct, but then he admitted that he had looked into Keem's personal details intentionally and leaked them.
8263.
Okay, can I ask you why you're trying to get my personal information?
I'm just trying to see how much of this is correct, because I gave some of this information to Fisticuffs.
You gave my personal information to Fisticuffs?
When pressed further, Wings gave a response that shocked many. He joked that if Keem ever succeeded in taking his channel down, he might have to make a trip to New York.
What was the motivation behind this action?
This is, well, basically, I did some digging, and I tried to find everything I could find out about him in case he actually did drop my YouTube channel.
All right. Well, this is a good example, though, Wings. Like, you know,
I was going to take a trip up to New York.
The implication was clear, and Keemstar did not take it lightly. He shot back, saying he was not scared, that if Wings did come to New York, he would end up going back looking like a raccoon.
You might be going back looking like a raccoon.
Keem accused Wings of being a bully, but said that no matter what, he would always stand against him with his middle finger in the air.
That way he won't
do you know
be
how many
surprised.
people? Do you know how many people threaten me a day? It's like I know that you're a bully and that you get off on bullying people, but like I'm one person that is just gonna constantly have that middle finger in the air. It's never gonna go down. It's always gonna be. No one is ever gonna talk me into submission or anything. So whatever you're trying to do, just stop now.
The moment ended the conversation, but it set the tone for how their relationship would unfold in the years that followed, one filled with conflict, animosity, and repeated clashes. This entire saga not only damaged Wings' reputation, but also solidified his image as someone who could not ignore his critics. Every time he responded, every time he lashed out, it gave his detractors more ammunition to use against him. The feud with FAG and Keemstar became one of the defining controversies of his early career, a controversy that revealed both his unwillingness to back down and the dangers of his confrontational style. By the start of 2010, Wings of Redemption was no longer just another small creator in a growing sea of Call of Duty channels. His voice and consistency had begun to pay off. Just months into his YouTube career, he was approached by Machinima, a powerful and exclusive network at the time. Partnering with Machinima meant one thing above all else: money. Around this time, Jordy was also offered the chance to return to his old job at Metglass, the crane operator position that had once given him stability and solid pay, but he declined. To him, going back would have been a step backward, a retreat into the very life he was trying to escape. Jordy chose to double down on content creation, determined to make it his future. For the first time, Wings could begin earning revenue from his videos, transforming what had once been a pastime into something that resembled a career, It was validation, not only that his content had value, but that he, a gamer from South Carolina with no college degree and a history of short-lived jobs, could finally make something of himself. The numbers reflected it. Within just 4 months of signing on, Wing's channel had skyrocketed to over 45,000 subscribers. For early YouTube, this was no small achievement. It put him firmly in the conversation with the biggest names in the Call of Duty community. During this time, Wings also began collaborating with other creators, most notably Woody's Gamertag and S. Kyle, who would later rise to fame under the persona S. Russia. The three first connected casually over Skype calls, but their chemistry quickly stood out. After a few collaborations, they made the decision to create something more permanent together, a podcast. The show, titled Painkiller Already, better known simply as PKA, started out as pre-recorded discussions between the trio. Before long, however, they shifted to live streaming the episodes on Justin.tv, the platform that would later become Twitch. And from there, the format found its rhythm. It wasn't just about gaming anymore. They talked about everything, current events, relationships, outrageous hypothetical questions, even deeply personal aspects of their own lives. Each week a different guest would join in, but the real draw was the dynamic between the hosts themselves. For Wings, the podcast was both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, it massively expanded his reach, introducing him to audiences who might never have found his YouTube channel otherwise. On the other, it opened the door for the world to see him unfiltered, and sometimes that honesty worked against him. Through PKA, we learned things about Wings that would become defining parts of his online identity. He openly talked about his struggles with weight, including his early discussions of weight loss surgery, and even mentioned experimenting with things like B12 shots to try and boost his metabolism.
I have 46 weapons. Some of them are fully automatic. Mine are too.
Base 44 Super Agents, the next thing you can't live without. No setup, just say hello. Every tool you already use, plugged in a click. And away it goes. Analyzing the competition and delivering a brief before you finish your morning coffee. Sit back while it understands your portfolio, builds and tracks dashboards, and finds your next big thing. Scaling your voice, turning your vision into the perfect post, the perfect timing, and every bit of data into a decision. All while clearing up your email, scheduling meetings, and reminding you of the important stuff. At night, it keeps on going, doing it all. So when you wake up, you're already one step ahead. Time to update what you think is possible. Base 44 Super Agents.
Hey, I need to launch a campaign in 2 weeks. Let's see. Okay, Elena, we need a great brief. Product, insight, market. Leave nothing out. Add it in. Looks good. Let's get it to our CMO and agents Nathan and Nina. Nice work. Agents, where have you been all my life?
He also admitted to bouts of uncontrolled anger, casually recalling how he had smashed televisions, broken multiple controllers, and even destroyed a handgun during fits of rage.
That was my rage story. But Wings, you're clearly gonna win this.
18 PS3 controllers, 3 Xbox controllers, 2 TVs, 1 keyboard, 1 handgun.
And then there was perhaps the most unsettling revelation of all. Wings owned an arsenal of 46 firearms, something that surprised and concerned many of the viewers.
You know that, well, everybody knows that you've been considering, is it laparoscopic surgery? I have that wrong, the band surgery. Lap band surgery, thank you, lap band surgery.
What I'm doing right now is I'm on a low-carb diet, where I basically eat like a lot of eggs, chicken, and meat. But I'm going to the doctor Saturday. His name's Dr. Norman, and he's here in Myrtle Beach. And I'm basically going to be given what you call a B12 shot. And what it is a shot they put into your stomach. It's a big old long needle. And it increases your metabolism. And there's a set of pills that go on there and just you kind of keep like perks you up and keeps your metabolism going, keeps your heart rate up.
That winning 46 firearms might have sounded impressive on the surface, but to many viewers it painted a far more troubling picture. Who really needs that many weapons? Especially when you are not a collector by trade or a professional marksman. We're all for self-defense. But this many weapons seems like overkill. For Wings, it seemed less about practicality and more about control, a way of compensating for feelings he could never quite shake. The fear of being powerless, of being exposed, had been with him since childhood. Growing up in poverty, bullied for his appearance, shot in the leg as a teenager, all of these experiences left a scar that never faded. The guns, then, were not just tools. They were symbols of security, a reassurance that he would never again be at the mercy of the world around him. But just like his struggles with weight, his tendency to lash out, or his endless comparisons to others, the arsenal revealed something fragile beneath the surface. It was not strength, it was not confidence, it was protection layered over insecurity. Every weapon was another reminder that Jordy was still fighting a battle with himself, one that no amount of firepower could truly win. In time, that same need to defend himself would appear in different forms, from his excuses in competition to the way he clashed with viewers online. The guns were only the beginning. An early glimpse of the insecurities that would haunt Wings of Redemption for the rest of his public life. In many ways, PKA became the stage where Wings' contradictions played out. He could be funny, relatable, and thoughtful one moment, then volatile, bitter, or insecure the next.
On the other hand, like there's a Wings that subs don't get to see all that much. Like that guy that reads poetry in his commentary, that guy that has deeper thoughts and a sensitive side, he's there too, and I get to see him. And sometimes the subs don't. And recently it's been changed, but there was that like phase he had where I guess he and his subs had conflict for like whatever 50 videos, 100 videos in a row, and a lot of guys are stuck on that Wings, but there's more to it.
And while this unpredictability drew attention, it also planted the seeds for the controversies and conflicts that would define much of his career. Looking back, the stories Wings shared on PKA were not just entertaining anecdotes, they were warnings. Each confession, from his struggles with food, to his explosive temper, to the strange comfort he took in owning dozens of firearms, painted a picture of someone constantly at war with himself. At times he seemed self-aware, admitting his flaws openly, but self-awareness is not the same as change. That was the contradiction at the heart of A Wings of Redemption. He could admit his weaknesses, yet when confronted with them in real time, his instinct was always to lash out, to protect the fragile image he had built. And nowhere was this clearer than in the infamous Syndicate match. Everything he had revealed on the podcast, his volatility, his defensiveness, his deep need to be seen as great, had all come boiling to the surface during that one-on-one game. The meltdown that followed was not an isolated moment. It was the perfect storm of everything the Wings had already shown the world, captured live, and amplified by the unforgiving lens of the internet. And this wasn't the end of it either. The public outburst might have been embarrassing enough, but what came after, according to Woody, was even more startling. Years later, Woody revealed that once the stream had ended, Wings' anger didn't cool off. It got worse. Behind the scenes, Wings went ballistic, directing his fury not at himself, not even at Woody, but at Syndicate. He allegedly threatened Syndicate's life, saying things along the lines of breaking his teeth in with a magazine and other violent remarks.
I try to change the topic and play 1v1 against a different guy. Let's just put that in the past and move on. He doesn't want that. He wants to end the stream, so we do. After the stream ends, he's continually threatening this guy. He says he's going to break his teeth out with a mag light. That if he was there, he would. He goes like...
Syndicate, for his part, didn't take the bait. He stayed calm, almost detached, brushing it off with a kind of, yeah, sure, whatever attitude.
Nuts on it. And Tom, on the other hand, is also known as Syndicate, is just being cool about the whole thing. Look, man, you win some, you lose some. Don't make too big a deal out of it.
The contrast was striking. On one side, you had Wings, humiliated and seething, struggling to process the loss he had insisted on making public. On the other, Syndicate, unfazed, unwilling to let the tantrum rattle him. But the story didn't stop there either. Despite the meltdown, despite the threats, a rematch between Wings and Syndicate was arranged, and that second encounter, while less infamous than the first, would prove just as telling in its own way. On August 27, 2011, Wings of Redemption and Syndicate once again crossed paths, this time not in a live match, but in a series of private text messages. The idea of a rematch had been floated, with someone even offering to put up a prize of $5,000 for the winner. Despite all the hostility and disrespect Wings had shown during their last encounter, Syndicate was willing to bury the hatchet and entertain the idea of playing again. But then Wings made a move that shocked everyone. Instead of simply agreeing to the rematch, he asked Syndicate to throw the match. The proposal was straightforward. If Syndicate deliberately lost, they could split the money.
You guys will put, I forget what it was, like $5,000 on the line. and then winner take all. And Wings came to him and said, "Look, we'll do this. We'll do a 1v1. You throw it. You look. I'm gonna win anyway because I'm winning to the
Middle inside.
But you throw it just to lock that in, and then I'll keep. I think. What do we want the split to be? Is it to his?
See, that's the best part. Wings would keep the lion's share and get the victory.
That's not how a bribe works.
That's not how bribes work.
Wings justified the request by saying he would win anyway, framing it as an easy way for both of them to profit while burying the hatchet. He even admitted that he didn't make $2,500 a day and needed to provide for his girlfriend at the time, a woman named Shalene, whom he had met on a dating site called Plenty of Fish, and her 2 children. The reasoning raised obvious questions. If Wings were so confident he would win regardless, why ask Syndicate to lose on purpose? To many, it revealed something deeper. As his friend Woody would later explain, Wings tied almost all of his self-worth to gaming. He had little else in his life he felt proud of. His weight, his financial struggles, and his frequent meltdowns often left him mocked, memed, and dismissed. Gaming and YouTube were the only areas where he could still see himself as successful, and that desperation seeped into moments like this.
Why is he getting so upset? I guess this would be my mindset. You said this guy's really good, top of the rank, right? Like
at zombies.
Zombies, yeah. But I mean, so he just the game in general that he would be proficient at, I would imagine. So,
sure. Don't forget.
You know, if you're going against somebody like that and you lose, you'd be like, okay, well, I lost. Maybe talk a little bit of shit, but you'd be like, well, the guy's good, right? I got a loss. I got a loss.
Wings thinks he's great.
I think so.
Wings is self-appreciation is out of this world. You know, he legit thought for a while that he was better than all the pro gamers, that he was better at quickscoping than the quickscopers, better at zombies than the zombies guy, better anyone at everything. He plays all his games on hard mode, right? As if that was some sort of like, qualification to be an outstanding gamer. So he was surprised that the #1 zombie player on the planet was better than him. He didn't see that coming. And you say, why is he making such a big deal out of a loss? You also have to recognize, and maybe you do, that it's not just a game to him. This is his living. This is his sense of self-worth. This is like being good at games. It's not just his finances, but who he is. That's like, as a man, he is a dominant gamer.
Unfortunately for Wings, his attempt to fix the match did not stay private. Syndicate leaked the messages on Twitter, exposing the bribe attempt to the public. What might have been a chance at redemption instead turned into another scandal, further damaging his reputation. Before this, while Wings had already been trolled for his meltdowns, his blaming of teammates, and his defensive style of camping, he still carried a certain level of respect in the Call of Duty community. He had even done good things, like raising $10,000 for a young girl with cerebral palsy, personally donating $2,000 out of his own pocket to make it happen. But after the Syndicate DMs went public, things shifted. The trolls had more reasons, the respect he had earned began to erode, and the image of Wings of Redemption as a sore loser was replaced by something worse. Someone willing to cheat, even bribe, to protect the fragile identity he had built as a dominant gamer. Looking back, the Syndicate saga was more than just an embarrassing episode. It was the first and most pivotal turning point in Wings of Redemption's reputation. Before this, he had been seen as a talented Call of Duty player with a growing channel, a podcaster with opinions, and even someone capable of rallying his audience for good causes. But after this, the perception shifted. The meltdown during the live match, the violent threats behind the scenes, and the leaked attempt to bribe Syndicate all combined to create a new image of Wings, volatile, insecure, and willing to cut corners to protect his pride. But despite the hate and the setbacks, Wings kept making videos. He continued to upload regularly, but by this point, the YouTube space was evolving rapidly. New creators were entering the scene with flashier edits, higher production value, and more entertaining personalities. By comparison, Wings' content, though it had seen some small upgrades, remained largely the same as it had been in 2009. His straightforward commentaries and simple gameplay no longer stood out. As a result, his subscriber count stagnated at around 400,000, and his views began to steadily decline. To make matters worse, his personal life was unraveling as well. Shalene, the woman he had been dating and whose children he had helped take care of, left him. For Wings, who had invested so much of his time and resources into that relationship, the breakup was a heavy blow.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and this is another one of the videos. Not very hype, but I got some very important news and channel updates here for you today. For those of you who know, I've been dating a girl named Shalene for about a year now, and today I kind of decided for a huge life change. I actually asked her to move out of the house again.
Still, he managed to bounce back temporarily when he began dating another woman named Brandy, whom he also met through plenty of fish. For a brief moment, things seemed to stabilize. Professionally, Wings attempted to revitalize his channel by putting together a special video to celebrate reaching 100 million total views. He spent days editing and preparing it, hoping it would reignite interest in his content, but the video failed to land. It lacked the spark that audiences had come to expect from the evolving YouTube landscape, and its underwhelming reception devastated him.
It was his 100 million total views celebration video. It would take him 3 days of editing to put this together, but due to its poor editing and failure to portray a clear narrative, it would well underperform.
In a now-deleted tweet, Wings was seen threatening another creator online. This all came shortly after his 100 million views. Special video flopped, failing to draw in more attention than his regular uploads. Wings had poured days of work into the project, and when it didn't perform, the disappointment hit him hard. Feeling dejected, he turned to Twitter, where he posted about suicide. The reaction from the community was swift and unforgiving. Instead of offering sympathy, many accused Wings of using suicide threats as a ploy for attention, claiming he was only doing it because his video hadn't gotten the views he wanted. This was partly on Wings, because from what we have found, he was blaming it all on the fact that since his views were low, he wouldn't be able to make much money off this video, and he was already in a bad financial situation. Among those who called him out was fellow content creator El Prezador, who openly criticized Wings for his behavior. That's when Wings made things even worse. In another now-deleted tweet, he directly threatened El Prezador's life, writing, "I've got a lot of guns, El Prezador, and if I decide to kill myself, I'm taking you with me." It was an outrageous escalation, a death threat directed at another content creator, stemming from nothing more than frustration over YouTube numbers. El Prezador, understandably, did not take kindly to the message. For Wings, the incident became yet another example of how his insecurities and volatility constantly boiled over in public. During all of this drama, another familiar figure entered the picture, Keemstar. Wings and Keem already had history, and Keem used the moment to his advantage. Drama was, and still is, his bread and butter. By involving himself, he saw an opportunity to capitalize on Wings' latest controversy, while also reviving old tensions. That Keem managed to bring all of the key players into one place, his podcast. On the panel was Keemstar himself, fellow commentator White Boy 7th Street, and a user known as Extra Ranker. Later, El Prezador, the same creator Wings had threatened, would join in as well. Wings appeared too, this time backed by Woody, one of his closest friends, and at that point, one of the few people willing to publicly defend him. What followed wasn't just a discussion, it was a public spectacle. With so many of Wings' rivals in the same space, and with Keem at the helm steering the conversation toward conflict, it quickly became less about resolution and more about exposure, at least at first. As the podcast began, neither Wings of Redemption nor El Prezador had joined the call yet. Keemstar, acting as the host, brought in other commentators such as White Boy 7th Street and Extra Ranker to get the conversation started. Almost immediately the discussion turned toward Wings and his recent meltdown online. White Boy was the first to voice his opinion. He said that while he respected Wings as a creator, faking suicide threats because a video did not receive enough views was unacceptable behavior. He compared Wings' actions to those of an emotional teenager, someone acting like an emo 13-year-old, as he put it.
Right. He did it for attention. That's what a 13-year-old emo chick does. I care about Wings. I like Wings. I'm sure all the viewers do as well. I can relate to him. I have a personal relationship with him. You know, I can feel him. I can understand him. Mm-hmm. And that's why I got away with so much stuff. But faking it, crying wolf, I lost it.
Duranker built on that criticism, pointing out that all he had ever heard from Wings was constant complaining. In his view, Wings was ungrateful because he had what many would consider a dream job, and yet continued to act like it was not enough. These comments created an atmosphere of tension, even before Wings had the chance to join the call.
I respect what Wings does, don't get me wrong. You know, I'm not hating on him. I'm just saying all he ever does is complain.
When Wings finally entered, he came in already defensive. He immediately confronted both White Boy and Duranker, asking why they had spoken about him before he could defend himself. His anger quickly zeroed in on Duranker. Wings belittled his job, claiming it was easy and not something to be proud of.
I told you what it is. You're a production supervisor. You walk around with your hands in your pockets. You probably turned a wrench in 8 years, and you want to sit there and talk about gall of working hard. So you have a cake job. Your job is cake. What you do is you hold your hands in your pockets. You wait till the safety meeting in the morning so you can suck up to some big wigs. Then you go home and you drink your Miller Lite, what it sounds like you're doing.
He attacked Duranker's income, boasting that he made more money in a single day than Duranker made in an entire week.
Actually, I'm on my phone. I'm actually at work because I have a job. Anyway.
Actually at work because you have a job. You know what? I did your job for 5 years. And you know what? I make more money now than I did at that job in one day of the week than I did. But the fact is...
To Wings, hard labor or low-paying work was not a sign of resilience or dedication, but of failure. He accused people who did such jobs of having made mistakes in their lives rather than being hard-working individuals.
No. You're making it seem like I've never worked a real job before. The reason that I have worked a real job is the reason I don't want to work a real job again. It doesn't matter if it's labor or back-breaking work. You know, if I see a person digging a ditch, you know what I don't think? That's a hard worker. I think that's somebody that f***ed up in his life.
After shutting down to Ranker with that tirade, Wings turned his attention toward White Boy. His temper continued to flare as he hurled insult after insult, trying to undermine White Boy's credibility and status. At one point, Wings threatened to expose White Boy's earnings, claiming that he could reveal exactly how much money White Boy was making on YouTube.
You're real close to me just telling you what you actually make.
That's not anybody's business what people make, though, Wayne.
I know what he makes. His contract ain't much different from mine.
Woody, who was in the call as both a co-host and a friend of Wings, tried to calm him down, but Wings refused to let the matter go. Wings insisted that White Boy's accusations were absurd. If he had truly wanted to profit from a suicide story, he argued, then he would have made a YouTube video about it where the ad revenue and clicks would have paid off.
He's calling me a view whore when he said himself I'd get like 1,000 views. You're dumbass, dude. I don't do that for views. If I did that for views, I would do it on my YouTube channel. Why don't you take your one-eyed ass?
Instead, his tweet had been an emotional response, not a calculated grab for money. His tone, however, was not measured. It was aggressive, harsh, and cutting. He mocked White Boy as a dropout who wasted time with drugs and told him to start thinking like an adult rather than a careless teenager.
Why don't you take your one-eyed ass and learn something? Quit smoking pot. Quit being a high school dropout.
White Boy defended himself, unwilling to back down in the face of the Wings' rage. He argued that faking suicide, even if only for attention or out of frustration, had real consequences. It was not something that could be dismissed as a bad day or a mistake. He reminded Wings that his platform carried influence, and that actions like his could have ramifications on fans and the wider community.
Suicide, do you not understand the gravity of the situation? You faked the suicide for views. Your raw instinct.
The heated exchange escalated to the point that Wings could no longer contain himself. In a fit of anger, he left his computer and stormed out of the room, leaving the rest of the call to continue without him. It was an embarrassing moment for him and for Woody, who found himself trying to pick up the pieces in the aftermath.
Fake the suicide for views. Your raw instinct.
After Jordy returned,
once Woody joined the call fully, he attempted to reframe the situation. As one of Wings' closest friends at the time, he felt an obligation to defend him, or at least to provide context that might soften the blow. Woody explained that Wings was not trying to fake suicide for attention. Instead, he painted Wings as someone who thought in the short term and often reacted emotionally when things did not go his way. The failed video had left him hurt and disappointed, and rather than processing it quietly, Wings had turned to Twitter in a moment of weakness. Woody argued that this was not a ploy or manipulation, but simply a man letting his emotions spill into the public eye.
Wings, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
All right, so when I was watching the Twitter feed unfold, like, this is how it played in my own head. I saw, you upset, and I know you, right? You're a guy who thinks a little bit short term. When cash comes in the bank, you feel wealthy. When the bills roll in, you feel broke. When the views are high, you feel, if you have a good day view-wise, you feel like things are awesome. If you have a single bad day view-wise, you worry that the world is crashing. So I watched you on YouTube, and I thought, you know what? He's not joking or putting on a suicide hoax. He's just a guy who has extreme feelings and expresses, like, there's no sort of long-term, moderation filter on there. If I get 700,000 views today and 30,000 views tomorrow, I feel like I got 730,000 views over 2 days. You feel like, oh my gosh, my channel crashed today. The world is ending.
For some listeners, Woody's explanation was sympathetic and humanizing, a reminder that creators are people who sometimes falter under pressure. For others, it sounded like excuse-making, for someone who repeatedly refused to take responsibility for his behavior. What could not be ignored, however, was that the incident had added yet another layer of controversy to Wings' already fragile reputation. Wings would later rejoin the call, but the tone shifted noticeably. Instead of lashing out, he opened up to Keemstar in a moment of raw honesty. He admitted that he wasn't happy with his life, that he felt stuck, going nowhere, and that the constant barrage of trolling from people like El Presidor left him feeling genuinely depressed.
Because El Presidor is one of the main instigators of my frustration. Like, generally, when I'm feeling bad, he's the person there to try to kick you when you're down.
Why don't you get that he's just a troll?
White Boy, who had been critical earlier, showed a bit of empathy. He told Wings not to let the trolls get to him, because every time he reacted, he was giving them exactly what they wanted. Wings agreed that he understood this in theory, but in practice he couldn't help himself. He said he knew he was feeding the trolls, but when the insults piled up, he always crashed out.
He says he's trolling you while he's doing it, and you still bite into it. You're feeding him, Wings. You're feeding the troll.
I understand that.
Why don't you just stop?
Because it's not built into me to stop.
Keemstar, in an unexpected twist, actually tried to motivate him. He told Wings to focus on what he had rather than what he lacked. The fact that people like El Presidor were trying to use his name for clout, Keem argued, only proved that Wings was a big deal. He reminded him that he was respected as one of the pioneers of the Call of Duty commentary scene, and that people still valued him for helping build the community.
Wings, think about what you just said. You said that you have El Presidor trying to get big off you. Now, do you really believe that? Do you really believe that?
El Presidor's a
No, but what I'm saying is, if El Presidor is really just trying to get big off you, that is an awesome thing. That's a compliment,
It's not an awesome thing. It hits you all at once, dude.
Swing and a pop-off in foul ground.
You gotta look at it glass half full, glass half empty.
Well,
you have so much, and
for the
people in this community,
one down.
Look up to
So
you.
up next,
All right,
Stewart, getting his first appearance here in the 8th after entering off the bench
Wings
defensively.
forever. And as much as people battle with you, people do respect you, and admire you.
And it really looks like these hitters have been in between with their timing today. Good fastball, excellent slider, but they've not been able to
El
commit
Presidor
to
joined
one
the call soon
velocity
after.
and stay
He
there.
was still furious
The
over the death
1-1 is
threat
foul
and
ball.
immediately clapped back at Wings' earlier comments about him leeching for views.
They're intent on calling the FBI.
He goes down looking. Back to the top of the order now. And now, Matt McClain. Swings through that one for strike one.
Pretty amazing, his first pitch strike percentage, over 90%.
Yeah, but you're too lazy, and I also know that.
You gotta be ready to let it fly, even though he's had a lot of success.
Their back
on
and
that
forth
first
was
pitch of the
heated,
at-bat.
but eventually they agreed to let it go publicly,
On the
sweeping the
ground,
conflict
right
under the
side.
rug.
In the end,
Jazz
however, the
tosses
drama
the
was
first.
resolved.
And that is
So
that.
Wings,
Reds go down quietly.
El Presidor
It's
said,
3-1.
let's sweep it under the rug. What do you think, Wings?
Back
But it was
down
what
to
Wings said
pitcher on the
afterward
mound
that
as we
painted the
roll
clearest
into the
picture
bottom
of
of
his
the
mental
eighth.
state.
Brett
He admitted that
Lauer.
YouTube itself was the
Walks have
root of his
certainly been an
depression.
issue for
Whenever
him
he
this
was
season,
offline, he
so
felt
we'll see
miserable,
what kind of command
weighed
he
down
has.
by the constant harassment,
Junior,
the
that's off the plate.
the
As
endless
he looks
stream
at
of
ball
out-of-context clips that trolls used against him. Yet he couldn't quit, not just because it paid more than a normal job, but because it had become his entire identity. To him, leaving
Never down
YouTube
the
would mean
right
going back
side,
to
but
being a
foul.
nobody in real life, and he couldn't bear that thought. Gaming and YouTube had defined his self-worth since the beginning of his career.
Here's
And
a
now,
1-1.
with his channel stagnating and views dropping, he felt trapped
Ripped
in a
to
cycle
right.
of misery.
Makes the catch up.
I'm not really
against the
depressed,
wall.
though. I mean, as soon as I leave this
It's
room,
Aaron Judge now.
I'm happy.
0 for 3 in
As
this
soon as I
one.
forget all of this, I'm happy. That's why I said beforehand when I was a little more upset that I know what I need to do. What I need to do is put
Hammered
YouTube
down
and
the
move
right
on with my
side,
life.
but
But at
foul.
the same time, this is the high point so far.
A lot
in
of
my
pop
life.
in that
I'm not
bat
gonna
at
say
the
it's the only
distance
high
for the
point.
Oppo home
It's
run,
hard-
but many
it's hard to
times
walk
you
away
have that slice
from
going to the
having
opposite
access to
field,
50,000
and he
people.
just couldn't
It's hard
keep
to
that
walk
one
away
fair.
from,
De La Cruz under it.
basically being able to get advice at any
Two
time
away
of the
now.
day, any day of the week. It's hard to walk away
So
from,
up next for New York,
being
Jazz
somebody of
Chisholm
importance
Jr.
to going
0
back
for
into
3
a
with
world
2
where you're
groundouts and a
nobody.
strikeout.
Keemstar even offered him advice on how to revive his content. He pointed out that Wings had been making
On the
essentially the
ground.
same style of videos since he started,
He
while
takes
many
it
other
himself to the
commentary
bag,
YouTubers
and
have
that'll do it.
evolved, experimented,
Yanks held
and worn
in
different
check,
hats to keep
but they
things
still
fresh.
lead at
If
3-1.
Wings wanted to feel better about himself and have success again, he said, he needed to adapt, change things up, diversify, and break out of the rut that was dragging him down.
I had
so many different hats that I put on. We go to the ninth. Ellie De La Cruz. Guy for like 5 years.
Top 5 in OPS and climbing. It's been a loud season for him.
Yeah, he's walking, slugging, and raking. The total breadth of this lineup. You can count on competitive at-bats every time.
Like if I get into
Not many guys in this league can beat you in this many ways.
Yeah, he's making pitchers work every pitch of every at-bat. Really good rhythm and discipline in the box.
That one lifted to left.
There needs to be a wings in real life.
One away.
Maybe there needs to be something different, like reinvent yourself.
TJ Friedl.
But here's the tragedy. While the advice was solid, adapting wasn't something Wings was good at. He was stubborn, set in his ways, and afraid of failure. The same insecurity that pushed him to lash out at trolls also kept him from evolving as a creator. In his mind, change was a risk. The risks were terrifying, and his entire sense of self depended on holding on to the little success you had left. This moment on Keemstar's podcast exposed everything. Wings' depression, his fragile self-worth, his unwillingness to adapt, and his toxic relationship with the very platform that gave him purpose. It wasn't just a moment of drama, it was a glimpse into the cycle that would follow him for years. Bursts of hope, crashes of anger, attempts to rebuild, and the inevitable spiral back down. It showed that for Wings of Redemption, the real battle wasn't against trolls or fellow creators, it was against himself. After the podcast, Wings tried to settle back into his routine. He continued uploading his usual Call of Duty commentaries, but began mixing in a few more vlogs. For a short while, these vlogs helped bring some life back to his channel. They gave fans a glimpse into his personal world, something a little different from the endless game. But the momentum didn't last long. By January of 2013, disaster struck
Chris
again.
Singleton and our entire crew here at MLB The Show.
Machinima, the network that had been Wings' lifeline, suddenly dropped him. For years, Machinima was one of the biggest names in the YouTube gaming scene, providing partnerships and revenue to thousands of creators. Wings had been in the red zone for quite some time. His views weren't performing the way they once did, and promises he made to Machinima, whether output, growth, or consistency, had gone unfulfilled. Eventually, they cut ties.
I made a few decisions in my life that really crippled me when they dropped. Because I had like a 3-year contract signed, and under the premise of me signing a 3-year contract, I bought things and made obligations that I normally otherwise would not have. So basically my channel's not doing very well. I've been going into the red for February, March, April, May, June, 5 months now. And when I got that week off, it kind of like kick-started a lazy bug in me. And when you start getting lazy, you start laying down, you start sleeping more, you start getting depressed, you start realizing how fat you are, and end up being fat depresses you, and that makes you want to eat. When you eat, you feel depressed. It's just a constant cycle of us getting failure.
For Wings, this was catastrophic. YouTube was his only real source of income, and without Machinima, he was left scrambling. Rather than partner with YouTube directly, Wings signed with another network, Fullscreen TV, but the deal was far less lucrative. He went from making solid money with Machinima to scraping by with a contract that offered significantly lower pay. Overnight, his financial stability was gutted, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. Adding to the pressure, Wings suffered yet another breakup. In a now-deleted video, he admitted that his relationship had ended, and he was left not only alone, but in financial ruin. He confessed that he was broke, unable to afford even something as simple as taking someone out for dinner.
I can't afford to go get another girlfriend because I can't afford to take people out right now because I'm pretty much making no money every month. The rest.
For a man who had already tied so much of his self-worth to his channel, this was another blow to his confidence and his sense of direction. His uploads began to slow. Where he had once been consistent, pushing out content to keep the algorithm on his side, now he barely uploaded. His channel had stagnated, sitting stubbornly at around 400,000 subscribers, and the view counts were a shadow of what they once were. His audience was moving on, but Wings wasn't. He also became more vocal about his growing disillusionment with content creation. On multiple occasions, he vented that he didn't even feel like making Call of Duty videos anymore, but continued anyway because he needed the money. It was no longer about passion, no longer about proving himself, it was survival. And in many ways, that lack of motivation bled into the videos themselves. The gameplay and commentary felt tired, recycled, and uninspired, a reflection of how Wings himself was feeling. This was the state Wings of Redemption found himself in during 2013. Financially strained, emotionally drained, stuck in a creative rut, and unsure of how to move forward. What had once been his escape had become his prison. Seeing the downward spiral
Chris Singleton, I'm John Schaub.
Well,
Singing, as we come into this one, it's all about the sweep.
Yeah, and anytime there's a chance for the Blues to come out, the pressure is definitely on. We'll see if they can find a way to salvage at least one in this series.
Moved in with Kyle for a month. He was 50 pounds under his guidance. He turned the entire process into a unit.
First pitch coming your way next.
Leaving Wings to focus entirely on working out and changing his lifestyle.
One episode,
and taking the ball for the Yankees, Carlos Rodon. You look at the strikeout leaders, and he's right there, mowing guys down, Chris.
Yeah, the velocity pops, but it's his late movement that makes it unfair. You can count on competitive at-bats every time.
He's racking up Ks and making it look routine.
Yeah, just like Charlie Sheen. Wannabe hitters are in survival mode when he's on the mound.
Coffee mugs. We'll get like a big viewership. Not only will this revive
this one in the air right field.
The YouTube channel. This will be amazing. Come to my house. I'll take a month out of my schedule. I will devote it to you. We'll do this thing together. It'll be fun.
On the ground.
And sort of half-heartedly
throw to first.
I didn't really
one out in the top of the first.
To ever say yes because of all the
lineup for the Reds.
So far, you know,
and a big factor for them in recent games. J.J. Bleday.
For Wings, the idea
Next
was
for Cincinnati.
He openly admitted that he was a homebody, uncomfortable with change, and nervous about putting himself in such
one of the most memorable innings ever for Ellie happened in July 2023. In one inning, De La Cruz hit a two-out single to take the lead, and then proceeded to do something that a Reds player hasn't done in
his
more
weight had been a
than
point of
100
mockery,
years.
insecurity,
He stole
and struggle
second,
for years.
third,
His
and
YouTube channel
home in the
was
same
dying.
inning.
His
It only
personal
took
life
2
was
pitches for him to steal
and his
all
mental
3
health
bases.
was deteriorating.
Rodon
So,
will look
on
to follow
October
up an
13,
excellent performance
2013,
last time out,
Wings took the
tossing
leap
a
and traveled
shutout.
to Kyle's house to
Battling
begin
here as
what
he
would become
found
one of
his
his
way.
most pivotal
That complete game
experiments of his
shutout
career.
in his last start
Kyle
is
even
so
went as far
rare
as remodeling
nowadays,
parts of
Boo.
his house to
In
accommodate Wings'
1983,
size,
that happened
including adjustments
180
to the
times
bathroom.
across MLB. In 2023, there were only 21. Not a lot of pitchers who can do what he did.
Fights it off, you'll see another.
No. $1.18.
Rodon ready, the 0-2 on the way.
Holy cow. That's insane.
Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up.
That's even bigger.
Ground ball, left
No,
side.
that's foul, that's foul.
Low middle.
Dude, we're hitting a gold mine out here.
Stays
I'm
alive.
glad I started mining right here.
Sinker. Low outside.
I can't believe I'm up to $4.68. That's real money too, which is insane.
And so that night I was taking a shower in my shower after the show, and I was washing my hair, and I bumped my elbow on the shower wall, and I was like, God, the shower is a little narrow. And then it occurred to me, Wings of Redemption.
Got him swinging for the K. He battled for a long time, but it finishes with a strikeout. You can't be mad at yourself after an at-bat like that one. And now the catcher comes up to him, Tyler Stevenson.
This gesture showed just how invested Kyle was in giving
him
Wings every possible chance at success. Soon the workout vlogs began rolling out on Wings' channel, and to everyone's surprise, they performed exceptionally well.
And
for the first time in a long while, Wings' audience was engaged and excited. The series also forced Wings to open up more about his struggles with weight and self-perception.
And a
in one of his
swing and a
vlogs,
miss,
he reflected
and
on
that
how he
is
used to think he was overweight when he was around 300 pounds.
And now
a
the
number that
Bombers
seems
will get
small
their
compared
shot.
to where he was now.
No score. Back after this on the show.
I was kind of disappointed in myself how I wasn't as strong as I remember myself being. But I guess that's the way.
Back now in the Bronx. On the hill for the Reds, Brady Singer. Tell us about him in that sub-3 ERA, Siggy.
Well, anytime you can keep your ERA under 3, you're doing a lot of things right, and you're putting your team in a position to win a lot of ball games as well. And he's doing tremendous out there on the mound. Every time he gets the ball, you expect him to go out there and dominate. And that's what he's been to this point. We'll see how he is today.
Trent Grisham, the leadoff batter, as he looks at ball 1.
10 pounds, and there's really nothing we can, really nothing that you can do about it, but
these raw personal insights gave
And a
viewers a
swing and
glimpse
a
into his
miss. There's that
insecurities and
slider.
vulnerabilities. and the overwhelming support he received online became one of his driving motivators. Even better, the physical results were real. In the very first week of the challenge, Wings lost an impressive 25 pounds. He credited his audience's encouragement as the reason he was able to push through the initial discomfort and fatigue. For once, both the numbers on the scale and the numbers on YouTube
As we
went
take
in
a
the right
look now
direction.
at the New York Yankees lineup.
The momentum
A guy
didn't
who's been
last.
huge for
Despite
them
the
over the
progress,
last
he soon
month
began to
plus,
feel like he
Ben
had hit a
Rice.
plateau. Frustration
Aaron
set in,
Judge at
and he
the
started
plate.
voicing doubts about continuing.
And he
This baffled not
swings
only
and
his
misses
viewers,
at
but
the
also his
initial
friends,
offering.
who had invested time, effort, and energy into helping him succeed. Kyle had gone out of his way to
Judge
make
comes
this
up
possible,
empty there.
and the community
Talk about
was
tying a
rallying
guy
behind
up.
him.
That
Yet Wings
was
was
ugly.
already talking about giving up. It all came to a head during an episode of Painkiller Already,
Knocks that
where his
one away,
co-host
and
staged
we'll
a
do it
kind of
again.
intervention. They reminded him that his channel was finally doing well again, that he had more support than ever, and that this was a rare opportunity to turn his life around.
2 in a row.
No, that pitch wasn't even close to being a strike, and that just goes to show you how defensive hitters can become when they're up against an 0-2 count. You're just hoping for a mistake somewhere near the zone that you can get the bat to, but right there, he was clearly anxious. He was swinging when the ball left the hand.
People out there that are rooting for you, and all you can do is sit there and say, can't be bothered.
To their credit, they weren't wrong.
Foul
Wings had a
ball.
genuinely solid support system at this time. After some convincing, Wings agreed to stick with the challenge, and by the end of the month, he managed to lose a respectable amount of weight, even if he fell short of the original 50-pound goal.
See if you can go upstairs a little bit. Make sure you miss up and out of the zone since you're heading to count 1-2. Don't miss in the zone because that's where you get
He
hurt.
described the month as one of the worst periods of his
Base
life.
hit.
Painting
So
Wings
2
as a
out, Doc keeps
reclusive
the
and
inning
socially
alive.
awkward house guest. Kyle claimed that Wings often isolated himself, staying in his own bubble,
We often hear the
and lack
phrase,
awareness
short
of
to it,
basic social
long
etiquette.
through it.
In one
And that's a
intimate
great
story,
example
Kyle
of it
revealed
right
that Wings
there.
would
Got
leave
the
the bathroom
barrel in the
door
hitting
open
zone
even
early,
while using it,
squared it up
despite
with the
Kyle's
well-timed
roommate and
string,
girlfriend being
and came
present
away
in the
with a
house.
beautiful line.
He takes it himself to the
Outside of
bag,
the
and
workout.
that'll do it. Scoreless after 1.
Horrible ordeal. That month was one of the worst months in my life because Wings lives within his own bubble. He doesn't
Back at the
socialize, and
ballpark,
so
where
he
we're
doesn't
on sweep
curtail
alert,
himself,
Ziggy.
so
We
he
came
ignores
on the air
right
talking
away.
about that, and so
Myself,
far,
my roommate
neither
Kenny,
team is
and my
backing
girlfriend
down.
were in my
Nobody
kitchen.
wants to be on the
And
wrong
the
end of a
bathroom
sweep.
is
For one
visible
team, it's about
from
making a statement, and for
And we
the
hear
other,
this
it's
noise
about salvaging
of
respect.
water flowing into more water. And we all look up under it, and the bathroom doors are hit. And Wings is kissing. And we can see most of him. I couldn't see the penis, nor could he. And we all, and we were all shocked. And finally my roommate Kitty yelled, "Close the goddamn door! You're sitting with the door open!" And we all just bust out laughing, like, can you believe it? What? Big deal, you know? I'm taking a piss. Now I go,
It was moments like these that highlighted just how out of touch Wings could be when it came to living with others, further fueling the reputation that he was difficult to be around. The weight loss challenge was a bittersweet chapter in Wings of Redemption's history. On one hand, it showed that with structure, support, and accountability, he could make progress, both physically and creatively. His fans were re-engaged, his channel got a much-needed boost, and for once, people were rooting for him instead of trolling. On the other hand, it also revealed the deeper patterns that plagued him. His tendency to quit when things got tough, his inability to fully appreciate the help being offered, and the awkward personal habits that strained his relationships. After returning home from Kyle's, Wings actually surprised a lot of people by continuing some of the progress he had made. He went on regular walks to maintain his weight, and even hired a personal trainer named Verb.
Foul ball.
Easy weight. Considering we just got started, you haven't done this in a while. But the
Right through there for a strike. Rodon in his 12th season, 33 years old, and he was selected to the All-Star game last year. Fans another, and that's 3 straight strikeouts.
Well, he's got great strikeout stuff on the mound, doesn't he? Double-digit strikeouts in his last start, and he's just racking them up again in this one. This guy can really dominate a game out there. Not a fun assignment for any lineup.
Someone who kept Wings accountable while still encouraging him through the struggles. It worked,
So up
at least
next,
temporarily.
Spencer
Wings
Steer
kept up with the
inside.
routines and showed genuine improvement, not just physically, but mentally as well. Viewers began to notice
Late
the
on
difference.
that fastball.
While he was still mocked and trolled by many in the broader YouTube community, a surprising number of fans started to come back around, acknowledging that he was at least trying. He was making some attempts to change his content, to address his health, and to take his life in a new direction. For once, the narrative around Wings seemed to be shifting toward positivity. Even if other creators were still critical, He had one major advantage, the support of his PKA friends. Woody and Kyle defended him publicly and encouraged him to keep going. The podcast remained a safe space where he could vent, joke, and be part of something bigger. In many ways, PKA was the glue that kept him afloat during this stage of his career, but with Wings of Redemption, stability never lasts long. In 2014, during a regular PKA episode, the group stumbled into a conversation about survival shows and survival video games. This casual talk sparked a bold idea. Why not plan their own real-life survival trip? A full 5 days in the wilderness, bringing only the essentials, living off the land as best they could. It would be a fun challenge. Something new for the podcast, and great content to share with the community.
It's into April or something. And Factions Fire, if you guys are interested, if you're watching this weekend, next weekend it resets. So, and then I was like, I'm just going to make this happen. And I decided about my own rules, right? We were like going all over, and I was like, let's bring lots of ammo and tools and stuff like that. And then Kyle was like, let's bring a match and a banana hammock, a Speedo, and we'll see what goes on. And I was like, I'm just going to go. I'm going to define this thing. I'm going to invite you guys. And if you come, you come. If you don't, I run solo.
1 down.
Initially, the plan included all 4 co-hosts.
And a big swing
Kyle,
and a miss.
Woody, Wings, and Lefty. But Lefty quickly opted out, saying he wouldn't be available for the trip.
At the wrong opportunity, but I am going to
got
have
him
to
square
to
in the
remove
mask.
my hat from this. I don't even remember tossing my hat in the ring. I think it was just forcibly put there by everybody else.
Instead of just letting it go, Wings took the opportunity to clown him. He mocked Lefty relentlessly,
no score.
joking that if he didn't want to come along, maybe he could just stay back and clean the guns, playing into the idea that Lefty wasn't tough enough for the outdoors anyway.
4 strikeouts in a row, just cruising along.
Yeah, there's no doubt,
And on
Brew.
top of
Electric
that,
stuff from
I've
the
never shot a
jump.
gun
I mean, there's
before,
just
and I
no
don't know
messing
what I'm
around right
doing.
now.
So
It's still very early, but we could
That
see a
left the
pretty
survival
impressive outing
roster
here
down
if the
to 3.
strikeouts keep coming
Woody,
in the way
Kyle,
they are.
and Wings.
One thing you have
From
to
the
be aware
beginning,
of
Woody
though
and
is
Kyle
a
were all
high
in.
strikeout
They started
rate
buying
might
gear,
impact the
planning
pitch count as the
strategies, and
innings roll
building
on.
hype for the trip. Both of them
Shootout,
uploaded
nobody
videos showing
on.
off their survival kits.
Swing and a miss, and that's strike 2.
Attendants would begin making videos to hype up the survival trip and bring more exposure to it.
Another
They would
one.
present
That's
the gear they were
5
going to bring
straight
and explain
strikeouts.
its uses, as
Moving
well
to
as
the bottom of the
showcasing
second.
accounts and
No
techniques they had
score.
picked out in preparation for the trip. But when it came to games,
The energy was contagious. Fans were excited to see how these internet personalities would handle a real-world challenge.
Bottom half
Wings,
of inning
however,
number
didn't match
2.
their enthusiasm.
And stepping in
When he
for the
finally
Yankees,
uploaded his own
Austin
video,
Wells.
the difference was glaring.
it is very little compared to literature, and
Wells went
preparation
deep in his
videos
most
had very
recent
little in
game.
terms of information or how he had been preparing for the trip.
Where Woody and Kyle looked prepared, motivated, and ready for adventure, Wings' gear looked sparse and
Sliced hard,
uninspired.
but foul.
He didn't seem to have put much thought into it, and his tone was less about excitement and more about obligation. It was as if he were being dragged into something he didn't really want to do. That hesitation carried over into the podcast too. Every time the trip came up, Wings sounded reluctant, making excuse after excuse for why it couldn't happen yet. He suggested
There's a
pushing
strike.
it back to May instead of April. He even claimed that because the trip was scheduled so close to his birthday on April 21st, he wouldn't be able to go until after. To Kyle and Woody, it came across less like scheduling conflicts and more like stalling.
And that's
And
just
my
foul.
birthday's April 21st, and I'm not going any time before that.
Wait, why? I've never heard of anyone celebrating
Here's a
birth
1-2.
month before.
Yeah.
Whoever
Yeah,
heard of a
man.
birth
Maybe
month?
women.
I
My
can't go-
birthday is May 9th. First off, I still need to practice.
22nd.
I mean, like, I don't have all my stuff. My boots are in the mail. I don't even have pants.
Look, we're talking about doing this in 16.
But his co-hosts weren't letting him off the hook. They pushed him to commit, insisting the date had already been set, April 14th. They weren't about to let Wings wriggle out of it. Eventually, after enough pressure, he agreed.
Look, we're talking about doing this in 17 days, 18 days from now. That's what we just talked about.
Amazon Prime.
And you're like, my boots are still in the mail, man. I've got to get more skills.
I was always under the impression it was going to be beginning of May.
Dude, let's do this. Let's do this. April 14th, don't say no. Don't puss out. Don't be a sissy. Don't
Why
be
can't
a
we do
loser. Be a winner. Make a thing happen.
Why are you against May?
You want to live an extraordinary, because May is the distant future. You want to live an extraordinary life, you want to do extraordinary things, then you find out how to make them go. I watched the Painkiller Already subreddit, and they're like, man, a lot of these guys would really like to do this. A lot of, like, man, I would like to do this thing. There's a reason not a lot of people do this, and it's because they're wired to figure out reasons why they can't do it, why they shouldn't do it.
I'm not backing out. I'm the last person who's going to back out.
This woman in Kansas City searched her name and found $6.1 million in unclaimed money. Like, what?
Wait, you don't know about unclaimed money? This is something everybody should know about. The government may owe you money,
and you can go and search your name on binverified.com.
Go on.
Okay, let's say you have money left over from an old job, a closed bank account, tax refund, pensions, inheritance, security deposit. Each year, millions of dollars like this go unclaimed.
Wow, you need to tell me how I could check if there's anything for me.
Just go to binverified.com.
Get exclusive Mortal Kombat 2 wallpapers for your PC with Bing. Choose your fighter. New wallpapers daily. Download today.
The fans were thrilled. Not only was this going to be an entertaining survival challenge, it was going to be another big moment in Wing's story. Some people hoped it would be a breakthrough for him, forcing him out of his comfort zone. Others predicted disaster, imagining the chaos of Wings trying to rough it in the wild. Either way, people were excited, with Woody and Kyle showing their gear, hyping up the adventure, and making detailed plans. The trip felt real. Everything was set. The date was locked. The group was ready. Then came the fabled night before the trip. According to Kyle, the disaster began the night before the survival trip. He was already on the road, just a few hours away from where the group had agreed to meet. Excited, he gave Wings a call to check in. He asked if Wings was ready, if he needed anything, and even offered to rent a motel with 2 rooms so they could share. But instead of hearing enthusiasm or even nervousness on the other end of the line, Kyle was blindsided. Wings calmly told him that he wasn't coming.
I'm driving in the night before, and I think to myself, hey, let me give old Wings a call, make sure we're all good to go here, you know, because it's Wings. Call him up, say, hey man, you ready to do this thing? I'm driving in now, about 3 hours from the place. What are you up to? You know, you could if you left right now, you'd be here around 11, and you know, you could share this motel room with me. I could get a room with 2 beds or something. He's like, I'm not going. What? What do you mean? I'm not coming. When were you going to tell me? I'm telling you right now. What the? So I call. I text Woody. I'm like, he's not fucking going.
Literally the night before the trip, after months of planning, after all the hype, after the gear had been bought and the date locked in, Wings pulled the plug. Shocked and frustrated, Kyle immediately called Woody, hoping for the same thing that had worked so many times in the past. Woody talking Wings back into it. Time and again, when Wings wavered or tried to back out of something, Woody had been the voice of reason that convinced him to follow through. But not this time. No amount of convincing could get Wings to change his mind.
He's not fucking going. And so Woody gets on the phone with him. Woody tries to talk, and I'm thinking like Woody's going to talk him into this. I'm still driving with this idea. Woody will talk him into this. Woody's a great motivational speaker when he needs to be, and I'm sure Woody was filling him with
compilations of me telling Wings, like, you know, if you want to be an extraordinary person, you have to do extraordinary things.
Be a winner, not a loser. Be a doer, not a don'ter. You know,
Very Henry Rollins-esque, yeah.
Yeah, this sort of talk, you know, and he just doesn't come. He just doesn't come.
The survival trip that was supposed to feature the 3 of them became just Kyle and Woody, and even that didn't go smoothly. Kyle fell dangerously ill during the trip, forcing them to cut it short. What could have been an epic PKA adventure ended in disappointment, frustration, and another black mark on Wings' reputation. When fans asked why he had backed out, Wings uploaded a series of defensive videos trying to justify his decision. He explained that none of them actually had survival experience, and that going into the woods for days on end was too dangerous. He also cited his mental health, saying he simply wasn't in the right headspace, and that people should realize just how bad things must have been if he was willing to risk his friendships and his channel by canceling at the last minute. In his mind, it wasn't cowardice, it was self-preservation.
Obviously, I didn't show up I didn't go to the PK survival trip today. And I seen people tell me like, oh, why don't you go now? Go now. Do it. Dude, that's not an option. And the reason I didn't tell them ahead of time is mainly because I didn't want to basically start the trend up before and have them try to talk me out of it, because I'd already made my mind up. I wasn't going to go. I didn't want to deal with it. You think I want to be this person? You think I wanted to make a decision where, you know, it could be meaning the end of my channel or the end of friendships? Do you think I want to be like on the outs with Kyle and Woody? No, I don't. But the fact is, I got to the point emotionally where I was willing to risk my channel never rebounding. I was willing to risk my friendship with Kyle and Woody because I was afraid of this trip. And that right there should speak volumes. Volumes of where I was at mentally.
But to Kyle, Woody, and the fans, it was something else entirely. Betrayal. The trip had been a group effort, something they had all invested time, money, and energy into. To cancel the night before, after months of build-up, felt like another instance of Wings sabotaging himself and dragging others down in the process. For the PKA crew, this may have been the final straw. Not long after the failed survival trip, Woody and Kyle made the difficult decision to remove Wings from the podcast. It was a shocking move, given that Wings was the one who had originally started PKA in the first place. But from their perspective, the constant drama, unreliability, and public meltdowns had become too much to handle. At first, Woody and Kyle tried to handle the situation with respect. Out of loyalty to their longtime friend, they didn't speak negatively about Wings publicly. They didn't trash him, they didn't reveal behind-the-scenes details, they simply moved forward without him.
Yes, I suppose we should talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah, so we've decided, it was a group decision, we decided that Wings of Redemption wasn't going to continue with us. You know, he's having a hard time, and he's made some decisions that we didn't feel were so friendly, so for the time being.
But Wings didn't take kindly to being kicked off the very show he had helped create. Before long, he began lashing out on Twitter, airing his grievances, and reigniting the drama that his friends had tried so hard to put to rest. In his response video, Woody finally broke his silence. He addressed the situation head-on, pointing to Wings' behavior on Twitter. Wings had been telling people that the PKA members were never really his friends, and even went so far as to claim on Keemstar's show that they never gave him a cut of the podcast money. But this didn't line up with his own words, because in other videos, Wings admitted that getting kicked off PKA cost him nearly a third of his income.
The core of it is he says, like, these guys were, that the PKA crew were never friends to him, that we never called him, we didn't share, the money with him and things like that. And that frustrates me because it's a lie. And that's kind of why he's gone, because it was this constant backstabbing, this constant taking shots at him. Every time he fell into some sort of slump or got grumpy or whatever, he would lash out at all the people that were close to him. The truth is, like, if you follow Wings on Twitter, you know that sometimes he'll just go off about all his personal problems and put that on Twitter. And I would be the guy that texted him or called him and tried to sort of work it out. I was the guy that held his Twitter account to sort of back off on that a little bit.
To Woody, this was part of a long-running pattern. Whenever Wings was upset, depressed, or in a bad place, he lashed out at the people closest to him, whether it was Woody, Kyle, or anyone else who tried to help. Instead of recognizing the support he'd been given, Wings twisted things to make himself the victim. Woody explained that this wasn't what real friendship looked like. But what really stung was a separate incident involving another online personality known as Jesus. This was someone who had threatened to rape Woody's wife and daughter, a line that went far beyond trolling or internet beef. Instead of condemning the man, Wings had actually donated money to him.
When obviously Jesus he said that he was going to rape my daughter, rape my wife after he kicked my ass, and he called Colin retarded 100 times. And Wings donated money to that guy because he thought it would make him look good.
For Woody, that was unforgivable. It showed not just poor judgment, but a betrayal of the very people who had stood by him for years. Woody laid it all out for the audience. He reminded viewers that both he and Kyle had gone above and beyond for Wings, time and time again. Kyle had literally remodeled his bathroom to accommodate Wings' size, taken a month out of his life to help him lose weight, and even created content to upload directly to Wings' channel so that his friend could grow his brand. And Woody himself? He had always been Wings' first line of defense whenever things went wrong. Whenever trolls attacked him, whenever other YouTubers mocked him, and Woody was there to defend his reputation. Just like during the Keemstar podcast when El Presidor came after Wings. The reality was simple. They had been good friends. They had done everything in their power to support him both personally and professionally, and yet, Wings had the audacity to turn around and claim they were never really friends at all. To Woody and Kyle and to many fans watching, it wasn't just ungrateful, it was shameful. Even with his friendships in ruins and his reputation taking another hit, Wings still had one thing going for him: his fans. In late 2014, he launched what became known as the 365 Walking Challenge, where he committed to walking 4 miles a day for an entire year. For the first time in a while, his content felt consistent, focused, and positive. Viewers tuned in not just to see gameplay, but to track his progress and cheer him on. The series gave his audience a reason to root for him again, and despite losing Kyle and Woody, he showed that he wasn't entirely alone. While his personal relationships were falling apart, The walking challenge proved that a core fan base was still willing to support him as long as he showed effort and consistency. It was a rare moment where the community seemed to rally behind Wings instead of against him. That was until day 79, when Wings slipped off track and admitted he had gained 6 pounds back. It was a discouraging setback, but his old trainer, Drew, stepped in and offered to train him for free. With Drew's guidance, Wings managed to keep pushing forward. For nearly a year, his content shifted away from Call of Duty and leaned more toward workout vlogs, progress updates, and glimpses into his attempts at self-improvement. While he wasn't pulling the same numbers as before, it showed a different side of him, one focused less on gaming and more on personal growth. People stopped seeing Wings of Redemption purely as a gamer and began noticing more of his personality. As his YouTube uploads slowed down, he gradually transitioned into streaming on Twitch instead. On Twitch, the curtain pulled back further, and what viewers saw was not just a creator streaming games, but a man unraveling in real time. Wings' streams became a raw record of struggle. He was candid about his finances, admitting that he was living off savings, that YouTube uploads had almost stopped, and that the steady income he once relied on had evaporated. For someone whose identity and security had been wrapped up in an internet career, that was devastating. More alarming were the things he said about his future. On multiple streams, he verbalized a plan that sounded irreversible. He intended to keep going the way he was, burning through savings until there was nothing left and then end his life.
So let's see Wings. His highs are nice and high, right? He's working with Drew. He's enjoying weightlifting, which is a cool thing. He hasn't really enjoyed any workout prior to that. He, I guess that's it. Those are his highs. On the on the downside, his financial situation continues to head worse, right? Like, and he stopped working basically. So he, his job, of course, is to make YouTube videos. And what has he made? Like maybe 3 in the last month?
Yeah, he's living off his savings.
So he's gaining weight, he's losing money, and he was on a Twitch stream. So as we say this is maybe like 5 days ago, guessing. He said his plan was still to keep doing what he's doing until he runs out of money, and then not murder himself. Suicide. That's what I'm looking for.
Those words spoken in front of thousands of viewers were a signal flare for how dark his thinking had become. Some of the audience responded with concern and attempts to help. Others reacted with skepticism or cruelty, accusing him of seeking attention. Either way, the statements altered how people followed him from that point on. His online presence stopped being just entertainment and became a live, fragile negotiation between survival and collapse. At the same time, his professional support system was eroding. Drew, the personal trainer who had once provided structure and accountability, was no longer a regular on his channel. The workouts that had once been central to his content and to his recovery fell away. Without a coach in his corner, Wings' discipline slipped. He fell off his diet, he stopped training consistently, and within months, much of the weight he had fought to lose returned. The physical comeback mirrored an emotional regression. The visible progress he had shown during the boot camp faded, and with it the sense of momentum that had briefly lifted him out of the rut. The consequences rippled outward. Friends who had stood by him grew weary. Professional relationships thinned. The viewers who once cheered on his walks and workouts were now watching a repeating pattern, a short stretch of effort, a visible relapse, angry or despairing streams, and then a period of silence. His channel, which had once been an engine of both identity and income, produced less and less content that advertisers or platforms wanted to promote. That meant fewer viewers, less revenue, and a feedback loop that fed the very despair he described on stream. Financial strain amplified social isolation. He had no steady job to fall back on, and with savings dwindling, the practicalities of daily life became a source of stress and humiliation. Relationships that might have offered stability were gone. The girlfriend he had supported previously had left. Long-term friendships were fractured by public feuds and private betrayals, and the small victories that once defined him on YouTube no longer translated into respect in his everyday life. For viewers and for anyone watching closely, this period was tragic and instructive. It showed how digital fame can concentrate risk, when income, identity, social networks, and emotional validation all come from the same unstable source. A downturn in one area cascades into all the others. Wing's situation became a cautionary case about what happens when a person's entire sense of worth is tied to an audience that can be fickle, cruel, or simply move on. None of these excuses the moments in which he lashed out, threatened others, or made choices that burned bridges. Those actions had real costs and real victims. At the same time, the live broadcasts of his decline were an urgent reminder that public figures are still people, and that when someone talks about ending their life, the appropriate response is concern, intervention, and care, not mockery.
Whoa.
What's that? I just built a buttering app in Base 44.
Up the middle,
Guys,
De La Cruz.
Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
And quickly one away in the second.
Interesting. That's what good sinker's designed to do. Get a guy to roll over a little bit, hit the ball on the ground, kill some worms while you're at it.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call. I'll be in my office. Just built an inventory.
There's a line drive to left field. That's a base hit. So they get a man aboard with a one-out single.
Flash duty schedule.
And here's the first baseman, Ben Rice.
Seems like he's making contact with everything lately. Working on a 5-game hitting streak.
Out to short. Off balance feed. There's one. Double play. What a twin killing to end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and no one left. We played 2 full, no score. Welcome back. Let's check out what's been happening of late. Really been struggling. To the right side, Chisholm tosses to first. 1 pitch and 1 out. This is J.J. Bleday.
Low outside.
The Twitch era for Wings was not a comeback. It was a raw and painful exposure of how fragile a life built on internet attention can be. By 2016, Wings of Redemption had shifted almost entirely into Twitch streaming as the main source of income. On paper, it looked like he had carved out a sustainable lane, streaming regularly, interacting with fans, and keeping himself in the game space. But in practice, this era revealed some of the most infamous and unflattering moments of his entire career. One of the first viral clips that put his Twitch streams on the wider map was him venting about Call of Duty. He admitted through frustration that he hated the game because it had ruined his life.
This guy is just filling up the strike zone right now. Don't want to get yourself in an 0-2 hole. You better be ready to pull the trigger on the first pitch.
In the air on the infield, Chisholm. And that'll do it.
The statement wasn't just hyperbole. Viewers could hear in his tone the bitterness and regret tied to his failed career. This kind of raw outburst quickly became a staple of his content, whether intentionally or not. But what really accelerated his notoriety on Twitch was how poorly he treated the very fans who supported him. Wings developed a reputation for being toxic and hostile towards
Yankees, as you
Stories
probably
spread about him
noticed,
telling
haven't
one
been
fan
shy
that he
at the
hopes
plate
an
at
entire
all. In
family
fact,
dies in
they've
a car
probably been
crash
too aggressive
simply
at
because
times.
the
I'm
fan outplayed him in
specifically
a
talking
match.
about the first pitch. These guys are swinging more than 80% of the time, which is fine if you're scoring runs, but that hasn't been the case today.
Carlos Rodon, the next to hit.
Whatever. I hope your family dies an automobile wreck.
Swing and a ground ball, and it goes just foul.
I say that because you're a piece of shit.
In another instance, when a viewer tried to offer him tips on Rainbow Six Siege, Wings threatened to ban them outright. These weren't isolated moments. They reflected a pattern of hostility, entitlement, and inability to handle
do it again.
Ban
Still tied at 0, last of the
You're supposed
third.
to ban anybody that wants to sit here and criticize my skill.
Rather than turning people away, however, this behavior attracted a new type of audience.
Now the throw
Just
to
like
first
figures
on the
such as
run.
Chris
He's
Chandler
out.
and
Nice
Nick
play
Cotta
there.
Avocado.
Good sinker low in
Wings
the
had
zone right
inadvertently built
there
a
and
viewer
produced
base
exactly
that
what he was
tuned in not
looking
out of
for.
admiration,
Ball on the ground,
but to watch
nice
him
ground
unravel.
out.
His rages, meltdowns, and over-the-top reactions became the main draw. Fans would
in the
actively
air,
troll him, baiting him
left
into
field,
outbursts,
Bleday
knowing that his
under
lack of
it.
self-control would lead to explosive and
And that
entertaining
is that.
results. This dynamic created an ecosystem outside of Wings'
Offense held in check there.
YouTube creators
3
like
innings
Sean Ranklin
complete.
started uploading compilations of Wings'
Thanks
Twitch
for
meltdowns.
tuning in.
And these
Sweet
channels
warning,
often gain more
Zingy, sweet
customers
warning.
and views
Not so fast,
than Wings'
though.
actual
Seeing
content.
quite the
Clips
battle
of him
so
crying about his
far,
failed
and
weight
it's
loss
always
surgery
toughest
or
to
delivering
close out a
his now
series
iconic
because
look
pride
here, look
kicks in
listen
on the other
rant
side.
went viral.
Well, these
Cementing
Reds
his place
definitely
in
being
internet
aggressive
culture
at
not
the
as a
plate,
respected
but I think
creator,
it's
but
fair to
as a
wonder if they're
spectacle.
being a little over-aggressive. I'm specifically talking about the first pitch. These batters are swinging more than 80% of the time. time, which is fine if you're scoring runs, but that hasn't been the case today. Well, there's a 3-pitch strikeout.
By this point,
he can
Wings
do
wasn't just
whatever
a
he
gamer
wants with the
anymore.
baseball
He had
right
become
now.
content for others. His legacy was no longer tied to the Call of Duty
the next to
commentary
hit for the
scenes,
Reds.
but to his public meltdowns, infamous sound bites, and his inability to separate himself from the trolls that relentlessly
tied
fed on
up,
his
top half of
reactions.
inning number
However, the
4.
trolls never ran out of ways to get under Wings' skin. They thrived on his
Way
reactions,
out front for
and the louder
strike
and
2.
angrier he
Betting
became,
really
the
sells
more
the
determined
changeup
they were
with
to
that
keep
arm
pushing.
action.
One of the most effective trolling tactics from this
Swing
period
and a
came from
miss,
small
struck
piece of
him
personal
out.
information.
Picks up
At some point,
strikeout
he
number
discovered
7.
that the house
Quite the start to
Twins
this
originally
game
had
on the
once been
mound.
listed
Looking
under the name
very
Richard
dangerous
Gordon.
to these
Very
hitters.
quickly,
7 punch
Richard
outs
became a
already,
running
so
gag in the
this lineup
stream
hasn't had
chat.
much success
Trolls
trying to figure him
spamming the name
out. I'm
constantly.
impressed with what we're seeing
You guys
here.
keep saying Richard. Keep in mind, if you continue to say Richard, whether you're a sub or
Tyler
not, we're
Stevenson
just
will
going
hit
to get
next.
ready for you for
Struck
24
out
hours.
swinging
right?
his
To
first
Wings,
time.
this was not funny. He got annoyed whenever the name came up, insisting again and again that nobody in his family was named Richard, and that it had nothing to do with him.
My brother's name is not Richard. My brother's name is Kenneth. It's not Richard. There's nobody in my family named Richard. I don't know where you guys get this.
But his denials only made things worse. The trolls saw how much the nickname bothered him, and they doubled down. What he didn't realize was that every time he gave the reaction they wanted, he only encouraged them further. The harassment didn't stop at chat spam. Trolls escalated their efforts to much more serious levels. Wings became a victim of swatting, where false calls were made to police in order to send them to his house. This incident was not just disruptive to his streams, but also dangerous, since law enforcement responding to fake emergencies could easily have led to tragedy.
Want to train like us?
Take the quiz for a chance to win.
Do you have what it takes?
Free yourself from prying eyes. Ask privately with Duck.ai. Visit Duck.ai to chat privately with ChatGPT, Claude, and other AIs for free, all in one place. Duck.ai is from DuckDuckGo, where AI is private and optional.
Dude, he legit got swatted. I'm pretty sure.
There were also endless food deliveries sent directly to his home, another method designed to humiliate him. Sometimes he would receive odd single items, like just a hamburger bun, while other times it would be bags of salads or random meals.
Really? Alright, I'm not gonna give that a dignified response. Watch, here it is right here. Your salad.
Four-seam fastball. Low inside.
In the trash.
And that is out of play.
Four-seam fastball.
Dude, I didn't ask for Lord Ash to begin with.
2 down, nobody on. Fastball for a strike.
This guy's pounding the zone. Hitters don't have time to think in
And
between
then on top of
pitches.
things, they sent me some. They sent me a salad without salad dressing.
It's an immaculate inning.
All he's saying
Hey, baby,
needs
can
the
you bring us some Mountain
defense.
Dew?
An immaculate inning.
Each
3
delivery is meant to
strikeouts,
remind him
9
of the trolling
pitches.
community's
He just
obsession
witnessed.
with his weight and eating habits. These kinds
Back
of
at
stunts
Yankee
showed how
Stadium,
relentless
ready
the
to
trolls
go.
were. It
Bottom
wasn't just
4,
online
Aaron
insults anymore.
Judge
They had learned how to
stepping in
blur the
now for
line
the
between
Yankees.
digital harassment and real-world disruption. And for Wings,
Hit on
it
the
became
ground
a
to short.
constant
De La
battle to keep his
Cruz
streams on track while under siege.
throws
Around
the
this
first
point
in
in
time.
2017,
1
Wings
pitch
began
and 1
talking more
out.
seriously about
Now it's the
undergoing weight
second
loss
baseman,
surgery.
Jazz
His struggles
Chisholm
with his weight had
Jr.
been an ever-present part
Scoreless
of his
here,
on-field
but now
persona.
he's got to deal
Often
with a
subject to
guy
both his
who's
own
got some
discussions
power.
and the ridicule
Got to
of
be
others.
careful
But now, for
when
the
you're
first
talking about a
time,
hitter
he
with
announced
this
that
type
he
of
was officially
slump
considering
and
a
this
surgical
type of home run
procedure.
totals.
Wings set a specific goal.
The 0-1.
He wanted to raise $8,000 in order to have the operation performed
Swing
in
and a
Mexico,
ball popped
where
to
the
the
costs
air.
were far
Out
lower
to
than in the
shallow
United
center.
States.
That gets
From the
down
beginning,
for
the
a hit.
fundraising process
So a
was
man
messy.
aboard now with 1
Whenever
away.
Wings was live, donations and surgery discussions
And up to
became
the plate
constant
comes
topics.
Cody Bellinger.
The pressure to reach his
He's
financial
0 for
goals
1.
seemed to weigh on him during every stream. If he played poorly, if he was killed in a game, or if the donation slowed
And he
down,
grounds one to
he
the
would
right
lash
side.
out. In one notorious stream, Trolls
Acrobatic
managed
throw
to
for
join Wings'
one.
lobby and began
First
repeatedly
not in
team killing.
time.
What started as
Great
another cruel
effort
prank
there.
quickly escalated.
Go ahead,
As
run
the
on
sabotage
base.
continued, Wings
Austin
broke down in tears on
Wells
screen,
digs
saying
in
that their
now.
actions were
He's
ruining
0
his
for
channel
1.
and destroying his only chance to pay for surgery. He cried about how the constant trolling and
Can't glove it
harassment meant he would
cleanly.
never be able
Flips
to
it.
afford the
They
operation
get
that he
the
desperately
force.
needed.
They don't
The
come
incident
much
became one
closer
of the
than
most
that.
infamous low points of his career, A
Back
moment
here for the
replayed
Sunday night
endlessly by trolls
showcase.
for years
Now
after.
the Reds cleanup hitter, Eugenio Suarez.
I really need to make this.
Well, these Reds, they're not going to be happy with the at-bats they've been having so far. We're in the back half of the game, and they're still searching for a base runner. He's been great out there on the mound, no doubt, but it's also been a disappointing performance at the plate to this point. And as we get deeper, it's not going to get any easier. These at-bats are going to feel more and more desperate with every out the rest of the way.
Volpe throws to first in
His frustration
time.
levels
One
increased,
away here in the
and his
fifth.
outbursts became more dramatic.
Spencer
Viewers
Steer
began to notice that
getting ready
Wings was
to
tying
hit.
his in-game performance and his mood directly to the progress
Right
of
through
his
there for a
players.
strike.
Despite
He's
the
one of the best
volatility,
players in
his fan
baseball
base
when it comes to
eventually
scoring
delivered,
runs
and
singing.
Wings reached
His
the
numbers
full
are
amount
good
he
enough
said
to
was
put
needed
him
for
in the
the
top
surgery.
10.
But instead
Out
of moving
to
quickly
short,
toward the operation, delays began
Fires
to
to
mount.
first on the
Wings
run.
explained that
It's
because he had
there,
chosen
and
to
that's
go
a
to a
great
cheaper
play.
clinic in
Well,
Mexico,
he's doing a nice
he
job
needed to
of
wait for
keeping the
official
ball out
paperwork
of
and
the air,
documents to
lets
be
the defense
processed.
work behind
According
him
to
with
him,
another
the
ground
procedure
ball.
could not move
Good
forward
execution.
until all of these details
And
were
now for the
resolved.
Reds,
For many
Will
viewers,
Benson
this sounded like
struck
stalling.
out looking
It
his
created the
first
impression
time.
that Wings was not truly committed to the surgery.
He's
and
been
that
one
he
of the
was finding
best
reasons to
players in
push
the
further
league
and
at driving
further
in
into the
run
future.
singing.
It did not
His
take long
RBI
for his
numbers are
critics
good
to
enough to
seize
be
on this
top
narrative.
5 at all of
One of his
baseball.
most vocal opponents,
Fouls one off out of
Keemstar,
play. Back to
reignited their long-standing rivalry by accusing Wings of lying about his progress. At this time, Wings had been documenting his fitness efforts through a series he called Walking 365,
So
where he
5
attempted to walk
perfect innings
regularly
in the
as a way to
books.
prepare for the surgery
You're watching
and
Major
improve
League
his health.
Baseball on
But
the show.
Keemstar exposed that Wings had not been sticking to the
Back here at the
schedule as
ballpark,
consistently
go
as
check out the latest
This
news
triggered
from
another
around the
outburst
league.
from Wings. He made a video responding to him, going so far as to wish death upon him.
And I've seen how terrible a person he could be. I'm dead serious. Like, if somebody deserved to die
Not
on this
even
planet,
close
Daniel
there.
King would be one of them.
And that
That's
is
not- that's
ball
dead serious. Like,
You know, these Yankees, as you probably noticed, haven't been shy at the plate at all. In fact, they've probably been too aggressive at times. They're swinging at more than 70% of the first pitches they've seen today, and it's just not working out for
This
them.
cycle of accusations and angry responses had played out many times before
A
between the
swing
two
and a
men.
soft liner.
But the weight loss
Makes
fundraiser
the
gave it a
catch,
new
one
intensity.
down.
Their rivalry became public
Stepping
once
in,
again.
the long ball threat
Keemstar
and
decided to
rights.
escalate it further.
Cruising on
He
the
took to
mound
Twitter
right
and
now,
challenged
but a
Wings to a
dangerous
boxing
hitter
match.
here in this
For
spot.
Keem,
A
this
guy
was
with
a
some
way to
slug
publicly
to him.
embarrass his rival, but for Wings, it was a
He's been one of the
He
best
immediately
players in
dismissed
the
idea,
league at
saying that
driving
he
in
could barely
run
walk as
singing.
it was,
His
let
RBI
alone
numbers are
change
good
to a
enough
fight
to
in
be
the
top
ring.
5
The
at all
challenge
of
evolved
baseball.
into a more serious conversation when the two appeared together in a live call. During the debate,
And he
Keemstar
boots
made
it.
an unexpected offer.
Still
He said
fires
that he
to
would
first,
personally pay
and
the
they get the out.
$25,000
Good
required
recovery
for Wings
wasn't
to undergo
easy
the
following
surgery in
the
the United
misplay.
States. If Wings would agree to
Jose
fight him in a boxing
Caballero
match 1 year
stepping
later,
in now
the
for the
offer was meant to
Yankees.
put Wings in a position where he could not refuse
And
without
first
looking
offering
weak.
is
But
fouled
Wings
off.
declined anyway,
Oh, he's got to be
insisting that
pretty
he would
proud
never
of this
fight
outing so
Keemstar
far.
under any
Sometimes guys
circumstances.
cower
Like,
coming
if
into
you
a
were so
ballpark
worried
like this,
about me
but his
having it done in
attack hitters
Mexico, why don't
pitching
you
on the
donate
road
the
like this is
$25,000 so I
very
can have it done
impressive.
right here in time?
This has been a treat to watch.
All right, deal. If I donate
Shootout,
the
nobody on.
$25,000 to have it done,
Swing and a miss, struck him
and you
out.
survive,
He
okay,
continues
then
to
you have
roll
to
on the
box
mound.
me
As
a year after the surgery.
back
After
here in a
refusing the
close
deal,
one,
Wings
and
shifted
a
his
look
story
now
once
at
again.
some of the
He
biggest
announced that
plays
he
from
was
the
now
game.
saving up his
Next
own
to
money
him,
to have
Dane
the surgery
Myers.
performed in America instead of Mexico. He added that doctors had told him he needed to lose a certain amount of weight before they would even consider performing the procedure, which meant the process would take far longer than his audience initially expected. For many, this only reinforced the idea
And
that
he's
Wings
down
was not being
0-2 as
honest
he
about his
swings through
intentions.
it.
Despite the doubts, by late 2018, Wings finally went through with the surgery.
That's foul off
prove
to the
it, he
right
posted
side, keeps the
screenshots and
AB
updates
going.
confirming
Man,
that
he
the
likes to have
operation
that
had
pitch
taken
back.
place. When he returned to streaming, the difference was noticeable. Although he was still a large man, he was visibly
Sits
slimmer
down,
compared to his
serves.
pre-surgery
So
appearance.
cracks double
Reports
digits with his
circulated that his
10th
weight had dropped to
strikeout.
around
Pretty electric
300
stuff
pounds.
showing up on
A
the mound right
significant
now. I
improvement
mean,
from
in
his
the
earlier
double-digit
weight, which had
strikeouts,
consistently
he should
been
be able to
overwhelming.
rack up some more
For a
before
brief
he's
time,
done
it
in
seemed
this
like
one.
Wings
And
had taken a real
not
step
many of these
forward.
hitters
The
have had
surgery
much of
marked
an
a turning
answer for
point,
what he's
and this
offering out
time he
there.
was in a more positive direction.
Stepping And
Wings
J.J.
proved many
Bleday.
doubters wrong by actually following through with the procedure. After months of controversy and speculation, for once he had delivered on a major promise, and that alone earned him back some respect from his fan base. Viewers noticed he looked thinner on stream, and although he still had a long way to go, it was clear progress compared to where he had started. He regained some trust from his fan base for following through with the operation, and the fact that he posted evidence of the procedure silenced many of the doubters who had accused him of lying and pocketing the money. His streams, while still rocky, showed signs of improvement. The explosive meltdowns that had once defined his content became less frequent. Instead of erupting in anger
There's a
whenever
chance to
something
strike
went wrong
out
in
the
the
side
game,
right here with the
Wings would
pitcher at the
often just
dish.
sigh
Just gotta go
heavily.
right
A
after this
quieter
guy.
but
Don't
noticeable
waste any
shift in
pitches.
how he dealt with frustration. The legendary crack shots still happened, but they occurred far less often than before. He also attempted to find a more practical solution to the endless trolling that had plagued him for years.
And he strikes out the side for the third time today. So he's perfect through 6.
Compilations of his meltdowns. According to him,
Back for
he
more
struck in
from the
formal
Bronx.
deals where they would
Bottom of the
pay him for
inning.
clips they
Carlos
used in exchange for avoiding
Rojo
takedowns
stepping
and
in now
strikes.
for the Yankees.
I heard you say that you were making money off the troll thing.
I am.
In the air, left
That's
field.
true? That is true.
One up, one down.
Any troll channel you see with advertisement on it.
Back to the top of the Yankee order. Now it's Trent Grisham to the plate.
No. I have deals worked out with each one of them for different amounts.
Foul ball there.
You have deals worked out?
All tied up here at the bottom of the 6th.
They pay me to not strike them.
Hit hard, but foul off to the left.
Blackmail? I don't have another word for it.
I mean, it's not
now.
blackmailing. It's like they're making money. You cut me a little piece of the money because
That's
using
it.
my content.
And that's a one-out single.
Content, so I have the power to like take your content down. But if you don't work on
Good two-strike hitting right there, Dave. A bit of a lost start for some, so that was nicely done to beat the odds. Other than ripping one into the gap or blasting one over the wall,
While some saw this as a kind of low-level blackmail,
satisfying
others
with a
viewed it
nice
as a
drive
clever way of
center
taking back
field,
some
so
control.
that definitely
Surprisingly,
felt good.
it worked. The compilation still circulated. The Wings was at least benefiting from them. And the trolls who had once
Here comes the
dominated
0-1.
his stream started to lose some of their
Lined
momentum.
into right.
Wings had finally started to settle into a more positive
down.
routine. A stark contrast from the chaos that had defined so much of his earlier career. For once, there was
Jazz
real
Chisholm
evidence that he was
Jr.
trying to take
now at the
control of his
plate.
life both
He's 2
online
for
and
2.
offline. He had taken up a job as a DoorDash delivery driver, earning some extra income outside of streaming.
That one to first. He takes it
I
himself
never
to the
looked at
bag,
DoorDash.
and
I
that'll
did
do it.
DoorDash strictly to
Make it
put money in my savings account.
back
For Wings,
inside
this
the
wasn't just
stadium,
about
and
the
the
money.
Sunday night
It was about
showcase is a
proving
close
himself and
one.
the others that he
Now
could work
here's
a
the
normal
Reds
job,
leadoff man,
contribute
Matt
to his
McClain.
savings, and have something that
On
wasn't
the
tied
ground.
directly to the trolls who had
And
tormented him
foul
for years.
ball.
It gave him a sense
Trying
of
to keep
independence
good
at long
speed
distance.
off the
The
bases.
streams during this period reflected that small but noticeable shift. Rather
Swing
than
and a
letting every
high fly
frustrating
ball
moment
right
boil
field.
over into anger, he had begun to lean
One
into
away.
it, slowly learning how to control the narrative. Rage
Hitting
had
is
once been
all
his
about
greatest weakness,
anticipation,
the
and
fuel
right
that
now,
kept the
this
Colts in
lineup
back.
is struggling
But
with
now,
it.
in
Their
this
swings are
twist,
mistimed, and
he
it's
started
produced
to
a few
embrace
ugly
it in a
cuts
way
here
that
and there.
showed a lighter
Out
side of
to
himself.
short.
One
Volpe.
memorable example of this came during a stream with one of his
No
fans.
play, that's an
After a
infield
tense moment in
single.
the game, the fan asked him if he would
Well,
rage
he's
the
been
next time he
absolutely
died.
lights
Just
out
for
on the
fun.
mound
He
all
surprised
game,
everyone
and
by
really
laughing
thought he
at the
might pull
question
off some
during
history here, Boo.
When he eventually
He had
did
that
die,
look,
he
no
threw
doubt.
himself into the
Perfect games are
performance
so
yelling out,
tough,
"Why
though.
the freak
It's
did
one
you
of the
do that?"
rarest
in an
feats in sports
exaggerated
for a
voice.
reason.
Hey, hold up.
So now it's all about protect mode. Try to shorten up, try to track the ball.
Swing and a miss. That's a strikeout.
Well, this pitching staff has been merciless against him in this one. I mean, he struck out 6 times in this series, and we've seen no adjustment out of it so far.
Eugenio Suarez up to the plate now. He's been a great free agent sign.
You ready for this?
If you're a base runner, you've got to stay dialed in here. Look for anything in the dirt. Try your best to get in the scoring position.
And he gets tied up right there. The
The anger
Reds
wasn't
with
realistic.
the go-ahead
Both he
run
and
at
his chat knew
first.
it.
Here in
What
the
might have
top
once been a
half of
genuine
inning number
meltdown
7.
was instead delivered
See
as a
ya!
joke. His
Strikes
audience
him out for
reacted
the
positively,
second time
spamming
today.
laughing emotes.
Another frame in the
For a brief
books
moment,
as the
the
perfect
people
game
over his
falls by the
screens
wayside.
was replaced by
It's
something
Major League
lighter.
Baseball,
It showed
and
that
it's
at
on
least
the show.
sometimes he could laugh at himself and give the viewers what they wanted
Back
without
in the
spiraling into
Bronx,
genuine
it's
frustration.
getting
These
late,
moments were
Singy. We
important.
came on the
They
air
demonstrated
talking
a
about a
rare
possible
instance where
sweep,
Wings felt like
but
he had
this
some
one is
control
all
over
knotted
the way
up.
his audience
Counts the
perceived
same
him.
in the
For
standings,
years,
but
trolls
this
had
kind
taken
of
every
game
rage
always
clip and
feels
used
like
it
it's
against
worth a
him.
little more.
But by choosing to
These
rage on
teams
his own
are not
terms,
backing
he
down.
flipped that narrative ever so slightly. He wasn't just a victim of his temper anymore.
And
He
a
was
ground
learning how
ball
to
to
control it.
first,
Of course,
and
things were
that's
never
just
completely
foul.
smooth. Mistakes still happened, and Wings had a tendency to attract
the
trouble,
0-2.
even when he wasn't looking for it. During one stream,
On the
while
ground
browsing
to
the car
third.
website, he accidentally
On the run,
doxed
throw to
himself by
first.
revealing personal
Got it!
information
Nice play.
on screen. It was a simple slip-up,
And here's the
but
catcher,
trolls immediately
Austin
latched onto
Wells.
it. Even though the relentless waves of harassment from his past had died down, The few trolls who remained active seized on every chance to remind him that they were still watching.
Oh, a mistake
they used
right
the
here could
accidental
untie
dots as
this
yet
ball
another
game. If you're the
opportunity
pitcher
to
out
poke
there,
him,
you just want to be
spamming
a little
references
more
in chat and
cautious.
circulating the clip wherever they could. The incident was frustrating and it lingered over his streams for weeks afterward. Whenever he tried to focus on gameplay or casual conversations with his
Line
chat,
drive.
there would always be at least a few comments
Takes
referencing
it
the
in
mistake.
for the out.
It was proof
2
that while the
down.
atmosphere around his streams
Anthony
had improved,
Volpe
the
stepping
trolls
in
never
now for the
disappeared
Yankees.
entirely.
1
He
for
reduced
2.
their power, but he could not erase them. Still, compared to the torment he had endured in the earlier years,
Swing
these
and a miss
incidents
as
were
he
minor bumps in
chases
the
that
road.
one
The
darting
trolling
out of the
no longer
zone.
dominated his entire life, and his streams were no longer defined solely by conflict. For the first time in a long time, Wings started to carve out a version of his career that was at least partially in his own time. Around this time, Wings also found himself in an unusual situation,
And now the first
one that would
baseman,
allow him to
Ben
show a very
Rice.
different side of his personality. For most of his career, whenever he interacted with people outside of his core fan base, it was usually hostile. Trolls would invade his
had a
chat and
dominant
show up in his
outing. He
game,
has filled up
and
the
their goal
strike
was always
zone,
the
and
same,
he's gotten ahead
to
of the
provoke a
count
meltdown.
with
The
first pitch
exchanges
strikes.
almost
Well,
always
that's
devolved
exactly
into
what this
insults,
guy has
anger,
done in
and
this one.
shouting.
Over
Viewers had grown so
70%
used to this
first pitch
dynamic that
strikes.
many assumed it was the only way Wings could interact with people. But then came an interaction that
is the
stood out
inning.
from everything else. Another
Still
YouTuber,
in
Frederick
total
Vincent,
command on the
who
mound
would later
with
go on to
7.
make a documentary about Wings as part of his Down
Welcome
the Rabbit
back.
Hole series.
White in the pitcher's duel so far. Here's how the starters have performed up to this point.
Mocking and baiting him into another embarrassing clip. This time, it was about understanding. The conversation between Wings and Frederick was surprisingly calm, even thoughtful. Wings, who was so often painted as a one-dimensional figure defined by his anger, revealed a more human side to him. The two spoke at length about topics that had little to do with gaming and trolling, instead focusing on something far more personal: food.
Has your own personal relationship with food, and people think that food is this very
And he hits a
universal
ground
thing.
ball
It's like,
right
yeah,
side.
everyone eats.
Right.
But not
Takes
everyone
it to the bag.
eats or
Leadoff
views
man
food
is
the same.
out here in the 8th.
You know, like watching
Will
the video,
Benson,
that kind of
the next
footage
to
is
hit.
like 2 hours long, and I've lived.
I don't blame you.
I've lived through everything. on the
Fastball
video,
for a
so,
strike.
Yeah, you don't need
All tied up, and we're in the top of the 8th.
But like I was really depressed at how fat I was in a lot of this.
That clips a corner.
Quickly down 0-2 in the count.
you don't realize
You got to choke up a little bit, spread out the feet. You don't know what the velocity is.
Swing and a miss, and he is down on
He'd always been
strikes for
something
the
of the way
3rd
people saw
straight
Wings.
at bat.
And there's
Trolls
another
often
strikeout,
mocked
and
him
those are
for
just
his weight
continuing
and
to
struggle
pile
to
on.
develop.
His
But in
confidence
this
level
discussion with
has
Frederick,
got to be
the
dropping.
subject
He's
was
got to
handled
find
in
a
a
way to
very
make an
different
adjustment
way.
booth, get
Wings
back on
explained
track.
his
His team
perspective
needs
on
it.
the relationship between
So
people
digging
and
in,
food,
Dane
acknowledging
Myers.
that everyone approaches it differently. Some people, he said, struggle to eat enough, while others, like himself, struggle to eat less. It wasn't framed as a joke or an attack. It was simply a recognition of the fact that food can mean
Hit on the
different
ground to
things to
short.
different people.
Volpe
And for some, it could become a
sends it
lifelong
to
struggle.
first,
Frederick, for
and
his
that
part,
is the
showed that he
inning.
had the opposite.
Totally dominant on
Whereas
the
Wings
mound as
admitted
he's
he
through
needed too much
8
of that
without
difficulty.
surrendering a run.
Frederick described his own
It's Major League
difficulty as
Baseball
being
on the show.
The contrast between their experiences allowed for a moment of genuine connection.
Leading near home plate, so it looks like we're going to have a double switch here.
You do. Where
Down to the
like
bottom of the
I
8th, digging in. Jose
where I
Caballero.
won't eat until I feel like I've deserved it. Like if I've
Base hit into right center.
have I worked enough today to deserve food? And that's
The leadoff single and
That's
the
insane.
go-ahead run is aboard.
Yeah, I can't comprehend what you're putting down right now.
For once, Wings wasn't the target of ridicule. He was simply another person
The
sharing
Yankees
his story,
going with a pinch
opening
hitter.
up in a way that viewers
Giancarlo
rarely get
Stanton.
to see. This moment mattered because it stood apart from the endless cycle of rage flips and trolling. It showed that beneath the defensive exteriors, Wings was capable of introspection. He could hold a real conversation without it collapsing into hostility. And while it didn't erase the years
now,
of
and that's strike
controversy
one.
and negativity that surrounded his name, it gave people a glimpse of something different. For many viewers who would later see Frederick's video, that conversation was an important reminder. Wings of Redemption was not just a collection
Foul
of
off down
angry
the right
clips,
side.
insults, and meltdowns. He was also a
The
human being with
go-ahead run
struggles,
aboard at
insecurities,
first.
and thoughts that
Nobody
extended
out.
far beyond gaming. Things were looking up for Wings. His streams felt lighter. His work outside of YouTube gave him some stability.
Keeps the
and he
at-bat
seemed to be
going
moving
with a
past
foul
some of
ball.
the darkest stretches of his
Just
online
missed. If he's
journey.
able to
But just as it
connect on
felt like
that,
he might finally be
look
turning the corner, terrible news was about to shake things once again. 2020 turned out to be an especially rough time for Doherty. To start with, his grandmother passed away, a woman he had been extremely close to ever since his parents pretty much abandoned him. For most of his life, she was the one who raised him and gave him the stability he never really had anywhere else. She also happened to be the one who spoiled him, often feeding him whatever he asked
It's never
for.
fun going back to
Which
the
many believe
dugout
played
after
a
hitting the
major
line
role
drive that
in the weight
finds a
issues
glove,
we still
but
see
you
with
will
him
get some
today.
high
Wings'
fives.
grandmother first
When you
started
make
appearing
great
in Jordy's
contact,
vlogs in
you feel like you've done
2013,
everything right,
and she
but in
quickly
this game
became
of
a fan
baseball,
favorite.
not
Many people
everything
in
is
the
in
Wings
your
community
control.
began affectionately
that one
calling
is
her
lifted in
Gaster
the air.
Grandma, a nickname referencing her tough upbringing in poverty-stricken Conway. While Wings often
That's
spoke
out number
fondly of
2.
his grandmother on stream, some moments caught live painted a much sadder picture of their relationship.
Go ahead, run
he was
on
often
base.
disrespectful
And now
towards her
big
and
number
took her for
99,
granted.
Aaron
He would do
Judge.
his chores, serve him
Outfield playing
food,
very
and he would
deep,
continue
not
acting like a
wanting
34-year-old
anything over
man
their
child.
heads.
In one instance, Grandma brought him lunch
Swing
during
and a
the stream,
miss.
only for
That's
Wings
strike
to snap
one.
that
No,
he
that's
was
that
working,
slurp right
shoo
there.
her
He
away.
threw it extremely well.
Which I don't stream on YouTube anyway.
Ton of break. So tough to get that barrel to.
And that one fouled off.
No. I don't need that right now.
Hacks and misses. It's a strikeout. One left for the Yankees. Still no score.
No one deals more deals than Priceline.
Despite his repeated claims that he lived with her to take care of her, what viewers saw suggested the opposite. By this time, Wings was 34 years old but still living like a high school kid, spending his days gaming while Grandmother took care of the household chores. Sadly, at the beginning of 2020, her health took a serious turn for the worse. Doctors discovered that she had multiple tumors in her lungs, and she was admitted to hospice care, where she remained for a while. This absolutely shook Jordy to his core, and as we've seen countless times before, whenever Jordy is upset, he tends to pull some bizarre stunt or lash out in ways only he can. His behavior during this period was no less erratic, strange, and, well, very much in line with what people had come to expect from him. But 2020 didn't just bring tragedy into Jordy's life. It also delivered a shocking
We're
twist
back.
that
It's
no
the
one saw
top of the
coming.
ninth, and
Out of
there's a new
nowhere,
pitcher on the
Jordy
mound,
announced to the
Will
world that he was
Warren.
getting married.
He's making his 4th appearance of the season.
What do you know if Wings is getting
Leading off, J.J.
I
Bleday.
saw him say that he was injured. He made several references to it.
Fastball for a strike.
And I know you want to be patient as a hitter, but you got to be ready to jump on the first thing straight. And he got one right there. But
not only did he make the announcement, but he even
Late
showed
on
off the
that
ring he had
fastball.
gotten on video, proudly telling his audience that he had proposed. For many fans, this was news that left them baffled and scratching their heads, and there were more than a few reasons why this announcement caused such a stir. First off, if you know anything about Jordy, you already know that he has a long
Bounce that
history
off
of
to the
strained
left, and we'll do it again.
short-lived relationships, most of which were filled with pure chaos. Over the
Field
years,
two.
he met several of his girlfriends through this dating site called Plenty of
Hit
Fish.
on the ground up the
And while
middle,
he
that's
didn't
a base
actually
hit.
meet his fiancée, now wife,
So the
on that
go-ahead
platform.
run is on base
Plenty
with
of
a
Fish
knock.
still gets brought
I'd
up
say
a
a
lot
mistake
whenever people
pitch
talk
in
about
an
the whole
0-2
wife
count.
saga.
Too good of a
Honestly,
pitch
the
to
entire
hit right
game
there.
is
You
just
have to
completely
expand the
absolute
zone.
chaos.
Keep that leadoff man
And
off
don't
first
worry,
base.
we're going to dive
Chopped
into
on the
all of
ground.
that mess as the
To
story
Volpe at
unfolds.
second for
And the second
one.
reason why
Over
people
to
were so
first.
bent
He's
by
in
the
there,
whole
strike.
announcement was the fact that Jordy never once brought his
Matt
fiancée,
McClain,
his
the
then
next to hit
girlfriend,
for the Reds.
on camera.
0 for
For
3.
anyone who had
A
been
fly
following
out, a
him for
ground
years,
out, and a
this was
strikeout.
huge red
Right
flag,
through there
because
for
if
his
there's one
strike.
thing Jordy had a pattern of doing, it was dragging his personal life right into the spotlight.
Swing
Every
and a
relationship
foul.
he'd ever had in the past was broadcast in some way, whether it was him talking about it endlessly on stream,
Swing and
mentioning
a
it in
miss.
videos,
He struck
or even directly showing his girlfriend on camera. It was almost as if he didn't exist making his relationship part of his content. So when he suddenly claimed he was ready to get married, showed off the ring he had bought, and made all these big statements about proposing, people were naturally skeptical. Why was this relationship being kept so private when all the others were shoved front and center? To a lot of fans, something about the whole situation felt strange. Almost like
it's the night, and we are
tied. Didn't line up with his Jordy decision. And that's exactly why so many were left questioning it when he first announced it. So with all that in mind, it was pretty understandable when he
fresh arm to start the bottom of the night.
Caleb Ferguson,
he's been a really tough guy to take deep this season. You usually have to string some hits together in order to get to him.
Suddenly he was talking about marrying.
In the box
On
here
top
and
of that,
fouls it
nobody
off
had
for
ever even
strike
seen his
one.
face. It just didn't sit right with people who had watched Jordy overshare about every other relationship.
This guy's got good power
in
with one
response to all the
swing.
doubts
He
and
can win it for him.
Jordy decided to do a live stream officially announcing the marriage.
Jordy announced he was getting married. And like people are concerned about how fast I'm getting married. I mean, me and this girl have been like
and he'll see another.
off and on for 6 years. And the reason we've been off and on is I kept pushing her away. Mainly because of one simple reason.
From up here, it looked like that liner might be splitting the gap in right center.
In that video, he addressed the critics directly, saying he didn't care if people thought he was rushing into it. He explained that his fiancée had stuck by him through thick and thin, and in his own words, through all the girls and hoes, which to him proved that she was the real deal. Jordy also emphasized that he had known her for a very long time, suggesting this wasn't some spur-of-the-moment relationship like people assumed.
And at the same time, it's like, she's one of the few people in my life that's always been there for me. Like, through all the other girls and hoes and shit like that, she's been the universal constant. So, do I think I'm rushing a marriage? No, not really. I think I'm getting married to the right person.
And to really hammer the point home, to prove he was serious about walking down the aisle with this mystery woman that nobody in the community knew anything about, Jordy even pulled out a marriage ring box and showed it off to his viewers. For him, it was the ultimate proof that he wasn't bluffing, but for the fans, it only raised more questions, because they still didn't know who this woman was, or why Jordy was suddenly keeping her hidden from the public eye. In that same video, Jordy went on a bit of a tangent and revealed a lot more about the situation. He explained that even though he and this woman had known each other for a very long time, the two never seriously considered marriage in the past. According to Jordy, the main reason was that she was very religious, and he wasn't comfortable with that. Not because he disliked religious people, but because he was worried about what that might mean for his future children. Children that, as he admitted, he never even wanted to have in the first place. He said flat out that if they ever had kids, he didn't want them being forced into following a religion. And that became one of the biggest disagreements between them. She wanted to start a family right away, and Jordy wanted nothing to do with children. So for him, it didn't feel like a relationship that could ever really work.
Mainly because of one simple reason. Like, she's super religious, I'm not.
Deal 2.
Like, religion's a big part of her life.
And misses inside.
And
one down.
I'm not so concerned about her being religious as if we had children, I wouldn't want them to be forced into religion.
But then Jordy revealed that circumstances had changed. He claimed that she could no longer have children, and because of that, he now saw no reason to avoid being with her. In his mind, that removed the one major obstacle that had kept him from committing to her in the past. And suddenly marriage seemed like the obvious
really nice
step.
job of finishing the hitter off right there. Glove side command, fastball firm to the outside corner.
There's a good chance she can't have kids.
They turn things over to the southpaw, Brock Burke.
And he's been racking up strikeouts at a high rate this year. Typically at least 1 inning, so he'll be tough to get to.
Now at the plate, Anthony Volpe.
I don't know if I want
line, and that's a base hit. Throw comes in quickly, but the winning run is now in scoring position, 2 away.
At the beginning, a lot of people didn't believe him at all. They thought Jordy was just making the whole thing up, spinning some kind of story for attention or sympathy. But as time went on, and he continued to double down on his claims, it became harder to dismiss. Jordy wasn't backing away. He kept insisting that he was really getting married. And of course, whenever Jordy digs his heels in like that, the trolls and internet sleuths see it as a challenge. They wanted to know if this mysterious fiancée was even real, and if she was, who exactly she might be. And in true Jordy fashion, he practically handed them the breadcrumbs they needed. In his own videos while talking about her, he let slip just enough details for people to connect the dots. He mentioned that his fiancée was a cancer survivor and also worked as a nurse. And that was all it took. Within no time, people were able to track down her Facebook page, and uncover her identity. Now remember back when we mentioned Jordy's high school best friend Kelly? Well, it's time for her to make a comeback in this story. Because the mysterious fiance turned out to be none other than Kelly herself. That Kelly. She would go on to become the wife of
he was late that time. It's a tough day at the plate. 3 strikeouts already. It's hard not to think negative.
You're not really sure, but it doesn't really matter since she's now left her job and is living off Jordy, who in turn is living off the donations and charity of his fan base. The proposal itself wasn't exactly the most romantic moment in history either. Jordy reportedly bought Chick-fil-A and then proposed to her right in the middle of the hospital office. Over the years, Kelly has taken on several nicknames for the 4th time tonight. Some self-styled,
bad for the hitter, and I'm sure that's going to sit on him for a little while.
But regardless of how people view her,
sometimes you can overthink things, and I think that was the case right there.
She even launched a YouTube vlog series called Fit Before 40, where she documented her weight loss journey leading up to her 40th birthday. However, the so-called wife saga was plagued with problems and drama right from the very beginning. The nightmare that came after their marriage would, of course, become the highlight of it all. But even before they tied the knot, things were already extremely
infielders playing in.
For starters, Jordy had actually cheated on his fiancée before they were even married. And this wasn't just some rumor.
Out towards right center field, Judge on the move to the alley.
The very same website where Jordy had found so many of his past girlfriends. Plenty of fish.
This guy was catfish.
Go ahead, run on base. Spencer Steer digs in now. 0 for 3 with 2 groundouts and a strikeout.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Screenshots of their conversations quickly made their way online, and to this day, they're still floating around as proof that Jordy was never truly loyal to Kelly, at least not as a husband. But of course, this was just the beginning. Once trolls uncovered Kelly's identity, it didn't take long for things to spiral even further out of control. They wasted no time digging into her personal life, and soon enough, they were contacting her family directly. And believe it or not, they actually managed to turn Kelly's own family against Jordy, essentially sabotaging his marriage before it even had a chance to properly begin. Now, you might be wondering, how could trolls possibly sabotage someone's marriage like that? Well, here's how. They revealed that Jordy had gone ahead and bought the engagement ring for Kelly, even though her parents had specifically told her to. That's right. Kelly's own parents didn't want Jordy to marry their daughter, and he ignored them completely. By exposing this detail, the trolls added fuel to an already shaky situation, making it clear that the marriage was not only chaotic from Jordy's side, but also deeply opposed by Kelly's family from the very start.
Here's what actually happened. Wynn claimed he was getting married, and then someone did some research and found out that she has cancer, and she's about to have a cancer surgery this spring.
So they turn to a bat off the bench for the pitcher, Ken Griffey Jr. He comes up with a chance to walk it off.
This was only the beginning of the chaos that came after. Things really started heating up when Wing's situation became a hot topic on the Painkiller Already podcast. His own former friends, Taylor, Kyle,
Junior
and
at the plate now,
along with
and
his
that's strike
longtime rival
one.
Boogie 2988, all weighed in on the fiancé situation. During that discussion, Kyle in particular didn't hold back and basically exposed
The
Jordy
winning
as
run
being
on
nothing
second
more than a
base.
figure. And honestly,
And he
looking
swings
back
through
at
that
what Jordy himself
Well,
was
if he's
saying
going to do
at the
something
time,
special
it's
right
hard
here,
not to
it's
see
going
where
to
that
have to happen
accusation
with
came
2
from.
strikes.
Because when he talked about Kelly, he constantly mentioned 2 things. That now he was getting married, his income would expand,
Up the
and that he
middle,
would finally have free
McLean
health insurance in his life.
Throws to first.
I guess he wants kids
The winning run moves up to third, so they'll be happy with that.
And he
Now
claimed
here's
that
Trent
she was
Grisham.
a nurse who made folk
Think about how bizarre that sounds. He wasn't saying he loved her so much he couldn't imagine life without her, or that he wanted to build a
This
future
one chopped
together.
in the ground,
No.
but foul.
Instead, the things he highlighted
The
as positives
Yankees,
were
the
financial
winning
security
run
and
at
health
third.
insurance.
And we're in the
our
last
opinion,
half of
at
the
least,
10th.
That's a pretty disgusting thing to say when announcing to the world that you're about to marry someone. Marriage is supposed to be about
Late
love,
swing, foul
trust,
to the
and
left.
building a life together. But to Jordy, the way he framed it made it sound more like a business transaction. Add in the fact that Kelly's family wasn't thrilled about the relationship to begin with, and it's not hard to see why so many people felt
mark
this
there.
marriage was doomed
And that's
right from
ball
the
one.
start.
They're trying to
However,
get
like
him
we
to
said,
go.
this was just the start
Chase
of
the
the
pitch
chaos.
down and away, but
During
he
the
wouldn't
live
bite.
stream, Jordy managed to reveal something that left people shaking their heads. While searching for something on his computer midstream,
Gets a piece
his
there,
search
we'll do it
bar
again.
auto-filled with a website that people immediately recognized, and it wasn't anything innocent. It suggested that Jordy had been looking up sites where you can actually hire escorts. Sadly, the screenshot that surfaced was pretty blurry, so it's hard to make out every
Swing and a
detail.
miss.
But for those who
Took
don't
him
know, The site he was caught looking up is called Skip the Games, and if you do a quick search yourself, you'll see that it's definitely not the kind of website any engaged person should be visiting.
Back now, and we're at extras. A new arm on the mound here in the top half of the inning. Ryan Weathers.
And he comes on here for the first time this season, so naturally, I'm sure there's some nerves involved all over it. So we'll see how he settles in. Yet another example of shady, unfaithful behavior. Given his history of cheating before,
swings and misses, went with the sweeper.
That he might be up to something sketchy again. But here's where it gets a little interesting, and maybe even worth giving him the tiniest bit of benefit of the doubt. You see, Trolls have been using escorts directly to Jordy's house as a way of harassing him. In fact, there was even one instance where an escort showed up on the screen. Jordy abruptly ended the stream on the spot. So it's possible
the go-ahead run is at
that the reason he was searching those sites wasn't to hire someone for himself, but instead to figure out where Trolls were finding these escorts and how they kept getting sent to his doorstep. Still, regardless of the reason, the damage was already done. To the outside world, it looks like yet another strikeout and already chaotic engagement. But even if someone would try to explain away the escort website situation, it didn't just end there. Trolls kept digging, and eventually people caught Jordy slipping in another live stream. While he was scrolling through his computer, he was noticing something worth to say. His search bar seemed to expose that he had been looking at BBC female porn, a discovery that immediately set the whole community on fire. The reason this caused such a stir is that Jordy had always loudly proclaimed that he was 100% straight. He often defended himself against rumors by saying he wasn't into anything outside of traditional relationships.
Well, it comes through clutch with the RBI single. That was big. Timing on the swing was good. Able to shoot the ball up the middle. Didn't square it up as much as he probably would have liked, but that's a good approach paying off.
No, Friedel in the box here, fouls it off for strike one.
Almost every person I've worked days is a woman.
Marte leads off first with 2 down to the inning.
Almost every person I've worked days is a woman.
So when this clip surfaced, Trolls instantly began mocking and questioning.
They traded for him earlier
Despite
this
Jordy
year.
quickly deleting the stream,
that ends
the damage
frame.
was already done. The recording had been clipped,
So 1 run on 1 hit. No errors and a runner left. Last shot
People
here.
began saying that Jordy was secretly gay. Others claimed he was lying about his preferences, and the whole situation spiraled into a constant source of harassment. What made things worse is that Trolls didn't just make fun of him. They used this as another weapon to embarrass him and put pressure on his already crumbling relationship with Kelly. Jordy, of course, tried to do damage control. During another Q&A stream, when someone bluntly asked him about the search history, he did a complete 180 on the situation.
Looks like
He
we got a
denied that he had been looking
substitution
for what
at
people
second.
thought,
On to run for the
insisting instead that he had just
Yankees, Pudge
clicked on the
Rodriguez.
wrong thing. According to him,
Here
sometimes
comes
the
Aaron
thumbnails or
Judge.
titles on certain adult sites can be misleading, and he accidentally ended up clicking something he didn't mean to. He stuck to the story that it wasn't intentional, but given his track record,
Now, Boog, this
and
is
the
a
fact that
real
Trolls
tough
already
place
saw him
for
as
visiting
honest,
teams
very
to
few
come in
people
and
actually
close
believe
out ball games for a win.
We have
Here
got
comes
to the
the
point
0-1.
where literally anybody build a
A
fully
little out
working
front
app
there as
without
he
knowing how
swings
to
through
code.
it.
This is
base
base
hits in the
44.
series for him so
This is the
far.
first look at
It's
the
clearly been a rough one.
distributing
You just hope
AI.
he's not pressing too hard because that just compounds things. It makes the
Market
slump
nutrition
even
apps,
longer.
Got
inventory
it,
trackers,
swinging for the
onboarding
K.
tools, you name it. And if the only thing
Well, the
stopping
first
me
batter
from making
is
an app is
always
the
a big
idea,
one for the
why not
closer.
build an
I mean,
app?
you get that punch
Endless
out,
app
you get settled
So
in,
let's make it.
you
Pro
feel
tip,
like
I
you're in
draft
command
full
out
apps
there
that
on the
can
mound
control
from the
and then I
jump,
drop the
and
prompts directly
kind of
into
prevents
the
any
app.
doubt from
Super
creeping into your
detailed
mind or the
structure.
fielders
And
that are
here it
playing
is.
behind you.
Everything
Then
I laid out in
you're
detail
going to wrap
as it
this thing
goes.
up.
This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. Same
So the
usability
tying
we
run
all
at
know.
second.
Now I'm going to add
Yeah,
one
that's
more
fouled
feature.
off.
So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to
That
Base
one
44
just
and
misses.
with your
And an
app.
ABS challenge coming from behind the dish.
Behold, Arby's cheesesteak with 100%
Comes up empty
Angus
as he
steak
chases
and
that one in the
cheese.
dirt. Gets the out, 2 down after the strikeout.
Wings, are you
Boog,
coming
if you
out
can
as
set up
giving
a
so
good
much
two-strike
confidence?
splitter with the fastball on the previous pitch,
not gay,
it's going to
man.
be so tough to recognize and adjust your swing to get a piece of it. Clearly had him reaching for it right there.
What it is. Okay.
Nice.
I'm gonna put something out there. Just putting it out
And
there.
no
Right?
throw for some reason as he reaches first. That's got to be an
Have you
error.
ever thought that maybe I was looking for blow points and I clicked the wrong video? Because there's some girls out there that are really convincing.
that ever a possibility?
So 2 outs with runners on the corners. Austin Wells getting ready to hit.
However, another
down
thing people
to their
were quick
final
to
out,
notice
but
was
an
that Jordy was
opportunity
actually
to
on
deliver
page
the
5
tying and
of
maybe
the
even a
search
winning
bar.
run.
If you look closely at the
umpires trying
screenshot,
to tighten
you
things
can
up a
clearly
little
see the
bit.
page number displayed in the search bar, and that tiny detail made people question. If it really was just
2
an
on, 2
accidental click,
outs.
how did he end up all the way on
Swing, and
page
he popped
5?
it up.
That little discovery made the whole situation even more hilarious, especially since Jordy had absolutely no explanation for it. Over time,
And
the
that's
event
a foul
became
ball.
infamous within the Wings community as the page 5 incident. At this point, the narrative wasn't just about him being caught doing questionable things. It was about trolls relentlessly stacking every mistake, every slip-up, and every rumor on top of one another, creating a mountain of controversy that Jordy couldn't climb out of. And unfortunately for him,
They're
this was
down to
only
their
one
final
chapter in
strike.
what would become a long
comfortable or
list
not,
of
these are the
humiliations broadcast live to the internet. And on top of everything else, people eventually uncovered that Jordy, despite loudly announcing to the world that he was
Just
now
closers,
engaged,
they seem to
was still
still
active on
when you
plenty
get
of
into
fish.
some hot
That
water.
discovery added another heavy blow to his already fragile reputation, and gave Jordy even more ammunition to question the legitimacy of his relationship with Kelly. To most onlookers, it was simple.
Almost got
If he
him.
was truly
Straighten him
committed,
up a little bit.
why was he still browsing dating apps? Combined with the earlier revelation that he had bought Kelly a ring, even after her parents specifically told him not to propose, the cracks in their relationship quickly turned into chasms. Before long, everything unraveled, and the marriage was officially off. This was one of the darkest periods in Jordy's life. He openly admitted during the stream that he had fallen into a very deep depression, confessing that he had lost all motivation to stick with his diet and keep up his weight loss.
And that is
I've
out
been
play.
doing the opposite way of weight lately. I mean, like, I've been eating like shit ever since like the trolls went and kind of put in the marriage and like got her family against me.
In the
and
air,
I've been
right
trying to
field.
deal with that mess. And I don't know. I've just been super depressed.
Benson
and unhappy.
settles
I mean, like,
underneath
my grandma
it.
got diagnosed with cancer.
And he makes the
Broke
catch.
up in
Ball
marriage,
game, and the
kind of,
Reds
you know,
salvage the
taxes.
finale of this 3-game series.
Just a bunch of
Well, at this point of the year, first day of the summer, teams are really starting to figure out who they are. No more excuses about cold weather or any inclement conditions. Now I think we'll start to see what this team is really made of as we move forward.
1-0 the final. A 1-run extra inning win for Chris Singleton and our entire
It
outstanding
was also
crew here
around
at
this time
MLB
that
The
Jordy's
Show.
grandmother's
I'm
health
John
began to
Shambi.
decline.
We'll
He was
see you
expecting
soon
Jordy
for
to be
the next
supportive, but
game of the
instead,
week.
he refused to visit her, saying he simply didn't want to see her in that condition. To many, this came off as selfish and detached, and it became yet another reason trolls criticized his character. So how did Jordy cope with his failed engagement, his worsening drama, and the relentless trolling? By spiraling. He began lashing out at viewers, going on long, angry rants during his streams, and spending more time online than ever before. Instead of focusing on his health, he turned back to old habits, sitting in front of the camera with bottles of sugary drinks and piles of food. The weight he had lost after his surgery began creeping back, and before long, he managed to gain back around 10 pounds. But he refused to accept it, saying that he was still the same size.
I'm actually around the same size.
Hey everyone, it's Jessica Mendoza. Welcome to the show.
It on the camera. Like, I haven't really gained hardly any weight. I've gained a little bit.
For those who don't know, Jordy had undergone a gastric sleeve surgery, a procedure where a large portion of the stomach is surgically removed, leaving behind a smaller sleeve-shaped stomach. The surgery is designed to limit the amount of food a person can eat at one time, making it easier to lose weight. However, the surgery is not a magic fix. If the patient continues overeating after recovery, the stomach can gradually stretch and expand again, undoing much of the progress. That's exactly what seemed to be happening with Jordy. Instead of sticking to the strict lifestyle changes required to maintain long-term results, he slid back into binge eating and drinking habits, ultimately setting himself up for the same struggles he had faced before the operation. And of course, the trolls weren't about to let
It's the
him slide.
Cincinnati
The moment
Reds
Jordy
taking
started
on
flipping
the
back into
New
his
York
old eating
Yankees
habits, people
with my
clipped
partner.
every single instance of him chugging soda, starving down junk food on the screen. Memes began circulating that mocked the fact that he had
Just
spent
about
thousands
ready
on
to
gastric
roll.
sleeve surgery,
Matt McClain
only to undo
getting
it by
ready to
drowning
hit.
himself in sugary drinks. Some even called the surgery pointless in his
So
case,
we're underway
saying that
with
Jordy
some
didn't
Father's
really
Day
want to
baseball.
change. He just wanted an easy way out. Every pound he gained back was documented, laughed at, and
Swing
thrown back
and a
in his
miss.
face, which only
Yes,
made
he
his
was out front
depression
that
worse
time.
and pushed him deeper into the very habits the surgery was supposed to save him from. But somewhere in late 2022,
offering is foul
things
back.
started to look up for Jordy
Rodon
again,
will look
against
to
all
follow
odds,
up an
despite the
excellent
constant
performance
trolling,
last
family
time out,
drama,
tossing a
and his own
shutout.
self-sabotage. He and Kelly
In the
actually
air,
went through with
left
the wedding.
side.
That's
Bellinger
right, Jordy
gets
officially
under it.
tied the knot, and the internet only
One
found
down.
out when a handful of pictures started circulating online, showing him dressed up in
In now for the
formals.
Reds,
It didn't take
Ellie
long
De
for
La
people to
Cruz.
confirm
Low
it.
inside.
Wings of Redemption was now a married man. However, with this marriage came an entirely new wave of chaos. Perhaps
Foul
the
ball
wildest
there.
and most bizarre incident during the wife saga
Talking about that
was the
shutout, he
infamous
really
robbery
had
news
everything
fiasco.
working for
A
him.
short clip
Not many
began
pitchers
circulating online,
nowadays who can turn a
showing what
lineup
looked like a
over
local news
3
segment.
times and still be
A video
effective.
of Jordy and
So what
Kelly
he did is impressive.
alongside text claiming that a married
Here's
couple
the
had been
0-2.
caught red-handed robbing a business on the northwest side.
Ellie
The
falls
story went
victim
even
to the
further,
K.
alleging that the
Well, I think
couple
that's
had
a
been
case
apprehended
of
at a gas station
overthinking
after the
right there.
robbery.
Got 3 straight
Thanks very
fastballs
much.
looking
We are
in
staying on
the
top of
0-2
some late
count
breaking news
just to pour
overnight.
it
Police say a
back.
man and a woman have been busy
Tyler
robbing
Stevenson
businesses on
in
the
the box
west
now.
side.
No balls and a
Fortunately
strike.
for them, officers were also on the job and they managed to catch up with them. Katrina Weber
That
live
one
where the arrest
fouled off.
happened, which is near Highway 1. And you say it was a case of
Two
police
down,
being in the
nobody
right
on.
place at the right time, Katrina.
Gets a piece, and it stays 0-2.
Well, that's right. Those officers just happened to be passing by this area at the time when the call came in about a robbery here around
Swings through that
4:30
one. It's a
this morning.
strikeout.
Those officers were actually on their way to
And
yet
now the
another
Bombers will
robbery
get their
call
shot.
out on Culebra Road near Loop 1604. That's when
Trent
the robbery
Grisham
call here
stepping
came
in now for the
They
Yankees.
say they caught the couple in action, arresting a woman who was still inside this Texaco gas station store.
Rips
A
that
man
one to
tried
right.
to run, according to police, but they ran
the
him down
warning
and caught him
track
on the access
and holds
road.
it in.
They found the couple's car still in the parking lot.
we take a look now
They say
at
this
the New
couple
York
robbed
Yankees
12
lineup.
stores in the medical center
Aaron
area.
Judge at
And
the
again,
plate.
both them
Hitless in the
arrested and they
series
face
so
a long
far.
list of
He's 0 for
charges,
7.
included aggravated robbery.
Cashnet USA knows
And that
the
one
struggle.
fouled off.
Okay, so we have the car payment.
He really stands out this season, Siggy. He has the best batting average in the league.
This clip absolutely exploded online, and trolls wasted no time in spreading it everywhere. For many people who had only ever heard Jordy mention his wife, but never actually seen her,
This
was
one
their
in the
very
air
first
right
glimpse
field.
of her.
Benson
Her
on
face
the
reveal,
move.
if you will,
Dives and he
forced
can't
the real
hang
king of
on.
the worst.
So they get a man
But here's the
aboard with a
catch.
one-out
The
single.
entire thing was fake. The news segment was doctored, the story was made up, and Jordy and Kelly had never robbed anyone. It later turned out that the so-called robbery news clip everyone was talking about actually had nothing to do with Jordy or Kelly at all. The report itself was about a robbery that took place in San Antonio, California, but the clips of Jordy and Kelly used in that segment were completely different. They had been carefully edited and stitched together
Into the second deck it goes. His latest homer in an incredible season. The Yankees score first. It's 2-0.
The truth became obvious.
You can't ask for a better start than hit the home run in your first at bat to give your team the lead.
Not from the stationary security camera. Even worse,
He got
part
his
of the
front
news
foot
segment
down.
where the
He
reporter
was
said that
strong
Jordy
on his
tried to run
backside,
from the police
and
was also
when his bat went through the
just
zone,
old
there's no
equipment
question
days that had
that
been
ball was going to
repurposed
travel
fit
out
the
of the
narrative.
ballpark.
Honestly,
But that's
it's
if you were
pathetic
putting a
and totally
tape together,
hilarious to watch the
positive
stitched together clip of him trying to run.
And now this one's
Picture
a rocket
chasing
to
Jordy
right.
and struggling to
Way
keep
back
up. The
there.
image is ridiculous. If Jordy ever tried to bolt from the police, he wouldn't last half a
They
second.
do it
Regardless,
again.
eventually,
Back-to-back homers. And they tack one on the board.
Jordy and
It's
Kelly had
3-0.
absolutely no connection
Chris,
to the
he's
robbery.
homered in
The video was
back-to-back
just
games
another
now.
elaborate
Yep,
roll.
seeing the ball well, and he's got his timing locked in. He's looking pretty dangerous at the dish right now. Back-to-back shots. This club is fired
There's
up
one
right
thing we've
now.
learned over the years.
This is the
is
kind
that
of
Jordy
thing where
just
you
uses
really
this
start to
feeding into the
notice hitters in
drama.
a lineup
Sometimes even
feeding off
intentionally.
each other, and
On
the
top of that,
collective
he was
confidence
genuinely
just
furious that
continues to
clips of Jordy
grow.
and Kelly were being used to spread fake news and make him look bad.
takes
During
it
one of
in
his
for
live
the
streams,
out.
Wings went on a
2 down.
rant saying that he was planning
So
to
up
take
next
legal
for New
action.
York,
He claimed
Anthony
he was looking for
Volpe,
lawyers to
3 for
file a
7 in the
defamation
series
lawsuit
so
against
far.
Home Depot. Because according to him, someone working there had secretly recorded
Here's
him
a
using
swing and
company
he
resources
drive
to
left
spread
field,
rumors
and
online.
he knew it.
Therefore, adopted is now attached to his own story. It was brought to no viewers' attention and an equally
shot.
passion.
Home run
Even
number
for what is
55
typical
of the
of
year.
this one
And they
is
add to their lead. He absolutely crushed that one.
We are
No
staying on
doubt
top
about
of
that
some
one,
late
Boone.
breaking
We
news
knew
overnight.
he
Police say
wasn't
man and
coming back.
woman have been busy robbing
Now, here
businesses
is
on the
Ben
northwest
Rice.
side. Unfortunately for them,
That
officers
one
were
ripped
also on
left
the job
field.
and managed to catch
That's
up
back
with them.
there.
Katrina Weber live where the arrest happened.
here.
And you say it was a case of police being in the right
Runs
place.
in the first inning. And they add a run. It's 5-0.
Well, that's right.
His confidence is through the roof with the way he's been swinging it lately. He's on a really good run. Anytime you have a pitch down the middle of the plate, the percentages go up for the hitter to do damage, even if it's a pretty good sinker like that one. Nice piece of hitting there at the plate.
Now, Jose Caballero.
Well, it's not the inning he was planning on to begin this start, but you've got to find a way to shake things off and give your team some length and put up some zeros.
Gets him to chase after that one.
On the access road, they found the couple's car still in the parking lot. Police say that this couple robbed 2 other stores in the medical center
On the ground
area.
right side, and he can't come up with it.
A long list of charges,
Still manages to throw, but it's not in time. Base hit.
In those clips was Cody
So
Jordan.
2 down,
That is Mike
Carlos
Kelly.
Rodon.
Kelly
The
who's
next to
now
hit.
to the online community through this video. Because that news report was about an actual robbery taking place at a gas station in
And first
San Antonio,
offering is
Texas,
fouled
while Jordy
off.
lives in South Carolina. There was no belief that this was legitimate. Beyond that was spliced footage of what seems to be Jordy when he attended the FPS boot camp and the
Fall-off
security
foul.
camera footage that seems to be playing back on a monitor at the store, but being recorded vertically with a phone. Jordy was not pleased
0-2
with the
now.
bakery that is the
Battling
splicing
here as
of
he
these
fouls it
clips,
away.
nor the origin of him making that transaction.
I went to an Office Depot recently, and they took
On the ground
video,
out to short.
one of the employees
That'll end the inning after a lot of scoring.
security footage and stole it and took it
Back
home.
here for the Sunday night
of me making
showcase.
a transaction.
Now the Reds
and
cleanup
they
hitter,
edited it
Eugenio
into
Suarez.
Like news
And
feed
first
of
offering a
of
fastball for a
gas station
strike.
robbery.
I'm sure he likes the 5-0 lead and the run
currently-
support, but he sat around the
currently
box
looking
and
for
warming
lawyer
up
for
in the pen.
defamation
You'd
suit
hate
against
to see a
Office
guy
Depot.
not have his rhythm to go out there and have a great start.
That isn't legal defamation.
Fans another, and that's 3 straight strikeouts.
Well,
somebody
he's got
had
great
access to
strikeout stuff on
security
the mound,
camera?
doesn't he? I mean, double-digit strikeouts in his last start, and he's
They
just
would
racking them up
have to be
again
a
in this one.
manager
This guy can really
hire at
dominate a
least a
game out
key
there.
holder.
Not a fun
Like
assignment
Office
for any
Depot.
lineup.
Spencer
that's one of the more
Steer
trusted
now at the plate
employees.
as he swings through strike 1.
He used
Swing
Office
and a
Depot
ground ball,
resources
and it goes
to
just
get video
foul.
footage of me,
Middle inside.
and then used
0-2.
then in his free time deframe my character by pretending that I was stealing from stores.
Circle change.
Defamation, like the defamation part is them accusing me of stealing.
Now, the idea of Jordy
Fouled
filing
off,
a defamation
and they'll
lawsuit
do
is
it again.
admittedly kind of hilarious when you think about it. His entire online presence up to this
Rodon
point
ready,
has
the
practically
0-2
been a
on the way.
masterclass in public self-destruction.
This one in the air,
The
right
internet
field.
didn't really need to defame Wings.
And that
He's
one
been
is
doing the job better than
fouled,
anyone
so
else
we'll
ever
try
could.
it again.
However, 2020 wasn't entirely about drama. There were brief moments where Wings actually tried
That's
to get his life
foul
back
off
on
to the
track.
right side,
In
keeps the
mid-July,
EV going.
he announced that he was back on his diet, eating healthy, and had even lost some
0-2
weight.
now.
But as always, it didn't take long before he slipped back
Make
into
it
the same
4
cycle of overeating.
strikeouts in a
Within
row,
just
just
2 weeks, he had abandoned
cruising
the diet
along.
altogether.
Yeah, there's no doubt, Boog. Electric stuff from the
I have
jump.
lost
I mean,
weight.
there's
I've
just no
lost
messing around right now.
140
It's still very
pounds.
early,
But
but
my
we could
goal
see
weight
a
was
pretty
250
impressive
when I
outing
hit
here if the
that,
strikeouts
and I've
keep
gained
coming in the way they
probably
are.
20 pounds
One thing you
back
have to
since
be
then.
aware of, though, is a high strikeout rate
And
might
like I
impact
don't
the
like
pitch
where I'm
count
at
as the
because
innings
I
roll
don't
on.
want to be going back up, but I am going back up. And I'm struggling to change my eating.
This
2
time,
down,
he
nobody
blamed the
on.
trolls. According to Wings, the
Knocks
constant
that one
harassment
away,
was
and
pushing
we'll
him
do
to
it
the
again.
edge. He claimed that troll pages were stealing his photos from YouTube, adding racist captions to them, and spreading them online. He repeatedly stated that he never said those things, but the internet had already made up its mind about it.
We were talking about how deep the hate goes. Like, let me tell you exactly.
Fights
Like,
it off,
I-
he'll see another.
I understand
Also
I'm
really good at bat. What
I
I like
understand
about
that
this
I
guy,
failed weight
his
loss
bat
surgery.
stays in the zone
I
for a
understand
long
that
time.
everybody's
Gives him the
severely
ability to
disappointed in me.
Another one. That's 5 straight
But you guys take it
strikeouts.
too long.
And 1, 2, 3 go the Reds.
Take it too far.
Here at New Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, bottom half
Let
of
me give
inning
you an example of
number
what they're doing
2,
to me right
Trent
now.
Grisham
They're taking
stepping in now for the
pictures that
Yankees.
I put on my Twitter, right?
Here's a
And they're
rocket to
putting
right
racist
field.
messages on them.
1 away.
And they're sending them to local Black Lives Matter
Here's
groups
Judge
in
now.
my area.
1 for 1 with a single and a run
Like they're
scored
getting
so
into
far.
these groups on Facebook and then posting these pictures claiming that they're from
High fly
other
ball
places
down
in
the
my
left
other
field
groups
line.
in my area.
Way back there.
You laugh. This is stuff that would get you.
And Aaron Judge leads the yard. His latest homer in an incredible season. And they boost their lead. And their 5th home run of the game.
Some things in this sport are contagious, Boog, and right now for this team, clearly.
Plastics are valuable because they
Jazz
protect
Chisholm
people,
Jr.
food,
will hit
and our
next.
world. And I
Coming
think
off
one
an
of the
absolute
common
bomb in his last
misconceptions is
at-bat.
that people see single-use plastics
And
that have
there's a
been
foul ball.
damaged, and they think that that is the fate of all plastic packaging. What we really want to create is a circular ecosystem.
Foul ball.
Our material science expertise helps us to understand.
Around this same time,
Only
the
two
harassment
now.
reached new levels. People began sending police to his
That
house
was
under
upstairs,
false charges.
ball one.
A cruel act
Moving in
of
the
swatting that
bullpen,
became
Brandon
disturbingly common
Williamson,
for him.
the
To
left-handed
make things
reliever,
worse,
appears
his
to be
grandmother
getting
passed
loose.
away during this period. It briefly earned him a bit of sympathy. But as you might have guessed by now,
And
Wings'
that one is
trolls
lifted
were
in the
relentless.
air.
They never gave him a
Moving
moment to
back
breathe.
for this
When
one.
Wings' grandmother
2 down.
passed away, he uploaded an emotional video where he broke down in tears while recalling his last
Bellinger up
memories
to
of her.
hit.
In the
1
video,
for 1 so
he
far
explained
today
that
with
he
a
had
solo
avoided
homer
visiting
in
her
his
in her
first
final
at-bat.
days because he didn't want to remember her that way. According to him, the only reason he went to see her at all
That
was
one
because she
misses.
specifically asked
Ball
for him.
one.
On top of that,
2 down,
he admitted that he
bases
didn't
empty,
see her
but 1
body
run
after she
across.
passed and
Bottom
didn't want
half
to
of
attend
inning
her
number
funeral.
2.
It was a moment that showed a more vulnerable side of Wings, one that seemed genuinely broken. But it also
Swing
became
and a
yet
foul
another
out of
talking
play.
point for his critics, who used even this tragedy as fuel for more ridicule.
Or when she was on hospice.
The 1-1 is fouled off.
But she couldn't talk. And I have to remember that my whole life. And you got assholes
And they'll
that
do
come
it
in here
again.
and try to go into my face that I didn't go to her funeral.
Keeps the at-bat going with a
A
foul
lot
ball.
of trolls saw Wings' decision not to attend his grandmother's funeral as a complete sign of weakness.
The
They
1-2.
mocked him, insulted him, and treated his grief like another opportunity
Fouls
to
it
attack.
back with
To
2
them,
strikes.
It wasn't just a bad
1
decision.
run across
It was
in the
proof
frame
that he was
so
a failure
far
as a
here in the
grandson,
third and
as a
final
man,
game of the
and as a
series.
person. Many online commentators
Battling
argued
here
that
as he
because his
fouls it
grandmother
away.
had practically raised him, it was his responsibility to be there in her final moments, to stand beside his family and to pay his respects one last time.
And a
They
1-2.
believed that choosing not to go was selfish, immature, and cowardly, and the trolls made sure he knew it. They flooded his comment section with dug up old clips.
Such an
twisted his
impressive
words to make
at-bat
it seem
we're
like he
seeing
didn't care
right
about her
here,
at all. But when you
regardless
look
of how it
past
ends
all the
up.
noise and actually try to understand Wings as a person, things start to make a little more sense. His reaction wasn't about disrespect, and it certainly wasn't because he didn't love his grandmother. From what we've seen of him
Fouls
over
it
the
off,
years,
still
Wings is
1
someone
and
who
2.
struggles
I'll
deeply
tell
with
you,
emotional
with pitch counts
confrontation.
being
He's
such
the
a
kind of
big
person who avoids
consideration
pain
in
at all
today's
costs.
game, an
Whenever something
amazing
difficult
fight at
comes
the
up,
plate like this
whether
ends
it's
up
his weight
being
issues,
incredibly
the relentless
valuable.
trolling,
Running that
or
pitch count
his
up,
own personal
no matter
failures,
what the result
his
ends
first
up
instinct
being,
is
he's
to
going to get
run
a
from
lot
it.
of high
He doesn't want
fives
to
in the
face it
dugout.
because every time he has, it's ended badly.
Stays
Of course, the
alive.
internet didn't see it that way. The trolls only saw weakness, but in reality, what Wings showed was avoidance, something that has defined him for most of his life. Rather than confronting the pain
This
of
is a
losing his
guy that
grandmother,
can
he
be
did what he always
frustrating
does.
for
He
pitchers
shut down
because he
emotionally and
fouls
looked
off
for
so many
distractions,
pitches and grinds
whether
out
it
the
was
at-bat.
gaming,
I'm sure there's
food,
some
or
times where a
getting
pitcher
caught
would
up in
rather
new
just
drama
give up a
online.
first pitch single
Wings used those
than have
things
to waste
escape what
6
he
or
didn't want to
7
feel.
pitches
It's
on
tragic
one
in a
hitter.
way, because behind all the controversies and outbursts, you can see someone who never really learned how to deal with pain in a healthy
3-2
way.
down.
The death of his grandmother could have been a turning point for him. A chance
He
to
swings
reconnect
and
with his
crushes
emotions
one.
and his family.
Deep on
But
its
instead,
way.
it
Way
became
back
another
there.
chapter in the ongoing
Gone.
cycle
It's
of
a
ruin,
belly
failure,
ball.
and self-destruction that's
Another
followed him for
homer.
years.
His
And like I said
second home
before,
run of the
this was
game,
also the era
and they
when
add
these
on.
trolls were more viciously
He kept
active than ever.
swinging,
Old
and it
clips of
paid
him
off.
talking about
Well,
children,
that was a battle,
race, and
Boog, and he
animals
just
started
kept taking his
resurfacing.
cuts,
And
finally
trust us
squared
when we
one
say,
off.
you are not
Here's the
prepared for
catcher,
how bad
Austin
something
Wells.
gets. But before
He's
we
one of the
dive
best
into all
players
that,
in the
let's
game.
first talk about the animal abuse part of the story. For those of you who followed Jordy since the beginning of his
And that
career,
one
you'll know
hammered.
that he had 2 cats and a
Myers
dog.
going
One of his
back.
dogs was called Bingo. He had another
And
cat
that
we don't
one
know his name.
is
It was called Rock. Later on, when he married Ellie, the
They
couple
go
also
back
adopted
to
a puppy
back.
named Bailey.
His
And they served him as a
64th
sweet
home run
little
of the
cat.
season.
But behind
And
the
they add a
scenes,
run.
things
It's
weren't as perfect as they
8-0.
appeared.
First pitch hacking, and it paid off for him in a big way.
Now here is Anthony Volpe out towards right center field. Benson
reason we
on
got
the move to
Puppy.
the alley. And that is that. They explode with 3 solo homers in
It would
the
be
inning.
safe to say
We
that all
played
of
2
these
full.
four animals were
It's the
neglected,
Yankees
and
8
at
and the
times
Reds
even
nothing.
abused.
It's the
Viewers
Sunday
often
night
notice odd
showcase He's on MLB The Show.
like his pets crying or barking in the background, sometimes for minutes on end. And Wings would respond with irritation or anger. There were clips of him yelling
struggles at the plate in this
Cold
series
wasted
as
no
we
time
take a look at the
clipping and
numbers.
spreading across the internet. In several
Game
instances
marks.
during his live streams,
Leading
Wings
things
himself
off and
has
takes
admitted
a
to
strike.
truly disturbing acts of animal abuse. In one particular stream, He recalled a story from his
That
childhood
catches
where he
the
went
outside
outside
corner.
to play with
No
kittens.
balls,
He
two
said he was
strikes.
playing peekaboo.
Well, every pitcher
placed a
wants run
5-gallon
support,
bucket
and
over
having a
kitten,
lead is
and then
nice,
forgot
but
to
it
let
can be
it out.
challenging
The
for
kitten
some
eventually
pitchers, I
died.
think,
What made
keeping
the
the
whole thing
mindset
even
to
more
attack
horrifying
instead
was the
of
way
trying to
they
be too
recounted
fine
the
and have
story.
too much
With
finesse.
absolutely no sense
Go
of
after
guilt or
hitters
remorse.
and get
It was
quick
unsettling
outs.
to watch and left many viewers shocked and disgusted.
Shooting basketball, and
Lede
you know,
in the
this cat
box
comes along,
as he
hit these
fouls off the
5-gallon
first
buckets.
pitch.
So I took a 5-gallon bucket, and I was like, "Boop," and I basically I left the
Swing
bucket
and
on
a
top of him
miss,
just
and
to
that's
catch
strike
it.
two.
Another 0-2
And he,
count right here. Pitcher
In
just
another
in the
instance,
driver's
Wings shared
seat.
yet
He can go
another disturbing
anywhere he
story.
wants to go
He said
right
that he
here.
once found out how
Gets a
kittens always
piece
seem
there,
to
we'll
land
do
on
it
their
again.
feet when they fall. And out of curiosity, he decided to test that theory. He admitted to finding a kitten
The
and
0-2.
repeatedly throwing it around to see if it would keep landing upright.
Out to
Tragically,
short,
the kitten ended up
Volpe.
breaking its neck.
Tosses to
And I just
first.
watched the video.
First two
kittens
batters
in the booth,
retired here in the top
and
of the
they
third.
told me kittens always
So
land on
here's
his
the
feet.
Reds pitcher,
So I took this
Rhett
cat and I
Lauder.
kept throwing him up to see if he'd land on his feet.
In the air,
Well,
right
eventually the cat
field,
broke its
Judge coming on.
Oh my gosh.
And
Once
that'll
again,
do
you
it.
can hear him almost laughing while recounting the story of how he broke a kitten's neck. It's hard to imagine what kind of mindset a person would have to find something like that funny, let alone speak about it as if it were something to be proud of. But disturbingly, that's still not the worst thing he's admitted to. In another live stream, Wings told viewers about a time he had a
This
dying
one in
dog
the
at
air,
home.
center
Instead of
field.
paying $70 for euthanasia, he said he took the dog to a swamp,
Yeah,
shot it
there's
with a
one
rifle,
away.
and left it there. He even mentioned that he couldn't understand why people would
Jose
spend money to put their
Caballero
pets
stepping
down.
in
Because
now
in
for the
his mind,
Yankees.
that was the right way to
He's
do
0
it.
for
The
1.
sheer lack of empathy in how he described it left viewers completely horrified.
In the air to left
You guys ever
center.
put a dog to
Myers on the move.
Yeah.
Pulls it down and he makes
How
the
did
catch.
you choose the time?
Rifle.
For the Yankees, the pitcher, number 55.
You know,
Now to the plate, the pitcher, Carlos Rodon.
It's what they did with the last
So
guy.
easy to look at the big boys in this lineup,
for
but
a
he has been a
$2
pleasant surprise all season long.
I've
I
been
guess I'm
hoping
more
that my
frugal than Kyle. I just cannot fathom paying $70 for somebody else to kill a dog.
I wonder
In
if
the
you
air
think
to
about
left
the dog
down
in the
the
same
line.
way that I do.
And
You don't
that's
go
a
in the
foul
back
ball.
of your subdivision by the swing set where 5 neighbors can see your yard. You start.
No, you take him to the swamp.
Two
You live in
down,
North
nobody
Carolina.
on.
There's swamps in North Carolina. I
Swinging
guarantee
a
it.
bouncer.
There's one
McLean.
called Hunting Swamp. It's about 6 miles
Out
from
with
here.
room to
There's a
spare,
bridge.
and that's
Go
the inning.
there, you let them out, you shoot them, and
And we're
right
back with a
into the
series
swamp.
sweep very much in play, Siggy.
And then you let 'em,
Sizable
just
lead, so
fall
keep
into the
those
swamp?
brooms handy.
Fall into
A
the swamp.
sweep can really send shockwaves through a clubhouse, Boob. One team searching forward, the other left searching for answers. Well, these Reds, to put it bluntly, need to put together more competitive at-bats, and I don't think they've lived up to their own expectations at the plate. They've gone down on strikes at a high rate today, so it's probably time to simplify the approach and just find ways to put the ball in play. Quite the start to this game on the mound, looking
Yeah, I'm not
very
doing it.
dangerous to these
Overall, he
hitters.
comes
7
across as
punch-outs
extremely
already,
cruel
so
to
this
animals.
lineup hasn't
There are
had much
multiple moments
success
from his
in
live
trying to
streams
figure
where
him
he
out.
was watching
I'm
treat his
impressed
pets
with what we're
callously
seeing
and
here.
then shrug it off as nothing. On one occasion, he apparently stepped on
Fly
a
ball
pet and
down the
immediately
line.
insisted it wasn't his fault.
And that drops
as if the
foul.
animal's pain was
You can
irrelevant.
feel the extra attention on Ellie. Anytime he comes to the plate, this guy's a player that keeps you on the edge of your seat because you don't know what he's going to do next. He can hit for power, steals bases, he can throw the ball 100 miles per hour across the infield. He's electric.
That one hit to right. Judge under it. And there's two
In another
away.
stream, when his dog was barking, he lost his temper, began shouting
So
at the
next,
animal, saying
Tyler
racial slurs,
Stevenson.
while his wife pleaded with him to stop, and even threatened to throw the dog out. A
Now,
threat
this guy
that
is just
chilled
filling up
many
the strike
viewers.
zone right
We also
now.
think that he
Don't
threw
want to get
water at
yourself
the
in an
dog,
0-2
saying the
hole.
dog
You
was
better be
getting
ready
on
to
his
pull the
nerves,
trigger on the
and
first
that he was
pitch.
too busy with millions of other things to deal with.
Two down, nobody on. And down on strikes he goes. Out number 3. So 12 up, 12 down to begin the ball game. Welcome back to the Sunday Night Showcase on MLB The Show. And stepping in for the Yankees, Trent Grisham. That misses. Ball 1.
You know, these Yankees really impressing me with the quality of their bats in this one. It's been fun getting a chance to see them go to work. Everything is clicking, and when you're producing more than 2
Taken
runs an
together,
inning,
these
it's
episodes
pretty
paint a
obvious your
pattern of
guys came to
neglect
do
and
some
hostility
damage.
that made a lot of people uncomfortable and outraged. And that pattern
line
is
to
an
kick the
important,
2-0.
grim part of the Wings story you're telling. Soon
High
enough,
fly
entire
ball
threads were
lifted
made
in the air
accusing
right
Wings of
field.
mistreating his
Benson
pets.
settles
People
under
began
this
calling
one.
him cruel, heartless and unfit to own
And there's
animals.
one down.
Some trolls even tried to contact
Obviously,
local
this
authorities
type of
to
run
report
production
him.
isn't
Wings, on the
exactly
other hand,
sustainable
denied all
game
of
to
it,
game, but it's a
insisting
good
the trolls
sign
were
that a lot of
twisted
hard work's been paying off.
However,
Now
circling
it's
back
Aaron
to
Judge up
2020,
to the plate.
around this
He's
time,
already
another
homered
major
here in
event
this
hit
one.
Wings hard. He
He's
was
not
perma-banned
gonna get
from
cheated
Twitch and
up
lost
there.
his partner
No,
status.
he's not.
Now, the
He's looking to
exact
do
reason
damage
behind the
with
ban was
every
never officially
swing he
confirmed by
takes.
Twitch, but fans and Reddit sleuths were quick to start digging. And what
Lifted
they
in the
found
air,
was
left field,
interesting,
pretty
to
well
say the
struck.
least.
Lede
Apparently,
under
Wings'
it.
partnership was terminated for
there's
violating
two
something
down.
referred to as Exhibit D in Twitch's partnership agreement.
Next to hit,
Now, we don't
Jazz
really know
Chisholm
what
Jr.
Exhibit D
He's
specifically
already homered in
covers,
this
but
game.
according to Reddit theories and archive discussions, it all boiled down to Wings
This
admitting
one's
that he had a backup
smoked
Twitch
on its
account in case his
way.
main one got
Outta
taken
here.
down. Some people on Reddit also said that he was actually using his wife's account for harassment, which is why
His
Twitch
second
banned him.
home
Let
run of the
alone having
night,
to raise
and
red
they add to their lead.
since having a
He's swinging
voting
a red hot
alternate to
bat.
avoid
This
ban
isn't the first
is a
home run
direct
we've seen him
violation
hit
of
these last few
platform
games,
service.
and it probably
Things got
won't be
even
the
worse
last.
when Twitch allegedly discovered that his backup account was linked to his wife Kelly's profile. This connection made it look
in
like
the
he was
box
trying
here
to
and fouls
circumvent
it
a
off for
potential
strike
suspension
one.
through her account, which ultimately led to the termination of his partnership altogether. After losing the partnership, Wings even posted a screenshot of a
bullet,
message
but
he
it goes
received from Twitch
foul.
and wrote, "Really? How was I ban evading? I had nothing to do with my wife's channel.
The
There
0-2.
wasn't even a stream done on it. For someone like Wings, whose
And
entire
down on
livelihood depended on
strikes.
streaming,
That's
this
the
was
third out.
catastrophic. Losing his Twitch partner
Another
status
look
meant
at the
losing
long
not
ball
only
for
his
the
income, but also his
Yankees.
last shred of
It's now
legitimacy as a creator.
9-0.
To make
You're
things
watching
worse,
the
the trolls
Sunday Night
celebrated it like it was a
Showcase on
national
MLB
holiday,
The Show.
clipping his reactions and posting memes. For Wings, it was another massive blow in a year already filled with chaos, controversy, and emotional breakdown.
back. Let's check
Wings
out what's
himself
been
admitted
happening
that
of
even though he
late.
could still
Really
stream on
been
Twitch,
struggling.
losing his partnership actually resulted in him losing a lot of his revenue, which he made through Twitch. This eventually led to an eventual rant, a meltdown where he
Over
asked people to
80%
stop
of his first
bothering him.
pitches are
He also
strikes.
said that he
When
was
you're doing
broke,
that,
and he had no
you can
means
have
to
a
support
really
his
good
wife
day out there on the
financially.
mound.
Speaking of his wife, there's a lot to unpack there. Let's just say that Jordy and Kelly are often regarded on YouTube as one of the most toxic couples the internet has ever
0-2
seen.
now.
Their marriage has been a chaotic mix of neglect.
He goes down looking.
There's a three-pitch
On one hand,
strikeout. He
Jordy
can
is
do
often
whatever he
accused of
wants
being
with the
emotionally
baseball right
distant,
now.
rude, and downright neglectful toward Kelly. But on the other hand, Kelly wasn't exactly a saint either. There have been rumors and even admissions
Next
of
to
her
hit,
cheating on him,
Spencer
and the two have had
Steer.
countless
He was
public
the
arguments
strikeout
that
victim
played out
his
in front of
first
their
time.
viewers. One particular incident that really stood out was
He
in this
swings
video
and
by
fouls
Sean
one
Rankin.
off.
Wings is seen sitting at his computer, streaming and playing games, while his wife is visibly upset and eventually breaks down crying, all on stream. The timing
Popped
made it
up
even
to the
worse.
left,
The
into
stream
foul
happened
ground.
right after the passing of his grandmother, and Kelly seemed to want him to
And
attend
there are
what
two
many
outs.
believe was a remembrance
Boy, that was a
gathering or family
hanging
event.
breaking ball
At the
right
start
there.
of
I
the stream,
think he tried to do a
Jordy
little
even
bit too
mentioned that
much.
he had
Sometimes
somewhere
those
to
eyes
go,
can get
but
really
decided
big.
to
I think
squeeze
his
in a
swing
quick
broke
stream
down as
before
well,
leaving.
and
Then at
that's
the
what
last
caused him to
minute,
pop it up.
he announced he wasn't going at all.
Swings through that
tried to
one
squeeze the stream in
as he
before I
comes
gotta
to the
go
plate
do
for the
this
second
celebration
time
of life.
today.
Kelly can be heard off screen pleading with him to come with her, trying to convince him to shut off the
Two down,
computer and
nobody
go.
on.
But Jordy,
Top of the
being
fifth.
Jordy, completely ignored her. He told her he couldn't even take 5 minutes away from
Foul
his
ball
stream,
left side,
as
he'll
if sitting
see
in front of his
another.
chat room was more important than his own family or his wife's feelings. It was an uncomfortable and downright depressing moment to witness.
Swings
I mean,
through
he's so
it for
wrapped
the
up in his own world of
K. And that K
gaming
brings him into
that he
double
couldn't even
digits
step
for the
away
game.
to support his wife
So
or
5
honor his
perfect
grandmother's
innings.
memory. It perfectly sums up how dead-edged and
Back now to
self-absorbed he
start
can
the
be,
bottom of the
and
fifth
just
and
how
taking
broken their
over on the
relationship
mound,
had become.
Pierce Johnson.
Right now.
And with the big deficit on the scoreboard, he almost has to just put that out of his mind. Every outing matters for relievers and their numbers, but I think it's tough to get up for this type of appearance the same way you would for one in a close game.
What are you looking at?
Next offering is fouled back.
What's going on? Nothing.
Fouled off, and they'll do it again.
I want to talk to you. We'll talk when I'm done streaming.
Here's the 0-2.
I don't know.
And it's fouled off. They'll do it again.
I texted you and said that I wasn't going to the thing, but you did. Yeah, well, I'm sorry.
The 0-2.
Might have been.
Fouled off the plate. They'll do it again.
Can you not take like a 5-minute break?
No, because it's going to be more than a 5-minute conversation.
He actually pushed Kelly to the point where she
And
broke
the
down
0-2.
crying. And what did Jordy do?
Fights it off,
Nothing.
you'll see another.
He just sat there, letting her cry while he kept his stream going. The most disturbing part was that her sobs could be clearly heard through the microphone, echoing across the live stream for everyone watching. Yet he
On the
didn't
ground,
flinch,
right side.
didn't
A dive,
comfort
he's got it.
didn't even
Throws from
acknowledge
his
it.
knees.
He just was sitting
It's
there
there,
like
and
nothing
that's
was
a great
happening,
play.
as if her pain meant
Anthony
absolutely
Volpe
nothing.
stepping in
And
now
when
for
he
the
finally
Yankees.
decided to end the stream, it wasn't out of guilt or concern. He simply said, almost casually, that he had to end the stream. It was one of those moments that made viewers realize just how cold and disconnected he can be, especially
Makes the
toward the
turn
people
and heads
closest
for
to him.
second. And he'll reach second
You
with
could
one
be
away.
vaping formaldehyde, which is used in taxidermy.
So, man aboard. So, up next for New York, Ben Rice. He has, as they like to say,
let me guess,
Are you an elk?
light tower power.
that's right. Swing and a high fly ball to
I
left.
feel like everyone is using more
2 away.
Look at this. Electricity demand in the U.S. alone is projected.
Up next.
Can you please stand?
The third baseman.
So digging in, Jose Caballero. That one the other way, and it stays fair. Volpe flying around third and headed home. He will score. It's an RBI single. It's 10-0. And at first, Carlos Rodon digs in now.
Thanks, what you doing, man?
Line to right center field. That's a base hit. Lead runner around second. Throw into third. And now they'll have runners on the corners with 2 away. And now Terry. So a new arm out of the bullpen for the Reds, Brandon Williamson.
He's certainly been one of their better relief pitchers this season. The numbers are really solid, so they feel great about handing the ball over
And
to
guess
him.
what?
Grisham
Not
goes
even an
after
hour
that
after
one
making
for
his wife
strike
cry like
one.
her whole world is ending, he's suddenly sitting in the car with her, acting like everything's fine. Then with complete confidence,
Swing
he says
and a
she even
pop-up.
cries because of the change in
McLean.
bariatric pressure. Now, we don't know if Wings realized this,
And
but
that's the
bariatric
inning.
has to do with weight loss surgery, not weather. So either he just invented a
Back at the
whole new branch
ballpark,
of
let's
science,
take a look at some of
or
the
he's
moments
proven
that
once
stand
again
out
that the
to
English
us.
language doesn't stand a chance when he's around. Still,
Leading
the
off,
wildest part
Dean
isn't
Myers.
even the slip-up.
High
It's how
inside.
casually he brushed off his wife's
Rodon,
emotions
back
like
to
nothing
work.
ever happened.
Well, these Reds just aren't putting together very many good at-bats in this one. They're in the back half of the game, and they're still searching for a base runner. He's been great out there on the mound, no doubt. But it's
The
also
whole
been a
situation
disappointing
was honestly
performance at the
just
plate to
very,
this
very
point.
off. And it made a lot
as
of
we
people
get
question
deeper,
what kind of marriage
it's not
this
going to
even
get
is,
any easier.
and
These
how Wings
at-bats are
actually
going to feel
treats
more
Kelly
and more
behind the scenes.
desperate
Even people in the
every out the
PKA
rest of the way.
podcast brought it up,
Struck him
pointing out
out
that Kelly's
looking.
reactions
Gosh,
seemed
here
clear
it is.
signs
Get
of
it.
emotional
Three-pitch
issues,
strikeout,
possibly
all
anxiety or deep
fastballs.
frustration.
Man, he's got a lot of
constantly
confidence
being
in that
ignored.
pitch right
She
now.
came across as someone
Lede
sensitive and
swings through
overwhelmed.
that one
There's something
as
about
he comes to the
dealing
plate
with
for the
Jordy
second
is almost
time today.
impossible. He's so self-centered and wrapped up in his own world that
Right
there's
through
barely
for
any
a
space
strike.
left for anyone else, not even his wife.
This is something that someone with
Got
like an
it.
anxiety
Now it doesn't
condition
strike
usually
out
does,
for him in this one. Lede wants to challenge this, thought it was a ball. So the call will stand. That knocks them down to 1 challenge left. Pinch hitter coming on, Ryan Hayes. Looking for a 2-out spark with the bases
especially
empty.
if it's something he doesn't want to do. Like Taylor was talking about how like the day
Hop
before
dump.
he's gonna like do a big workout. He's
Rice.
like making all these elaborate plans and like,
And that is
really
that.
high. And I think Wings sometimes does the opposite. He's like, oh, if I do this.
Back now for the bottom of the 6th, and there's a new
Another
pitcher on the
reason this
mound,
whole
Graham
incident hit so
Ashcraft.
hard was that the event
And
Jordy
we all
was
know about
refusing
his
to
slider.
attend
It's just
wasn't just some
filthy, man.
random
And
gathering.
one of the better
It was
ones
his
in the
grandmother's
game, I'd say.
remembrance
Spin
ceremony.
rate.
He had already
This one
admitted to
high
skipping
and
the
deep.
funeral,
Way
and
back
he
there.
didn't even want to show up for the remembrance. That moment
And that
really
one
painted a
is
picture
off
of
the
someone who
wall.
seemed to care about no one but himself. This was the same
Relay
grandmother
throw
who
to
had supported him
second,
through much of his
safe.
life,
And
the
that's
one who
his
took him
third
in,
hit.
provided for him, and even let him live with her well into his 30s and 40s.
Now it's the second baseman, Jazz Chisholm Jr. He's got a couple homers already, so can he possibly do it again?
Come on, man. Of course he can. Those two he hit were
Not just
legit.
disrespectful, but
And he looks
deeply
pretty
cold.
locked in right
Now,
now. at the
however,
bit.
circling
Oh,
back to
look
the
at the
marriage,
stop.
it's important
Nicely
to note that
done
Wings
for
wasn't
the
the
out.
only one being toxic in this relationship. Whether it was because of how cold and distant
Here comes
he was
Cody
toward Kelly,
Bellinger.
or for some other reason we can only speculate about, Kelly had her own share of messy behavior too. She was actually exposed in a leaked video that showed her having some flirty conversations
Activity
with
in the
one of Wings'
bullpen for
Discord
the Reds.
moderators.
Rock
The situation blew up
the left-hander
fast, even
is
being
getting that big
discussed in the
fastball.
PKA
He's ready to go.
I've been carrying on sort of a flirty relationship with some of his
Liner
moderators.
caught
his
it
quick
second.
moderators, I suppose.
Nothing you can do about
In
those
the
as a hitter.
Twitch
Even though you know that, they
Discord
still
that they
drive
have.
you absolutely crazy.
So up
Like to the
next,
point where like they
Austin
were driving
Wells.
together and she wouldn't show him her phone because she's like having like private conversation with one of his
hard grounder into the outfield for a knock. Judge scores.
Reportedly refused
It's
to
an
even show
RBI
Jordy her phone
single,
because she was
and the
afraid he'd
lead
find out what was
continues to
going
grow.
on. Jordy kept demanding to know
Runner
who the
first
person
with two
was,
away.
so he could
Here's the
demote them from
shortstop
server.
at the
And in a
plate,
twisted
Anthony
turn of events,
Volpe.
he eventually reacted to the leaked messages himself during the stream. And let's just say, he didn't have much of a defense for her
Grounds one to
behavior.
short. De La Cruz. Play made, that ends the inning. A run on 2 hits, and they leave one.
This is one day
Back
after
here at the ballpark, let's check out the latest news from around the league.
Look at the days playing. January 30th. Can we call you? This could be anybody.
This one in the air.
This is when Joe Mann came to visit us.
One up, one down.
I don't know what the time is.
Anyway, after those leaked
Kelly De La
conversations surfaced,
Cruz,
it seems
the
the
next
two
to hit
finally
for
had
the
a serious
Reds.
talk about their relationship. From what we can tell, they decided it was best
In
not
the
to
air
part
to left
ways.
center,
Probably because
Bellinger
at
on
that
the move
point
to the
both
gap.
sides were equally hard.
Pulls it down, and
Shortly
he
after
makes the
Kelly
catch.
posted on her social media
And
saying
there's
that she
two
still
away.
loves Jordy, but
Here's the
that she
Reds
hopes to
catcher,
be wiser
Tyler
with her actions in the
Stevenson.
future. She wrote, "I love Jordy. I am not cheating on my
That's
husband.
it
I'm
for a
not
strike.
talking to anyone."
This
in
manager
any
knows
way
that his
that gives
players are just
food.
trying to do
Yes,
too much.
there are some
Everybody
things that
needs
were
to just
taken out
take
of
a deep breath,
context,
relax,
and I am
and let it
currently having to
naturally
deal with
happen.
that. Trust
Out
me,
to
I'll
short.
be wiser in the future. And while Kelly was out here saying
Volpe
she'd be
throws
wiser
to
in the
first in
future,
time.
there was no such
That
guarantee
is
for
the
Williams
inning.
himself. One incident that really went viral was
We're
the time
back
he
in a new
literally
pitcher
threw
here to
Kelly
start the
power
bottom of the
slam,
7th.
all because
Rob
of an
Burke.
argument involving
Well, he's been hit pretty hard at times this season, as you see
now, the
with
full
the big
details are a bit
ERA.
messy, but
So this is
from
an
what people
important
could
outing for
gather,
him
this
to
all
get on
happened
the right
during a
track.
Loco live stream.
Rice in
Williams
the
was
box
apparently trying
as
to
he
start a
fouls
fight
off
with
the
Keemstar.
first pitch.
We think Boogie was there too, along with a few others. Things escalated quickly, and during the shouting
Swing
match,
and
Williams
a
suddenly
miss.
got up and rushed
0-2.
toward Keemstar as if he was actually going to
6'4"
fight him.
lefty,
Kelly clearly panicked,
210
tried to step in
pounds,
and stop
and he
him,
was a
but instead of
third-round
calming
pick
down,
back
Williams
in
shoved her and ended up slamming
2014.
her onto a table.
Fouls
The
it
clip was
back with
shocking
2
to watch.
strikes.
Pure chaos, full of yellings and noise and aggression. It wasn't just disturbing, it was one of those moments that made people seriously uncomfortable. Especially anyone sensitive to
Swing
scenes
and a
of
ball
violence
hit
or
out
domestic
towards left
conflict.
center
It wasn't
field.
drama
Takes
anymore.
it in
It
for
was
the
just
out.
sad, disturbing, and downright degenerate behavior
And
on
next for New
display
York,
for the entire
Jose
internet to see.
Caballero.
Yeah, you are.
Foul ball there.
And
The Yankees up big in this one. You're the bottom of the 7th.
One part of it's not a lie.
Just missed.
It's not a lie. It's a setup.
That's not a setup.
And why are you getting loud in my face?
Because I fucking can.
Dude, are you fucking...
Swing and a foul back. That's out of play.
You better stop. You
Ouch, that one drilled him. Fires to first on the run. In time. Got him. Catcher coming out to check on him. It looked like it got him on his back leg. So you wonder if that might be a problem for him in terms of pushing off the rubber.
Yeah, it's a great point, and we'll have to see how he looks. But to me, it appears he's moving pretty well. I think it's just going to sting for a while, but hopefully nothing more.
2 down, base is empty. Carlos Rodon stepping in now for the Yankees. 1 for 3.
You
Late
might think
swing,
this is the
foul
most
to the
chaotic
left.
Wings can get, but wait, there's more. Because as trolls began digging up his old statements, things quickly went from bad to downright stomach
Foul ball
turning.
still
What they
0-2.
found made people lose any last shred of sympathy for him. Watching these old clips, hearing the vile and disturbing, creepy, downright pedophilic things he said,
Got him.
it's hard
That's
not to
out
feel
number
disgusted.
3.
The man went from being just another internet clown
So the
to someone
Yanks go
genuinely hard to
in order,
defend.
but they
It's the
still
kind of
lead.
stuff that makes you sit back and wonder how
Ready to
anyone
begin
could ever
the
say
8th.
these things out
In
loud,
now for the Reds,
let alone broadcast them to the
Eugenio
world.
Suarez.
The very first comment that truly horrified everyone was a clip
Yeah,
where
first
Wings
offering
casually
is
said
fouled
that
off.
the age of consent should be 12. Yes, 12. Hearing that come out of his mouth left people stunned. Not just because it was disturbing, but because he said it with
If he's
zero
going to knock
hesitation.
right here,
As
that
if it
pitch
was
he
the
just
most
took is
normal
going to
thing in the
eat
world.
at him
That
for
one
a
statement
while.
alone
You
was
might not
enough to
see
make people
another pitch
rethink
like that
everything
from
they'd
a
ever
top-level
thought
guy
about.
like
It
this.
wasn't trolling, it wasn't a joke.
looking.
It was
Well, this
just
guy's been
flat
pretty
out
much a
disgusting.
non-factor so far this weekend. Very
you know
little in the
what
way
that
of
means?
impactful
What was I
at-bats
talking
and
about
quality
before?
at-bats and
Yeah,
let alone
oh!
contact. That's the 6th time they've set him down on strikes in the series, so no doubt frustration mounting and very high right now.
we were
Swings
talking
through
about
that
this
one for
case
strike
before,
two.
15 years old.
You can tell by their swings, this lineup is having trouble gauging
her parents
speeds,
didn't like
timing,
it. She had
everything and hitting, and right now they just don't
parents,
have it.
because
Clearly
she was
trusting his
17
stuff in this
when
one, feeling
hit him
really
with
good
that.
about what he's working with, and that really allows a guy to attack hitters. You know, such an important mindset to have out there on the mound, especially when you're ahead in the count with 2 strikes.
Benson at the plate with 2 away, swings through that one.
I'm done. I could just listen. I'm done. No, I'm done. If you come here
Next offering
with
is foul
proof that
back.
Wings is a predator, bring proof that he's a predator. Like, I'm sorry, Wings 007, but you failed.
Swing and
We did a little bit of
pop-up
digging
in
and
foul
found that
ground.
the first time he actually made those comments about the age of consent was
And that
way
is
back
that.
in 2013. And honestly, he should have just left it there.
So
But
now
no, he had the audacity to keep doubling
Ready for the
down
bottom
over
of the
years.
8th. Now here's
Defending his
Trent
statement
Grisham.
was the most brain-rotting
Now
logic
the
imaginable.
league leader
He claimed
in
that
home
adults
runs.
shouldn't be charged
Every
with statutory
swing looks
rape,
like a
and
rocket
even went as far as
launch.
to say
Yeah,
that child
pitchers
porn
know
shouldn't be
what's
illegal.
coming.
His
If they miss their
justification
spot,
that
they're
young
going to be
girls
asking
are
the
already
umpire
having,
for a new baseball.
so there's supposedly
Myers
nothing wrong with a
takes it
19-year-old
in for
being
the
with a
out.
14-year-old.
And
It's
a
not
quick
just
out number
ignorant.
1.
It's outright
Here is Aaron
horrifying.
Judge.
Hearing him say
And
things
it
like
may
that
be a
makes your
long
stomach
shot,
turn.
but a triple here
Said
will give him the
80% should be
cycle.
12. You know why I said that?
No question
Because
about
growing
this
up
one. It's
in
out
high
of
school,
here.
I knew girls that were at 12, 13, 14.
Another homer. His second home run of the game. And they boost their lead. Ziggy, he's been red hot.
Yeah, another one swinging the bat for him. Man, he is really seeing the ball well in this one.
Stepping in, Jazz Chisholm Jr. Clover to right field, way back.
Another deeply concerning aspect of his online behavior is the way he was interacting with individuals who are significantly younger than him, including Ryan.
That's
He
his
once had a
third
13-year-old boy
run of the game.
On
And
top
they
of
add
that, he
on.
also had underage
See,
girls
the
with
ball
him.
is
There have been
jumping off
documented
his bat.
instances where he
Yes,
communicated and
it
played
is.
online games with
Tons
people
of
who were
loud
underage.
contact. Man,
Some
it's
of
been
his remarks
impressive.
toward them were highly
Here's Cody
inappropriate for an
Bellinger.
adult man.
And there's the
Even when
hit.
he tried to
And
justify
that's
his
a
statement
one-out
by
single.
referencing technicalities around legal age, the repeated focus on these topics
Here's the
and his
catcher,
comments
Austin
raised
Wells.
serious ethical and moral concerns. He came across this clip from one of his streams where he was flirting with these girls, and he completely led these kids on, which he, as an adult, should not be doing at all.
Bounced up the
All in
middle.
all, the way they
McLean.
talked and
There's
interacted
one.
with these girls
Double
was just
play.
weird and creepy.
What a twin
Technically,
killing
the
to end
police
the
don't look
inning.
at it that way. I tell you about that girl that got a felony for every piece
Back
of meat
now in the
she got
Bronx,
caught with.
and all eyes on the mound as he begins the 9th inning, working on a perfect game. Myers leading things off and takes a strike.
I got it. Oh, my.
Next offering is foul back.
Wanna play?
What excites me about being a product manager now
Knocks that one away, and we'll do it
is that
again.
I can move and
Boog,
iterate
I'll tell you
much
right now,
faster. I
every
can
player
use
defensively
Pod to test
on their
my
toes
product
like
ideas
never before.
I even get anyone else in the loop.
Keeps
I
the
can
at-bat
operate
going
much
with a
more
foul ball.
independently, which is extremely empowering.
And a foul ball, he stays alive.
Getting data
They
as
want
a
to make
product
sure
manager,
they have the opportunity to put this picture in the history
have to
books.
ping a
They're going to make
data
the play.
science person to help you.
Goes down,
Or
swinging for the
often
strikeout.
product managers can
And a
write some
strikeout for the
basic
first
SQL
out
themselves
here in the
object
ninth.
area database
This is
that they
J.J.
don't know that
Bleday.
much about. I started using Pod Code pretty quickly, figured out that we could use it for data
Swing and a
analysis
high fly
workflows. Our
ball
data
out
science
there
team
towards
set up
left
a
field.
BigQuery MCP,
Two-way
which
down.
essentially connected all of our BigQuery
26 up and 26 down. One more out for a perfect game. This is awesome, Boog.
On the verge of baseball history
So here
here,
I am
and
in Pod
certainly
Code,
one
and
of
I
the
wanna
most
show
dominating
how you
pitching
can use
performances
Pod
we've seen. Everyone locked in right
Before
now.
I started this demo, I used Pod to generate some synthetic product data that shows light mode.
You know, he's been so
versus
great
usage
today.
on a product.
Really just
I said I
throwing
wanna
whatever the
explore
catcher puts
fraction of
down.
dark
I mean,
mode
hasn't
usage over the past 3 months.
And that's the ball game.
just unbelievable. I was nervous up here in the booth. I can only imagine what his teammates and even he felt out there on the mound closing this thing out. Everyone will remember this perfect game, and it'll be notched in Cooperstown forever.
Myself. Say I want to iterate on this a little bit and take a look. Maybe we want to look at light mode and dark mode usage by plan type. Can you actually plot it by plan type? It's asking me for permission to make edits. Now we have a plot of the data by plan type. If I had to do this on my own, it would take me possibly hours, if not Another way that my team uses Claude is to help with generating evals. Evals are a way that we evaluate AI systems and AI products. Claude is really great at this, actually. So you can kind of just give Claude the situation and the product experience that you're trying to build, maybe a couple example test cases, and ask it to expand the options based test cases. So really quickly you go from 1 or 2 examples to test to like 50 examples. So my hope is that with Claude, product managers are able to spend more of their time on product strategy, customer conversations, and decision making, and less time on coordination and operations. I would say it's like more than automation for me. Like it's things that I wouldn't have otherwise necessarily even been capable of doing independently. So it's actually like extending what I can accomplish on my own.
Yo, someone just called me a little kid. I'm gonna have to show you my ID because I drink. Bro, Joy, I swear to God, Joy, I'm gonna drive down to Myrtle Beach or whatever, and we're gonna party.
At one point, he even said that when a girl says no 3 times, it means yes.
Yo, if she don't say yes the first time.
Well, let me tell you, Shay, when she says no 3 times, that means yes. So, first of all, random chat making a big deal about Wings playing video games with underage people need to chill. Like 8% of people play with it. Yeah, y'all never make a big deal when I'm playing with like Braden. He's like 13.
And if that's not bad, he also said something along the line of my size is just more gas tank for the love machine.
Monsieur Legion, would you like to see the French croissant? Hey, y'all might make fun of my 5XLT, but that's just more gas tank for the love machine.
Ooh, I'd like that, Jordy.
Mm-hmm.
Jordy, you're going to jail.
Shay just needs to drive to Myrtle Beach really slow, to like May 30th slow.
And when he was finally confronted about all this, the disturbing comments, the inappropriate interactions, and countless other questionable things he's said over the years, his response was nothing short of appalling. Instead of taking accountability or even showing a shred of remorse, he doubled down in the worst way possible. He actually said, and we quote, that the current generation of women are all heroes.
I flirted with a couple 17-year-old girls in a rainbow lobby because they were being flirtatious? Right? Both girls, by the way, are legal consenting age in the United States of America. Both of them. I made a point that the new generation of females are
Now, we're not even sure what point he was trying to make there, but given the context, it came off as dismissive and bitter.